1 minute, 1 minute. Take your seats, please. The Delta Stewardship Council is called to order to establish a quorum. We'll just start a roll call, and I'm going to start with Ms. Marcus. Eisenberg present.
Fiorini present.
Somewhere, Pat Johnston, he walked over with us, so he's around too. Just as a note, Supervisor Natoli will be here at 11 o'clock. He is also a member of the Sacramento Metropolitan Air Quality Control District, and they have an important issue up this morning, and he sent me a letter saying that, so he will be joining us shortly. Quorum is present. Members, when we get to the Executive Director's report, we'll talk about a whole bunch of adjustments in schedules because of some late-breaking information, but let me just mention a couple of things to you. In your bucket, the independent folder that's in front of you, the bunch of material to supplement the agenda, including a long letter from Ray Seed, engineering professor at Berkeley, and you'll recall that Miss Gray, among others, had suggested we try to get him to come to our, Gloria, was it June or July meeting? I don't remember which. July. To be part of the panel discussion because he's quite well known in the field. He was on a long vacation. We were unable to get him. He did come up and spend several hours with us, with a few of us last week, but we asked him to kind of reduce his comments and critiques to writing, and he actually sent us a long email, which is included now in the agenda, posted on the website. And I would urge you to take a look and read this. Ray has the advantage of strong opinions clearly stated, which we often don't. We often see strong opinions unclearly stated. I kind of like the strong opinions clearly stated, and he is knowledgeable in this field. That's number one. Number two, part of the agenda packet were letters on the subject of stressors in the Delta, subject Mr. Fiorini's raised a number of times, others of you have also. Letters signed by a number of legislators, one letter by members of the State Assembly, the other by members of the State Senate. Those are in your agenda packet, and it raises the question that at some point during this agenda, Mr. Grindstaff, maybe in the Executive Director's report, we ought to have a little focused discussion on how we address stressors. Mr. Fiorini's raised the point, I think, 2 or 3 times before. We've chatted about it. Everybody says it's an interesting discussion. We ought to proceed with it and maybe have some thoughts about what we should do. And today would be a good day to discuss that. Other than that, let me see. At the last meeting, we had our new member sworn in, Ms. Marcus. She had been confirmed by the Senate Rules Committee, as had the 3 gubernatorial appointments. And then all of us have been confirmed by the State Senate subsequent to that. Ms. Marcus with a Ayatollah-like vote of, was it 38 to nothing? Something like that. So there we are. We have a full council, and we're ready to go. The first item on the agenda is item number 4. Members, you may recall when we started off in April, we inherited all of CalFed Bay Delta duty, responsibility, and staff, and that frankly was the only staff we got. And at that time, Mr. Grindstaff was Executive Director of CalFed Bay Delta. Cliff Daum, the lead scientist, was lead scientist of CalFed Bay Delta. And I suggested to you at the April meeting that what we'd asked Joe and Cliff to do is take on an acting title, let a few months pass. Some of you had not yet met or worked with them since. And this is now the 6th month of that period, and I suggested to Joe that we bring the subject back, and my recommendation is we couldn't hire anybody anyway. There's a complete hiring freeze on in the state of California. It doesn't make any difference if we wanted to or not. But the fact is, I'm very happy with the way things are going, given the difficult assignments and the tight time frame. So I would recommend we remove the acting designation. That affects no pay, no benefits. They're still subject to furlough Fridays and all the other things that happen. So questions from members on that? Anyone in the audience like to speak on that subject? Agenda item number 4. Pleasure of the council. Ms. Gray moves to adopt it. Mr. Nordhoff seconds that. Let's call the roll, starting with Ms. Marcus.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Eisenberg, aye.
Fiorini, aye.
After the chairman's ringing endorsement, aye.
All right. That's a 5-0 vote. Let's. I believe that Mr. Johnston and Supervisor Natoli would like to add on to that when it comes back. So without objection, we'll allow them to add on to that roll call also. Okay. Thank you. Let's go, I guess, to the legislative update under file item number 5, which is part of the executive officer's report. Mr. Grindstaff.
And I'll ask Kurt Miller to do a brief summary. He tells me it will be very brief of the legislative update.
Mr. Chairman and members, the summary that is in your packet today is a continuation of items we've seen the last 2 or 3 meetings. With the session over and expired on August 31st, the only lingering issue we have is the placement of SB 1450 on the governor's desk. This is our contracting exemption and processes bill that Senator Simitian is carrying for us. The governor still hasn't signed or vetoed any bills. He has until the 30th, which is 7 days away. And it isn't clear if he's going to sign or veto at all because it's all sort of tied up with the budget discussions. And those linger, but they're working this week on it, so there may be something done by the end of the week. On the other matter in your packet, AB 2092 by Mr. Huffman, the bill failed on the Senate floor the last night of session. That bill would have established some requirements for our Delta finance plan and elements to be included in the plan. So that hasn't made it. That's the quick version.
I do want to add a couple of things. There is a trailer bill, and you guys may or may not be aware that when the legislature passes a budget, typically they have enacting legislation or enabling legislation that follows along with the budget bill.
The budget lasts for 1 year only and does not itself make statutory changes permanently. So if you assume certain things in the budget, you change the laws to reflect those budget decisions. In what used to be one trailer bill, and then in 1986 or something,
yeah.
Supreme Court said you can't mix subject areas, so now is multiple trailer bills.
So one of the trailer bills that Kurt got language on the other day does do similar things to what the Huffman bill did in terms of requiring us to develop a finance plan. So we aren't sure where that will go, and this one was problematic because it required that we have everything complete by October the 15th of this year. Not a very realistic or possible even requirement, but things may evolve there.
All true.
How many trailer bills are set for alleged action?
I think there's 23 this year. Yeah.
Okay.
And like Phil said, they cover separate subject matter due to court decisions. So there's an education bill, a resources bill. We are bundled in a bill that's 77 pages long and includes provisions for DWR and conservation and State Water Board. And this is standard every year. The interesting thing about trailer bills is once they are enacted, they prevail in statute well past the annual limit for the actual budget bill itself. So once those are enacted into law, they're permanent. And like Phil said, it's been a feature of the last 25 years, basically.
Yes. Okay, thank you. I think that's it. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, Mr. Miller didn't mention, the budget has not yet been adopted. You are aware of that. Okay. All right. Mr. Grindstaff.
I'd like to turn over to Chris Stevens, our legal update.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to introduce Rebecca Coleman, our legal extern, the second-year law student at McGeorge, who recently made law review. We're all very thrilled to have her with us, and she has, at our request, provided a brief litigation update. She'll run over and summarize a few of the big cases, Delta-related pending cases, and I think it'll give a flavor of the dysfunction that we have in the system right now, and the need for an august body like you to actually come up with a comprehensive plan. So there's a lot going on right now. So with that, I'll turn to Rebecca.
Ms. Coleman, you've got to get pretty close to that microphone to be heard.
Okay. The first case that I'd like to tell you about is the consolidated Delta smelt cases, and that came about from the Fish and Wildlife Service biological opinion, which found that the operations of the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project are likely to jeopardize the existence of the Delta smelt and adversely modify their habitat. So as a result, the Fish and Wildlife Service required a number of reasonable and prudent alternatives, or RPAs, to minimize the jeopardy to the Delta smelt. Judge Wanger granted a motion for preliminary injunction precluding the implementation of some of the RPAs, because Fish and Wildlife Service violated NEPA by failing to analyze the impact on humans and the human environment, and because the Fish and Wildlife Service did not use the best available science in developing the RPAs. A hearing on the summary judgment motion was held on July 8th and 9th of 2010, and a decision is expected soon. The next case is the consolidated salmon cases. This is very similar to the last case, but it dealt with the NIMS biological opinion that found the State Water Project and Central Valley Project are likely to jeopardize the existence and adversely modify the habitat of the salmon. So NIMS required a number of RPAs to regulate project operations at certain times in order to minimize the jeopardy to the salmon. Judge Wanger granted a motion for preliminary injunction on that as well, precluding the implementation of some of the RPAs. He concluded that NIMS violated NEPA by failing to analyze the harms to human health and safety and the human environment. And NIMS develops the RPAs without any reasonable and scientifically justified biological explanation for selecting the specific remedies chosen. The petitioners have moved for summary judgment, and oral arguments are scheduled to begin in December of this year. Then we have the state water contractors versus the Department of Fish and Game. DFG found that the Fish and Wildlife Service federal permit was consistent with CISA in a consistency determination. So the state water contractors brought suit, claiming that the DFG failed to rely on the best available science in the consistency determination. The petitioners sought declaratory and injunctive relief, but on July 8th, the court issued a stipulation in order to stay the proceedings. Next is the state water contractors versus Department of Fish and Game. It has the same name, and it's a very similar case again. The Department of Fish and Game found that the NIMS federal permit was consistent with CISA in a consistency determination, and the state water contractors again brought suit, claiming that the DFG failed to rely on the best available science. The petitioners also claimed that the limits on water exports violate the prohibition against the unreasonable use and waste of water under the California Constitution. The petitioners sought declaratory and injunctive relief, but on July 13th, the court issued a stipulation in order to stay proceedings. Then we have the Kern County Water Agency versus Department of Fish and Game. The petitioners brought suit alleging that the DWR is not subject to CISA because DWR is not a person as defined in the Fish and Game Code. Therefore, DWR is not required to obtain an incidental take permit from DFG prior to exercising the right to continue operations of the State Water Project. The petitioners further claim that the smelt consistency determination was not supported by substantial evidence. On April 22nd, the court issued a stipulation in order to stay proceedings because the issues are currently being litigated in other cases. And there's the Coalition for Sustainable Delta v. McCammon. The petitioners filed a complaint in the Eastern District Court of California alleging that the enforcement of regulations protecting the striped bass population violates the Endangered Species Act because the striped bass prey on other ESA-listed species. The court recently denied the petitioner's summary judgment motion because a dispute exists over the causal link between striped bass abundance and increased mortality of ESA-listed species. A mandatory settlement conference is scheduled for October of this year, but if a settlement is not reached, the case will go to trial in January of 2011.
Do you know the judge to whom that's assigned here in Sacramento?
No, I don't. Yes.
I'm sorry?
Federal court, I think it's a wager case.
Oh, it's Wanger, so, are you sure?
Pretty sure.
Okay, all right.
So the last,
One other question. Is that limited to the Sacramento River or the San Joaquin River, or does it include both? Okay.
All right, people might have trouble hearing us,
I don't
all
know
of
the
us.
answer.
Ms. Coleman,
I'll find
Mr.
out for you,
Stevens,
Randy.
Mr. Eisenberg, Mr. Feery, all of us, get the microphone closer to you so people can hear, please. The question was whether we know if this was limited to Sacramento River issues or included the San Joaquin as well. I think the answer was we're not sure yet. We'll check.
Not sure, but I would presume it's the entire delta.
All right, well, let's
But I'll
do
check for
this.
you, Randy.
Let's check with that, and I think maybe the best way to do it is tomorrow. We can get a note back at the beginning of the meeting, just a verbal response from one of you on the jurisdiction or the range of that, if you would, please. Okay?
then we have the last case, and it's also the most recent one. It was filed on September 3rd by the California Water Impact Network, the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance, and Aqua Alliance against the California State Water Resources Control Board and DWR. The petitioners allege that the board and DWR have failed to protect the public trust, have wastefully and unreasonably divert and stored water from the Delta in violation of the California Constitution, and failed to enforce and comply with permit and licensing conditions. The petitioners are seeking declaratory and injunctive relief, and respondents have not yet filed an answer.
Okay. Mr. Stevens?
Yeah, just a few closing. Thank you very much. That was well done. And maybe you can stay around and do the standards of review for us, because that was so clear.
Yeah, right. Nice try.
And just a few editorial comments there. Obviously, this is a sampling of the litigation that's out there, but just to give you a flavor, there is a lot out there, some in federal court, some in state court. Interesting dynamics with regard to some of the state agencies. Some are being sued in state court defending opinions and permits. Others are in federal court intervening and perhaps saying that some of the restrictions are too stringent. So it's an interesting dynamic. There's a lot out there. A lot of these are long-standing cases, but the last case that Rebecca mentioned is actually a brand-new case filed in September. So there's a lot out there. There probably will be more coming. So the point is that your task here is very important, and litigation is it's evidence of the dysfunction in the system. So we've got to fix the system. But thank you very much. Well done.
Thank you, Ms. Coleman. Has Mr. Stevens been behaving himself? Is he a good person to work for? Okay. Thank you for doing this. Okay. Members, I forgot to add one point. This morning, maybe an hour ago, the Department of Fish and Game just released its draft report required under our enabling statute on water flows. I had a chance to look at the title page, the table of contents, and then flip the computer through, 120 pages of the additional document. I'd ask our science folks, not today and probably not tomorrow, to look at it and, understanding its draft, to try to figure out, in some sense, what they're saying, and more important, as important, how it relates to the Water Board report that was issued, 30 days ago, something like that. And I suspect we'll probably have something definitive for the next meeting, if we can. Mr. Grindstaff?
Thank you. Before I move on to the zero-based budget update, there are a couple of administrative things. We are going to be passing around a sheet here to let each of you order sandwiches if you choose to.
The orders are in my possession along with cash to pay for them.
Right.
Okay?
We've already got it.
Got it.
Okay. Second thing, we're recommending that we change the agenda today to bring up item 9, excuse me.
And that is
item 10.
10, BDCP.
BDCP to 11 o'clock. David Nawi, who is a representative of the Secretary of Interior, and Secretary Snow from the Natural Resources Agency, would like to come and address some of the issues that have been in the press. You've probably all read about the discussion that's occurred about the private meetings where the principals are trying to come to some consensus about BDCP. They'll talk to us about that beginning at 11, if you agree to modify the agenda that way. That's a key item. And the chair talked about the stressors letter, which was included in the package that we received after the agenda.
From the legislature.
From the legislature.
I'm from legislators, not from the body itself, either body.
But it included, I think, 20 or 22 senators and more than 40 members of the Assembly, so it clearly is a reflection.
I don't think either number was as high, but there were a lot of them.
There were a lot.
Yeah.
Large number of members,
Yeah.
asking us to direct the Independent Science Board to deal with stressors, and I have had a discussion with the lead scientist, Cliff Dahm, and that is an issue that they want to bring forward to the Independent Science Board at their first meeting, which is next week, and ask them to address. And so that's something that I expect the chair will want to discuss with them. He's on their agenda.
Well, I wanted to just make sure that the council agreed. Mr. Fiorini raised it. All of us have kind of talked about it. I think it's a good idea for us to ask the science program, and then, they're part of the Independent Science Board is part of this whole complex, and go to the board. And the first thing we need is, in my judgment, is a comprehensive listing of potential stressors. Everyone who comes to us is going to have their favored list of stressors. Here are the ones we want you to spend the most time on, ignore the rest. But I think that's tactics. It's not policy. And I'd really like the scientists to give us a list of the potential stressors. And then, although this is more complicated, at some point we're going to need an identification of either the most serious, those of them with the most impact, and also an evaluation of ones which may be most susceptible to change if we should concentrate on them. That's pretty complex, but that is, the inventory is a starting point. And then I am guessing, and we don't have to decide this today, but I'm just guessing that at some point you may even want to set up another council committee to consider, to do the first screen on the comprehensive list and so on. Mr. Fiorini and I will report tomorrow to you on what we're doing on early actions, but I think it's going to require several days of additional hearing on the stressor issues, and might warrant that. You don't have to do it today, but that's just kind of a heads up on where I think we're going. Mr. Fiorini, then Mr. Nordhoff.
I agree with the need to go to the Independent Science Board and ask them for their input. But I would suggest, rather than wait until a future meeting to kick that off, if we could take the approach something like a request for proposal and outline, just as you just did, an inventory with an assessment of the impact and potential solutions, and bring that, if we could kick that off today or tomorrow somehow, we could speed things up.
We'll get the rest of the comments and come back to it, and we'll ask for Mr. Grindstaff's response. Mr. Nordhoff?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is
Is that on? I guess it is.
supposed to be on.
We'll get you a little more volume here.
This is more of a question than a comment. It seems like we're moving in the direction of modeling the entire ecosystem. There are two types of models. One is to build a model theoretically, and another one is to actually physically build a model.
Right.
How much work have we done on this in the past? Now, I know it is so complex, we don't know enough to build a solid model as you would in many other instances, but has any effort been made to build a partial model, to try to rank those stressors and those things, and then try to model them, forgetting about some of the lesser components of the system?
Mr. Grindstaff?
There's been a lot of work on that as part of the evaluation of the alternatives in BDCP. They have to run through a modeling process, hydrologic, and all of the other things. Right now, that involves 22 different models. So when they select an alternative that they want to analyze, to come out in the end with an effects analysis that says this is what we think the effect of doing these things would be in the end, they have to run that process for a thorough evaluation through 22 different models to get that to come together. Before this effort, there was also an effort that started, I think, 5 years ago to do something called Cascade, which was a similar effort where you had one model that fed into the next model that fed into the next model, where you could get some answers to key questions by using the combination of different models. That effort was complete. The modeling part of it was complete last year. Not all of the science papers that came out of that have been published. Some of them are important for us as we move ahead, and I was just talking to our science program. When they come up for their report, maybe they can talk about how quickly that information will be available for use. But there's been an immense amount of effort, as you can imagine. It's a very complex system, but it is something that we're working on and is absolutely key to making decisions.
How about putting this as a topic in front of the Independent Science Board and just see if anybody else has been doing anything differently with this with any more results?
Yeah, I hesitate to say that. Well, I'm going to say it anyway. My instinct is the council is not going to be engaged in an independent, exhausting modeling effort of its own, but will develop a comprehensive view of what a desired delta ecosystem ought to be, as suggested by the statute. That will involve far more detail and precision than ever existed for the Delta Vision process that a number of us were engaged in. And modeling will be brought to bear, but I think it's largely going to be the modeling that's done by others. I want to just add a reservation that I want the scientists to, they may tell us that certain components require a more explicit modeling evaluation structure. I don't know the right terminology, and we could consider that. And incidentally, it is also relevant to our discussion tomorrow when we talk about the Delta Plan and the notice of preparation, which is the necessary first procedural step, because we have to start laying out options for review. Second thing, I keep going back in my mind to that opening speech that Lester Snow gave in April at our very first meeting. He's given it many times before, but it reminds me of how important it actually was. He says, look, population's growing, the water supply is tight, we've done things in the Delta, primarily changed the land configuration and patterns of use, channelized the property. Those things, together with a whole bunch of other things under the nomenclature of stressors, bring us to where we are today. And my instinct is the inventory is likely going to start with that kind of snow-like comprehensive view and then work down. And our job's going to be to try to wend our way between the combatants who prefer that we review stressors that they think will be most helpful there for their desired policy outcomes, as opposed to whatever our statutory mandates are. I think it's complicated, but I think it's really important and very useful, as a matter of fact. Very useful.
I think at the very least. Is that working any better?
We hope so. Okay.
Is just ask and see if anybody has made any progress on model building.
Okay.
Maybe there's some information we can glean from one of the experts and take in-house here.
Ms. Hastings, Mr. Harder are out there nodding yes. And it may be useful when you do that, Ms. Hastings, since you've got your tablet out and are taking notes, maybe an email to the council members after the first meeting of the Science Board, just saying, you asked this question, Science Board discussed it, we have a bunch of answers. That could be part of an entire meeting summary. It's a 2-day meeting at the Science Board, but highlighting that would be important, I think, for all of us. Mr. Grindstaff, what do you think?
I think that's a good idea.
Okay. I think we probably ought to, I'm sorry, Mr. Fiorini.
Joe hasn't answered my question.
Oh, would you ask him?
Remind me of the question.
Can we submit something along the lines of a request for proposal to the Independent Science Board, asking them to itemize, evaluate the stressors along the lines of the conversation we just had, breaking it down in geography, biology, chemistry, if you will, and placing some sort of a priority on which ones are worse than others and what could be done about it?
That's exactly what I talked with Cliff about doing, is actually coming up with some kind of a charge. They call it in scientific circles, saying, could you do these things and report back to the council? The way it probably will work is we'll work together and get a charge drafted, work with the Independent Science Board. They will likely ask our science program staff, who are here, to do a first draft so they can then have a document that the Independent Science Board, can review, change, modify, adjust, and then give back to the council,
Ms. Hastings,
hopefully quickly.
let's get the science program up here to comment. I think you're on.
Executive Officer for the Science Program. I also wanted to mention that the NRC panel that reviewed the OCAP decisions, and that report is already out, also was asked this same question. And they've already met, but we don't know when their report is due. That is also, though, a representative, David Polankansky, will be at next week's Delta Independent Science Board meeting, and so we will be sure to ask him when that report will be due, and I think that will be very informative and may, in fact, already produce an answer that folks are looking for.
Mr. Grindstaff, just a suggestion. I think it might make sense to, I'm going to ask for public comment in a minute, but it might make sense for us to simply ask the executive director to proceed with the discussion as outlined, but also to draft a potential charge with the science program people that could be carried to the Independent Science Board at their meeting next week. I don't want to wait another month to get a report back and then talk about a charge and all of that. Part of that would also be a suggestion on process, Mr. Fiorini's point. I just make one caveat. Every time, if the early action proposal system we set up is any indication, and I think this is mostly my fault, it led to an ollie auction-free belief that anything anyone thought was really nifty deserves consideration by the council, and it's an outrage unless we tell all state and federal agencies to drop everything else and do whatever they're suggesting. I am not interested in the tactics of this. I am interested in the science, the hydrology, and some notion of how it affects the delta ecosystem, the water supply system, our co-equal values. So the only reason I make that caution is you might find yourself on another committee with another 2 or 3 days a month on top of this doing stressors, which I know you'd enjoy.
I think it's important that we get the list, and if it takes that amount of time, then so be it.
Okay. All right. All right. Anyone in the audience
Chair.
want to talk to us on this?
Chair.
Ms. Gray, I'm sorry.
Hi. I just wanted to add my support to moving forward with the request, and certainly before the next meeting. And Randy kind of covered the fact that I thought they should be in priority and how realistic it is in terms of accomplishing those stressors and categorizing them. So just wanted to add my support to that.
Okay. Anyone in the audience want to talk to us on this stressor issue? Okay, seeing no one coming up to talk to us. As I understand it, Mr. Grindstaff, we're talking about asking the science program independents to ask the science board to develop a comprehensive list of, I call them potential stressors. I'm not sure that's the right phraseology, but it might be. Number two, to at least tell us how to approach the prioritization. I suspect that's very complex, but prioritization. 3, get suggestions from the science folks about how to deal with Mr. Fiorini's idea of process. That is, you ask people to nominate this stuff. And then last, you would draft a draft charge to take with the science program to take to the Independent Science Board next week, hoping we could get the process underway fairly rapidly. That'd be my hope. Is that agreeable?
It's agreeable.
Mr. Grindstaff? Okay.
Yes.
All right. All right. Okay. I don't think we need to take a vote on that. We'll just note that we had. Is there any objection? We unanimously requested that of the staff.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Grindstaff. That's important. Thank you very much for bringing that up.
I have a couple other items in the
Yes, sir.
executive officer's report. The zero-based budget. As you'll recall, maybe you won't recall, but the state legislature this last year, as they were doing their budget, agreed that they wanted to ask us to do a zero-based budget this coming year. That has not yet been. They asked it in July, but they haven't passed the budget yet, so it's not yet law. However, we as administrative folks submit our budgets in October to the Department of Finance, and it's it's possible that this won't become law requiring us to do this until after we've already submitted our budgets. So our plan is in the October meeting to come to you with a proposal asking for your recommendation for what we submit to the Department of Finance. And we have to be careful here because things are confidential.
I had a question.
Mr. Johnston.
Do we have to submit that before or after the legislature does its zero-based budget for its own operations?
You don't have to answer it. We
Thank
might
you.
call that a speculative question. Thank you.
Okay. There's another part of that. The Department of Finance is asking on an administrative level that everybody that was involved in CalFed and all of the positions that were involved in all of the programs that were involved in CalFed submit on a zero-based budget basis, and that all of those things come to our staff. And we have just received most of them, not all of them yet, and we're supposed to make staff recommendations to the Department of Finance in 2 weeks, I believe.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to let you know that that is occurring. It's not something that we're allowed to publicly bring out and discuss all of the other departments' budgets and what our recommendations are, but it is a significant effort.
Implicit in that discussion is a very complicated question of, as we go through this next year, we develop a Delta plan that is in many ways, it doesn't supplant what CalFed Bay Delta does, but it obviously creates a major additional and perhaps in the legislature and governor's mind, a primary function supplemented by the science program. And we're going to have a hard discussion and focus on, what remains, what should remain, what shouldn't remain of CalFed Bay Delta, and that'll also be impacted by the PDCP process and a whole bunch of other things. It's very complex.
It is complex. I'll give you an example, not to pick on anybody in particular. Surface storage was a project that was part of CalFed, and doing the studies on each of the additional CalFed projects, which were mentioned and potentially funded in the bond measure, which is now delayed to 2012. The projects specifically allowed for funding were CalFed surface storage projects. That's something that would be in that zero-based budget. That's not something, I believe, that necessarily the council itself will need to be involved in the future. But for now, the Department of Finance is saying, you guys need to look at this and give your administrative recommendations to the department for how we move forward. And that's an example where I think our administrative recommendation would be absolutely this program needs to continue to support the direction that the legislature gave last year.
Okay.
So
right.
just an update, and we will be bringing a proposed budget for your recommendations next year to the next meeting. I wanted to talk some about the communication and engagement plan, but I wanted to actually have Keith Coolidge do that. And Keith is at BDCP now, and it appears isn't back yet. Maybe that's something, we have a draft plan.
Why don't we just do this? It wasn't for action, it was scheduled for discussion. Let's put that over till tomorrow. I've got a host of little questions that I'd raise. We don't have to act on it, so we can move that over to tomorrow, if that's okay with you, Mr. Grindstaff.
That's
Okay.
great.
All right. Just one last thing. I had suggested that we include the legislative analyst's analysis of a ballot measure, Proposition 26, which is going to be relevant to the question of the imposition of fees. And this is one of the great raging debates. This is the business community's assault on the Sinclair paint litigation. But the practical implication, this is not for action, it's for information. The practical implication is for new fees, except for those specifically excluded, and there's an argument about what's excluded. For new fees, it would require a 2/3 vote of the legislature, not the current majority vote of the legislature. Now, I have my own personal opinions. I won't bore you with them very much, except to say that the harder it gets to raise money for anything at all, the harder it is to do anything, but that's neither here nor there. This is one you might want to take a look at and read, particularly as we go through this year and talk about our financing plan for the future. It will substantially impact recommendations we make. So that's it. Mr. Grindstaff, did you have anything else?
I think that's it.
By the way, I did note, I thought I saw Kamiar come in from DWR. Did he? There he is. Members, he provided us with this packet, which I commend to your attention. This is the state water plan highlights, it says, but as you know, every 5 years, the Department of Water Resources does an update of the state water plan. Now, in printed form, this is 3,000 pages long, is my recollection. Okay, you have a CD in the back, which I'd commend for your attention. It is full of the darndest stuff you've ever seen. I can't remember if there are any cartoons this time or not, but you never know. Lots of interesting paper and documentation, and save this one if you would. Take a look at it. You can find things on here you will not easily find in other state reports. Come here. Thank you for giving us this extra copy. Appreciate that very much.
I want to add that our chair may be one of the 5 people in the state that reads every single word.
Not every single word, but many words. Many words. Many words. Okay. I think we ought to go, Mr. Grindstaff. Rather than go to the meeting summary, the minutes of the meeting, why don't you talk to us about the problem that's occurred?
Yeah. At the last meeting, the council asked that we include
we summarize the comments
of the speakers, and our assistant, with her limited time, spent hours and hours and hours going through every one of the speakers, and they tended to wander, if you will, and so that made her task more difficult. And we eventually got something done. We've got that at the back of the room. I don't want to ask you to adopt the meeting summary today, but I do want to ask that you consider giving us direction that would allow us to put the person's name and put a web link to the site where people can actually see the
testimony.
Testimony, so that there's no question. That way, that simplifies the task for us, and I think makes it just as good, maybe even better for the individuals who testify. Then you can always go to the web and see exactly what they said.
Yeah. I must confess, when we talked about that last time, I didn't give it a moment's thought. I just thought it was a good idea. Some people who testified wanted that to be done. Mr. Nordhoff, you were innocent of this since you were traveling. Could you pull that closer to you, or can we get some more volume for Mr. Nordhoff, please?
I'm just going to start hollering. Is that better? How about asking the speaker, the person, as you put it, who gives testimony, to do a one-page summary?
That would even be better.
Or a half-page
but
summary.
I see speakers out there saying, "Oh, I don't want to do that." But
I think it would be a good discipline, really.
if
And it doesn't have to be in prose. It can be just bullet points.
the other
with
alternative is
recommendations.
we have people fill out speakers cards with their name, and if they just wrote on their one sentence or two sentences about this is what I wanted to say, that would be helpful. Or we can do both. We can
Just to keep it simple, just a summary. No longer than a page, bullet points if you want, prose if you want.
Okay,
And-
okay. At the risk of prolonging the discussion, let's have the staff consider this
Okay.
and consider all the options that have been discussed. My hunch is we're probably going to do a more elaborate use of the blue form for the title and the subject areas being covered. Although a shorthand summary, and I see Mr. Zlotkin sitting over there grinning, so therefore I'm going to use him as an example. Ms. Rogers would say, Mr. Zlotkin spoke at length about many subjects which include 14 of the following, or something like that.
I would also point out that legally we can't require
Yeah.
that anybody
Well,
do that.
fine. I think we're making a travesty out of this. I think it's an opportunity for a speaker, recognizing that not a lot of people are going to tune in to watch a rerun. To give them an opportunity to list in one page in whatever format they want their salient points. And
We
it
could-
can be optional.
Well,
I think it would be wise
since,
if the
since
people
we
were to do
can't
that.
legally require it, the suggestion would be we are prepared to attach it to the minutes of the meeting if they submit it in time for the adoption at the next council meeting. That gives them the right to do so. We'd encourage them to do so. If we can't compel them, and I guess we can't, so Mr. Stevens is shaking his head no.
That's correct. I am shaking my head now.
Ah, got it. Yeah, Mr. Fiorini.
In discussions like this, we often lose sight of the original point. The point was that the speakers wanted to make sure that their comments counted, and I think that was the reason why they asked that a summary be included. For the record, each time somebody speaks publicly, I write down their name and I write down a summary of their comments, so I can go back and probably tell people what they said that they don't remember. It
You're
seems,
very dangerous.
It seems to me that our staff does not have to spend hours and hours after the meeting going through this, but simply do as I do. Just jot the notes down, and to the best of their ability, try and achieve in a sentence or two capture the thoughts. Following the meeting, at the next meeting, when we review that, if there's a member of the public that feels that they have been misrepresented, they can speak to it at that point. But I think it's a waste of staff time to spend hours after the meeting trying to capture all this stuff. Let's do it.
Would you like me to summarize where we are?
You want me to do it?
If you'd like to.
The staff will not be preparing a summary of comments. The speaker can, at his or her discretion, provide a summary either in advance, when the testimony is given, or subsequent to that. And it's all optional.
And the statements provided will be available and posted on the website at the earliest opportunity in some category. Do you wish to have us consider coding to the video cast? I don't know whether that's. Let's not do that quite yet, but ask Mr. Grindstaff to look at it. If that's an easy thing to do, because we have our simulcast recording up within, 24, 48 hours after the meeting. That's the permanent record of the testimony, such as it is. Just take a look at that, if you would, Joe.
Okay, based on all of this discussion, we will, for the meeting notes of today's and tomorrow's meetings, we'll come back with a revised version next month, and we'll bring last month's, which you have in front of you today.
We'll call this that Ms. Rogers is free at last from the burden we imposed on her last month. Is that? Okay. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Supervisor Natoli, how are you, sir? Good.
6, is that correct?
Yes, we're continuing that meeting notice. We're going to do the lead scientist report, and then we got Mr. Snow and Mr. Nowie who just walked in and to talk about the BDCP stuff, which we moved up the agenda. Mr. Grindstaff, what do you want to do? The gentlemen are here. Are the other folks available on BDCP? We could move to that right now if you like.
I think we should go ahead, since they're here. I don't want to impose any more on their time. We can take science up after we deal with this.
Okay. By the way, members, turn off your cell phones, please. Interfere with the system.
I should mention that they're having problems with the web broadcast. Apparently, it's fixed. Apparently, we have very, very high number of people watching the broadcast today.
Ratings are up.
Ratings are up, yeah.
Is that more than 30?
Yes, sir. We have quite a high demand for this broadcast. So we did have some server problems in Chicago, and they've been resolved, and we're maintaining it.
Thank you.
When we say a lot of people, is that in double figures, then?
All 7 of them.
There could be a financing opportunity in advertising then.
Okay. Mr. Grindstaff, if you would kick off this discussion, please. We're moving up item number 10 on the agenda. Item number 10.
Yes. You have all seen the press in the last week about BDCP and the effort to try and bring the parties together. Mr. Lester Snow and David Nowie are here today and want to talk some about what's going on and how they're trying to bring the parties to a place where real key decisions can be made. Lester is, as you know, the Secretary for Natural Resources, and David Nowie is the representative for the Secretary of Interior responsible for these issues. And I'm going to invite them to come and sit up here if that's the way you'd prefer it. That way you can have a real discussion.
Okay. Gentlemen, can we grab you up here? We're clearing a space at the table here. Substituting name tags. In answer to the question, can't we all get along?
Yeah.
Who wants to start? Should we arm wrestle?
So we boosted your ratings, is that what I understand?
I think that's like.
I will start. I think that works. I want to hit 3 topics. One is just several basic schedule issues that I think are not clearly understood about BDCP and where we're headed and when we expect to get things done. Second issue is BDCP principals meetings, and I'll call it associated correspondence, and the proliferation of one newspaper does a story and everybody does a story based on the story. It's an interesting journalistic phenomenon. Hope that didn't convey an attitude.
No, we're puzzled about what you're saying.
Okay. And then finally, just call it the better need for communication between BDCP and this council. And I think there's a number of areas where we can improve that. Basic schedule. There's been a lot of attention on a November draft. We have targeted, actually with Interior in a joint press release some time ago, a desire to have a draft of some sort this November. And I think there's been a lot of confusion about what that would be. In the best case, that draft is a preliminary draft. It's not even an official BDCP draft document. In the least case, and we've had a lot of discussion about this, it is a state transition report to the next administration and a status report to the next administration. Our efforts right now are moving as far as we can on a draft of that nature. But again, as I indicated, in no case is it an official public review draft that would be available in November. Our current schedule is we would have that complete draft and a draft EIR, EIS, probably in late spring, early summer of 2011. And I just think that is not well understood. There seems to be some sense that we're going to do the official draft and an official EIR, EIS this November, and that simply is not in the cards. Now, I think most of you are aware that BDCP has been going on for some time. Depending on when you start the clock, it's probably 4 years, 3.5 years. Great deal of effort, a lot of analysis, a lot of funds expended, a lot of individual entities' resources expended. In most cases, the participation in the steering committee, which has been very, very consistent, has been delegated down in organizations. And I don't say that to denigrate anybody's participation, but it typically hasn't been the directors or managers who are there every 2 weeks to participate. So recognizing that and the need that we need to move to start making decisions, we decided we need to start briefing the managers and directors of organizations to get up to speed on the issues, the status of BDCP, and perhaps provide more clear guidance to their participants. So we decided to have principals meetings, BDCP principals meetings, to start having briefings and get people to understand what's going on and what needs to be done. They were designed to be limited duration, set up a very specific schedule, do it with all of the main caucuses in the room. Instead of state people briefing state people, actually have NGOs, contractors, feds, state, all in the room, so everybody hears what everybody's saying. The intent being that all of that, whatever is said, flows back through the public meetings and the steering committee. On the rare chance that we could make decisions, those decisions will be made in a public meeting. Now, to help get people's attention on how the pieces fit together, because if you've visited the BDCP website or you've followed it in any length of time, you know there's literally hundreds of pages of reports. And they're all kind of separate pieces. And so in order to show how it fits together, the state, on its own, put together a discussion draft to show how the pieces could fit together and illustrate trade-offs or connections between adaptive management and certainty, how you manage risk and uncertainty, and so we put that together. That has caught some people's attention, perhaps most notably Senator Walk and other associates, who sent a letter expressing some concern about that as a closed-door, secret process, smoke-filled room type of situation, which is not the intent at all. We actually have responded just today. Let me pass around a letter sent to the senator. And in addition to explaining what we're doing, we note in the letter the website where the report that has been referenced is obtainable. Now, one of the things, when you have a chance to look at that report, the preface in the report actually has a list of outstanding issues in BDCP that I know have been discussed here, and you've seen the different issues list with citations of where they're queued up in the report. Again, as further illustration of how these pieces would fit together. So from our perspective, this is the kind of thing that catches on very quickly in the media, concerns about secret meetings. The choice we had is, as I indicated a moment ago, everybody briefs up their chain separately, or you try to pull everybody into a room so that the NGOs hear how the state and feds are talking about an issue, hear how the contractors are talking about an issue, instead of everybody briefing separately and having their own language about it. Again, the intent is all of this goes before the steering committee in a public session, and all decisions, all movement forward will be done in public. I would recommend that you take a look at the discussion draft we put together. It's the first time we have assembled all of the different elements in one place. which in my opinion makes the whole BDCP process more accessible to the public rather than have to comb through hundreds of pages of documents on a website. The final, third point is maybe an obvious issue. It occurs to me that Delta Stewardship Council's interest is that BDCP be very successful, meaning that there's a high-quality HCP, a high-quality NCCP that's produced. It certainly is BDCP's interest that the Delta Stewardship Council understands what's going on in the process, and maybe more importantly, that the Delta plan provides the broader context for these two HCP and NCCPs to fit in. You may recall at the beginning of this process, there was concern about the nature, the precise connection between the Council and BDCP because of the appellate role that this organization has. And I believe at that time it was decided, Joe Grindstaff had previously been on the steering committee. He resigned from that position. We actually created another seat, as it were, and I believe the chairman euphemistically referred to it as a small table in the back of the room, and maybe even the kids' table might have been uttered.
I never said it was the kids' table.
That has been done. However, it's my understanding that staff members do not attend the steering committee, and I think that's a major problem. So I think it's important that a staff member from the Council attend the steering committees on a regular basis, not just to get the documents, but get a flavor of the discussion that goes on at the steering committee. Additionally, I understand you have a report from your consultant up today. I've had a number of inputs, not a detailed briefing, that has expressed two kinds of concerns with it. Some things that are just factually wrong in the report, but more to my issue is references to requests for more information from BDCP that we're unable to track. We don't know who the request was made of, so we don't know who to lean on to get the information. So what I think is critically important is that BDCP needs a clear point of contact for the Council, and the Council needs a clear point of contact for BDCP. And so at any moment when there's a sense that there's data that's not being made available to the Council, I know exactly who's responsible, I know exactly who the request was made of. And I think that will help reduce delays and potentially reduce friction that can accrue in miscommunication like this. So I guess the only thing I want to say in wrapping up is there's been an awful lot of work done in BDCP, a tremendous investment by stakeholders in that process. I saw Gary Bobker when I came in. He can probably tell you, he mentioned to me he actually has another job, which most of the time it seems like he's Mr. Steering Committee BDCP. It's just an example of the commitment that has been made to this. There are difficult issues. There's been a lot of work done, and I think we can make substantial progress on the co-equal goals continuing down this path. So again, it's our intention to put together a complete report in November. In the least case, it is a transition and status report for the next administration. In the best case, it is a fairly complete draft for the public to consider and understand, roughly 4, 5, 6 months in advance of there being an official draft. With that, I'll turn it over to my colleague, my federal colleague.
Mr. Nowie.
Thank you very much, Chairman Eisenberg and members of the Council. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. In your first meeting, I believe in April, Lester and I were here, and I indicated that the federal government would be very glad to provide whatever support and assistance we can, and that offer remains. We appreciate the work you're doing. I will try not to repeat many of Lester's points, but one which bears stating right at the beginning is the critical importance of trying to arrive at a solution to the water problems the state is facing, and the difficulty of that attempt, because these problems have been on the table for literally decades. There were attempts made in the 80s, the 90s, the CalFed process, and now we have another process underway. And for this process to succeed, however we define success, would be a great accomplishment. And one way of defining success would be to achieve the co-equal goals that are embodied in the state legislation. As Lester pointed out, the process, we are at a preliminary point in the process, and I want to make something very clear. A habitat conservation plan is being proposed. That would be subject to approval by the two federal fish agencies, that is the National Marine Fisheries Service and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. That approval will not come, if at all, until after the full environmental impact report, environmental impact statement has been circulated along with a draft of the Habitat Conservation Plan. There's been a full public review and comment period, and a record of decision would be issued. That would not happen until sometime in 2012, by all anticipation. By the same token, I don't want to get into the state law, but this is intended to be a natural community conservation plan under the state law, and again, the decision on that will not be made by the Department of Fish and Game until 2012, and then there'll be a completed plan for your council to consider. In going forward, needless to say, but I think it does bear saying, that the federal agencies will be bound by the best science and keep science in mind and do everything we can to come up with a solution within the bounds of the law that furthers the co-equal goals. So with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Members? Mr. Fiorini.
Secretary Snow, I wanted to express appreciation for the report that the Resources Department put out. I don't know at what point I received it, if it was official or unofficial, but I understand it's on the website now, and so it is available for anyone to look at and to read, and I think it is an excellent step forward in pulling the pieces, as you've described, together in one place for people to review. I wanted to be clear, because we'll be meeting with our consultant to BDCP soon. I wanted to be clear on your request. One, that a staff member from the council attend the steering committee meetings. Two, that we identify a point person at the council to interact with BDCP. And three, when information is requested, to be specific about it and ask for it in writing. Is that a summary of what your recommendations are?
Yes. I mean, even on the last point, though, which is, I think, is very important, even if it's not in writing, we know precisely who's been asked for what. And so probably the easiest way is at least an email on that. And because the first thing when I was aware of the matrix, and again, I haven't really been briefed on this, was to ask some of our BDCP folks, who's been asked for this? And nobody seemed to know. And it's just that at this point of the game and the high stakes we're playing with, that needs to be crystal clear. What's the request? Who is it made of? And then we can track it and either say, no, you're asking the wrong person or the wrong question or whatever. But at this point, we don't know how to manage it from our side.
Okay. Other questions, members? Ms. Marcus.
Just a quick one, because I know it's a long process. Thank you for coming, and thanks for all the work that you've been doing. The question I have is just how to read the document that you did, the issues for discussion document. Is it I see in the beginning you have a consolidated issues list, which has, in some cases, an answer, in other cases, a direction to another chapter to look at for answers. And then you have the document itself that seems like a straw man or a white paper proposal, which is the state at the moment putting down what it thinks is a straw man, right? Or straw person.
Yes, but only for discussion purposes. It's not the state of California's proposal.
Okay, and so in it, I think this is, in some of the swirl that I have heard about it, and I wanted to ask you before I had any opinion of it. So you're putting down, for instance, for discussion, and then in your process, you're saying, okay, here's the issue, here's a for instance, what do you think of the for instance? Because I think it was read as the state's draft plan, or wish list.
Yes, I understand that, even though it's, the report's replete with
no, I know.
references that that's not the case.
Yeah.
I mean, essentially, I asked the Department of Water Resources and Department of Fish and Game to pull together as many of the issues as they could and put something on paper to illustrate what BDCP is and the issues we need to deal with. Because heretofore, there's never been any kind of complete draft that would have all of the chapters. So there's, I mean, some areas are very simple, where there's been a question about who is the permittee. And so in here, we simply say it's the state of California, period. There's stakeholders that disagree with that. There's an operating range that's still under scrutiny. We simply put one in here. Size of facility. We simply took the one that the steering committee had sent off to effects analysis in January, and we put that in. That's still an issue. We actually added in here a draft of the range of alternatives that would go into the NEPA-CEQA process. There's probably a lot of agreement on some, but there's at least one that's still being worked on, Alternative 4, which would be the most fish-friendly alternative. So it was, we knew we would get a lot of criticism for the very point that you raised, that it looks like the state's trying to jump the process and saying, here's what we want. But rather, we thought it would help people understand exactly how these pieces fit together.
I tried to read through this report rapidly when it became available. Lester, on the report mentions Appendix A in the long-term water operations. Is that the one that was previously published by BDCP, or is there a separate Appendix A that, this is on page 33, the first bullet point?
I may not know the precise answer to that, but as my understanding is, the operations is what was agreed to as suitable for analysis in January at the steering committee. Long-term ops.
And the reason I ask that, because it refers to this adaptive range, which I assume means the range of permitted water flow variation that would be exercised by the water project and the CVP, which is either 250 total acre feet or 250,000 or 250 million, depending on how I read it, and I don't understand that.
Well, I think the example that was created in there is that you have an operating range that wouldn't change by more than 250,000 acre feet from the annual plan. And then there's an annual plan done every year, and you would learn from last year how you would set up your operations. Does that answer your question?
Well, it certainly answers the question of whether it was 250 acre feet as opposed to 250,000. I assumed it was the latter. The answer is that, yes. Okay. Mr. Natoli.
Yep. Lester, I want to thank you for being here this morning. I guess my question goes to kind of where you've kind of given the range of places we may be with this BDCP in November. Either as you, I think, using your a transition or status report, or on the other end of the spectrum, I guess a review draft that's not one to be circulated, but one, I guess, a kind of a preliminary draft.
Yeah.
Is there still a target date for that, whatever that document's going to be?
Well, I think if you look at a schedule, it probably shows up precisely like November 18th.
Okay, that was.
But I think the target is November. I mean, to have something that we can prepare for the administration and transition team.
And again, without having you play cards, you may not even know are in the deck yet. But what's your sense of where you're going to be on this? If that doesn't put you on the spot too much. Which end of the spectrum, or is that the work in progress, and you'll know when you get there on November 18th?
Well, that is the work in progress. There are some things, probably the precise operating parameters, and actually to the point that the chairman asked, how adaptive management slides within, or how an operating range slides within the adaptive management process is it needs more effects analysis. The effects analysis is not done on this issue, and David may know the precise date, but it probably is closer to the end of the year, first of next year, before that piece will be done. And so that will be a soft piece. And so really, literally what we're trying to do is, in a November draft, get as specific as we can on issues that don't have lingering analysis, and in areas where there needs to be more analysis, show the range, have a sidebar discussion, however we would display that. We would like as few confusions about what has been decided or the direction things are going and what needs additional analysis by the end of this year.
Mr. Nowie, did you want to talk about the delivery of it's the effects analysis, right?
The effects analysis, I want to make a point about the process, and I'll also mention the effects analysis. As I said earlier, this has to be science-based. The effects analysis has to be complete and credible for anything to come out of this that looks like it could be approvable by the fish agency. So we are having to wait for some very important issues on the completion of that analysis. And just on the schedule issue, I want to point out, I think Lester said it, I'm not sure, that whatever comes out of the process, this principles process we are now engaged in, would go to the steering committee between now and November before a draft would come out from the steering committee and be fully publicly vetted.
Mr. Chair, if I just, and that answered part of my follow-up question, is it anticipated that it would be presented to the steering committee for action or just as a report as you put this together? Again, I'm trying to get some familiarity with the process. I know that the interest in having certainly council staff there, but as an observer, but I'm curious, is there sufficient time to, if you're actually ask for council action in this public setting versus a report and ask them to, receive the report? How does that process play out?
Well, everything that's going on is actually going on under the planning agreement for BDCP, and so even these briefings are an extension of the steering committee. And so at the steering committee, they have very precise, in the agreement, it's very precise about how you make decisions and how you resolve conflict. And so it's, as David has already indicated, it's our intent that whatever manner of report comes forward will come through the steering committee. The only caveat I would add to that is if the steering committee is still deliberating on something and can't come to agreement, then that leads to the issue where the state's going to need to prepare a briefing document for the new administration, regardless of what the steering committee has done.
That'll be the status report then. Okay. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Marcus.
I'm not trying to belabor this. I'm just still trying to, before jumping in, since so many people have reacted to this, I'm trying to understand how to look at it in going over it. So I always think it is important to put a white paper or something on the table for discussion. The one thing I think, despite the caveats that people have some trouble with, is that when you get to the issues, you're not saying, here are the issues we need to resolve. You're putting a straw person down.
Right.
And you're saying that's not the state proposal at the moment. It is just should people be reading this as, how should people be reading this in terms of the state's thinking? Because then, are you going through this in the document and hashing it out? Or let me ask you another question. Are you getting the kind of reaction from people in your room and out of your room that's helpful in resolving these issues? Or are you just getting people frustrated with process and not actually saying this, not this, or you should change it this way? I mean, is it working out the way you had hoped to in terms of being able to make it an issue-focused document?
I think the short answer is it is providing the benefit that we wanted, to get people to really focus on the issues and not have an abstract discussion about a single element, but rather how all the elements come together. However, I will say we're getting every manner of reaction that you just described. That the state is interested in finishing the science, they already know what they want, and that was simply the risk that we took to try to avoid the more esoteric, abstract discussions over individual elements, because an HCP or an NCCP isn't about an individual element, it's about how the pieces fit together.
Okay, so then let me ask the next question for people who want to bother commenting on this and being helpful. Is it then, would it be fair to say that people commenting and saying we totally disagree with this might well see your state report at the end look very different from this. Because it's a logical assumption to think that it's going to look like this unless you're convinced otherwise.
Well, I think I'm not sure precisely how to answer that. Obviously, any kind of creative input is useful. And one good example would be where I think that as a result of writing this, everybody's thought process is evolving, is what does the implementing body look like? Is there a board of directors? Is there one manager or two managers? Because there's state and federal. And so we put something down, and I think we've already started evolving beyond what we put in here because people could see very precisely how these pieces fit together and who should be responsible. And it cues up the issues of should the contractor's JPA be in a box or out of a box. So that's the kind of input that we would find very helpful, and it's the real-time discussion that's going on.
Both of you mentioned that one of the measures of success was meeting the co-equal goals. And I understand that most of BDCP occurred long before the legislature and the governor adopted that as state policy. And Mr. Nowie, this is more a state question, but it's also relevant because you mentioned it. Is it understood, and will it be clearly reflected in here, that the BDCP recommendation must meet the co-equal goals of statutes, or is that a hope, not a requirement?
Well, it's not a hope. So maybe before I precisely answer, is your thought that an NCCP is not a high enough environmental standard?
We don't know. The statute was passed after the NCCP-HCP process began, was long underway. And to my knowledge, maybe our lawyers would tell me differently, there's never been a test case about, well, there's never been any litigation on the statutory changes of 2009 because nobody's filed a lawsuit yet. Just a matter of time, of course. But I'm kind of curious because one of the things we're doing is going to be preparing a Delta plan adopted by January 1st, 2012, and we're trying to struggle with how that fits in to a plan that will be hopefully completed by then. But it may not be. We'll hopefully have a finished recommendation and I guess the start of an EIR. Is that what you were saying, Mr. Snow? Don't assume that's a correct statement of what you said.
The current schedule is there would be a draft EIR, EIS late spring, early summer of next year.
All right, so the policy document, then the draft environmental impact report of that document.
Well, they're combined. What would be issued in, just pick a date of May of next year, would be the formal draft BDCP and the draft EIR, EIS that goes with it. Mm-hmm. And that would all be released and then undergo significant public process. Now, to your question, the reason I answered with a question, I mean, the BDCP has always had as its goal two goals, and that is restoration of the ecosystem in the Delta and restoration of water supply reliability. They're co-equal, and so if it didn't use those terms, I'm just not sure what other standard. And as far as I know, NCCP remains the most aggressive environmental standard in the United States. Right. So if you're looking for something beyond that, I don't know what that would be. And our operating parameter right now is we are pursuing co-equal goals, and were before the legislation.
Well, no, I'm good. I'm glad with that. I'm trying not to look beyond the statute, but I am looking at the statute where it indicates that co-equal goals means the ecosystem and water supply for California, but it also it specifically states done in such a way to recognize the unique characteristics of the Delta. That's not the right sentence that was included, but that's part of the definition. And it helps if, when we consider BDCP, there is a match in terminology with the statute that we're facing. That may not be possible. I understand it may be possible, may not be possible. I'm not asking for a formal understanding, but that's one of the things we have to look at, because we're mandated by the law to do our Delta plan through that prism.
We have decided to comply with state law as we prepare this
As
plan.
we all do. As we all do. Mr. Nowie, you were... No? Okay. Yes, Mr. Fiorini.
Just one more question. In addition to the requests that would improve communication, now that we have this issues for discussion paper on the web, I'm certain that our consultants are going to ask us what should we do. What would be helpful to BDCP in terms of responding to the issues for discussion paper and council comments?
Do you have a thought about that, David?
My sense is, as we said earlier, whatever comes...
Mr. Nowie, could you raise your mic just a little bit?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah. As we said earlier, whatever comes out of the process we're engaged in now, and will be for the next week or so, will go publicly to the steering committee. So if the council, through its consultants or otherwise, has any comments or information bearing on what is in this document, I think there'd be an appropriate opportunity before the steering committee to present that. And we would welcome that.
If I could add, though, it's never been our intent, and we will not use this as a base document where we get everybody's edits and we change this and this becomes the draft. This really was a framework for discussion, literally how it was intended and how it's been used.
Yeah. By the way, I should just say, I commend you for actually preparing it. Processes like this always turn into negotiations over endless detail, and there is something immensely useful about having a document that steps back and tries to outline overviews. I may disagree with elements, but that's not the point. It becomes more understandable, not less controversial, but more understandable, and therefore more useful. So I commend the state for giving a shot at this.
I am not prone to complimenting Lester and his colleagues, but this document has proved very, very useful, because what we had was the combined consolidated issues list you see at the front of this document on one hand, which is very skeletal, to put it mildly, and then many pages of documents on the BDCP website without a framework which would enable us to address them in their totality. And this document, content of the proposed solutions aside, was very useful in providing that framework. And I want to commend Lester and his colleagues, particularly the people in Fish and Game, the Department of Water Resources, for doing this.
Would you like to summarize what you don't commend him for our contrasting purposes?
You don't have enough time.
Thank you, Mr. Nowie. Okay, questions? Ms. Gray, did you have any questions? No. Mr. Nordhoff? Okay. Trust me, we will be back circling around this for
Not a
weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks.
I just wanted to thank both of you for coming and giving us that status report and also answering those issues out there. I know that this council, specifically me, has struggled with trying to figure out how BDCP fits in with the Delta Council plan. And after listening to you this morning and the suggestions you made in terms, I think the 3 items in terms of improving communication is very important to this council. And so I certainly support that. And I know that it will allow us to have clear communication, which is very important on an ongoing basis. I just wanted to commend you for that this morning. Thank you.
Okay. Gentlemen, thank you very much. You've got busy schedules. If you can't stay around, we understand that, and thank you for popping over and joining us. Mr. Natoli? Supervisor, did you? Yeah, we also have the rest of the report to give, the consultant's report and so on. So, gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, there you are, Mr. Grindstaff. Let's get you back up here and get on our regular course.
Mr. Chair, what I'd like to do next is have Keith Coolidge and our consultants, Arcadis. I guess Arcadis is going to deliver their report at this point.
Okay. Gentlemen, let's make sure we have this slide set up working, and if you can make sure you get those microphones fairly close to you when you speak so we can pick it up ourselves. Just as important, the folks watching the simulcast also have a chance to hear you.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Coolidge, hit the microphone. I think it's not on yet.
It
is on.
I
Okay.
think there's nothing to hit other than me.
Well, good. Then we'll get you some sound.
The Arcadis team and I were over at the BDCP steering committee meeting this morning. We discussed some of what the Secretary and the Assistant Interior Secretary discussed with you this morning. I think we have a better path forward. Part of the problem in engaging with the steering committee is that their meetings right now are going on concurrent with the council meeting, so neither Joe or I have been able to participate for the past 3 months on those days when there's the conflict. We chose to be here. But we will make sure that they are staffed at a high level on those days when we can't be there. But at least going forward for October and November, the meeting schedules don't conflict. So we have that good, clear path forward. The Arcadis report in your board packet was intended to help address the questions that you raised last time, which are, in particular, give us an understanding of the issues that remain to be resolved in BDCP and sort of what is the path forward for resolution. When the team had talked with folks from DHCCP, they got we knew that there were issues that had been in front of the steering committee. We had that list. There was another list that was confined in the issues for discussion, but that was not publicly available, and we did not make that available to the team in the writing of their report because we didn't have it officially. It is now posted on the resource.
So this does not reflect any comments on that report?
A review of the issues for discussion because that wasn't available at the time. In going over this morning at the steering committee, some of the disagreements were an issue of more of perception than fact, but I will turn it over now to Larry and Lucas to talk about their report.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Keith, and thank you, council members. Good morning. I want to thank you very much for giving us time this morning to comment and provide a brief review of our ongoing review of the BDCP. We'd also like to take this opportunity to thank council staff for arranging meetings with key BDCP team members over the past month. We've found these meetings have been very helpful to create and open lines of communication so that we're now able to discuss our questions and concerns directly with people involved. As I pointed out, this has been very helpful because to date most of the information available for our review has been the same information that's available, publicly available on the BDC website and through other public sources. At this point, I think it's important to note that BDCP is planning to deliver a document, as you heard from Mr. Snow, in November of this year. What this means to us is that information is, new information is becoming available almost on a daily basis. And in some cases, I might say that things are changing so fast that some of what we report is actually out of date before the ink even has an opportunity to dry. And I'd like to, if I may, deviate from my notes at this point and say we very much appreciate the opportunity to hear from Mr. Snow and Mr. Nowie. If we had available to us the issues for discussion document and had been able to hear some of Mr. Snow's and Mr. Nowie's comments, we very likely would have had a different content for our report for you this past month. We also are mindful, as Mr. Snow emphasized, of the very tight schedule that the BDCP team is under, and we're trying to avoid being underfoot to that same team as they proceed with a lot of hard work to meet their current November schedule. But I would like to say that a key portion of our review to date has been to identify a list of unresolved issues as best we can identify from that publicly available information, and we've set up a mechanism to track these issues as BDCP continues to move towards completion. This mechanism to track those issues has been in the form of a matrix that we intend to continue to update for you as time goes on. Recognizing the importance of the co-equal goals, we've divided our matrix into 5 major themes, or these list of unresolved issues into 5 major themes: policy, programmatic, regulatory, technical, and future uncertainties. Dr. Lucas Paz will now briefly describe this list of our major unresolved issues.
Doctor?
Thank you. Could we go to the next slide? Thank you. So what I'm going to do right now is simply go through a subset of some of the issues, some of the key issues, and just briefly discuss them. I think that a caveat here is that we've been only able to review a portion of the material that really encompasses what the BDCP will be, and that's really the situation we're in. And the analogy that I've been using is that we're in a dark room, feeling around with our hands, trying to get a handle on what this BDCP is going to be. So keep that in mind as we go through these issues. The first issue here is with respect to the evaluation and consideration of a wide range of alternative operational scenarios, and as well as alternative options for the various conservation measures that are proposed. From the material that we've seen so far, which again is a small portion of what the final document will include, it seems that this range is constrained and has not really explored a wide range of options. We'll leave it at that.
The range. In English, what is the range? Which range are you talking about?
Well, I'm talking about essentially options for operational regimes, whether it be flows, timing, patterns, along that line.
But it all relates to flows.
No. What I'm trying to clarify here is there are operational scenarios, range of operational scenarios with respect to timing, patterns, flows, and then also ranges associated with potential conservation measures in terms of the layout, habitat distribution, and appropriateness of specific conservation measures.
Okay, so operational scenarios are related to the water supply system and the flows related to it. Conservation measures are the complex array of ecosystem stuff that are out there.
Right. For example, all the restoration proposals
Okay.
and other conservation measure proposals.
Could you give us an example, a very simple example of one operational scenario?
Sure. I think an example would be to consider providing for an operational regime that provides, I guess, maximum benefit for exporters, and then on the other side of the coin, to consider an operational regime that provides maximum benefit for endangered species. And so, I think that, the caveat here, again, is that we are aware that this may be better addressed in the upcoming EIR-EIS document. And so, maybe this comment is premature because this is going to be handled in that evaluation. But based on the preliminary, I guess, material that has been provided or we've seen on the website, it seems to be that range is tightly constrained.
Ms. Marcus.
Can you explain what you mean by that? I mean, do you mean that there's one option missing or two option missing, or that they should do 15 options? I mean, the conclusion's interesting. I'm just having trouble getting at this stage in the operation what the problem is. I mean, the more specific you can be, and obviously that'll be more helpful later.
Sure.
The more helpful it is for us to look at, and the more helpful it is to toss our comments into
Right.
the BDCP process. Because
Right.
you could almost say this about any process at an
Sure.
early stage.
So, I mean,
So the
I
more
think-
specific you can be, the better, I think, is following on Mr. Nordoff's question.
Right. I think that the point here is that so far, what we see in the BDCP documents that are, available is, not including the latest issues report that we've been discussing, but the earlier material is that a proposed operational regime is not clearly presented and is not fully presented. So we're still waiting to see that, right? So that's one point. The other point is that that really that evaluation of what the ultimate solution or proposed project will be should consider a wide range. And so basically looking at a full spectrum of potential options that could work, as opposed to a tighter set of options that may not be considering essentially a full array of possibilities.
Yeah, that's a conclusion. Can you just give me a sense of the numbers? I mean, you could have a full array of options that's 20 things, or you could have one is it the difference between 3 options and 6 options?
Well, I don't think
3 options and 15 options?
I don't think that the number is necessary. There is a right number, let's say, but I think that there should be a wide range. I'll keep it at that. And I mean, when I say that, I'm trying to emphasize that right now what we see is what I would characterize more as a narrow range.
Let me add to that comment, if I may. There are a number of ranges that have been described in Appendix A, and frankly, we have not had a chance to review that at all. It just became available to us in the past day or so. I think a better way to look at this issue, or a more fair way at this point in time, is to rephrase it as a question. As BDCP comes forward with a document, a draft document to the council, a fair question will be, have you or does BDCP evaluate a significant number of ranges so that you can make a judgment, so that the council can make a judgment? And we'll be looking to the council for how do we what kind of effort do you want on our part to help you make that evaluation. So I don't think the issue is a comment so much on what we've seen to date, but this in the future, this will be one of the things
that we'll look for.
That we'll be looking for.
Now, that I appreciate. I'm the alternatives queen, so don't get me wrong. This is my favorite issue, so I don't mean to scare you, but I do think reasonable range of options is the heart of what the statute tells us to look for, and the heart of what's necessary to have a valid CEQA-NEPA analysis, and the heart of what it takes to have an adequate public discussion and a document on which a reasonable decision maker can make a reasonable decision, which I think is paraphrasing what the standard is. So to me, I used to litigate it years ago. When I was a litigator, I think it's very important. What I'm struggling with at the moment is how to make the best use of your time and our time here right now, because if you're saying there are comments here from before you even saw this document, having you go through a report on what you didn't have, I'm not sure how useful that is at the moment. So
I
that's what I'm trying
agree.
to do.
Well, thank you, and thank you for that. But these issues will continue to exist. Some of them have been addressed to a certain degree in the issues for discussion, and we'll be asking the council later in our presentation specifically what you'd like us to do with this document. And that, I guess, would be tempered by what you heard from Mr. Snow and Mr. Nowie.
All right, Mr. Nordhoff?
Not to put too fine a point on this, but just to make sure I understand, in one example, you're talking about range. You bookended the ranges by saying it's all for reliable water supply, and call that a 0, or it's all for the ecological system, call that 100. you're saying, if I understand you, that most of the options you've seen are around 50? You don't have the broad range of a 25 and a 75. That's number one?
I think that's a fair way to characterize it.
And the second way is the ones you've seen have not been completely developed.
Right. Correct.
They're partially constructed.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if I may just continue on Ms. Marca's question, these issues are in various states of, some of them have been answered or at least begun to be addressed in this document, so that as we maintain and update our list of issues, that will change. So I think it's appropriate for us to present them, and perhaps they should have been phrased more as, here are questions for continued evaluation of BDCP.
Is there a quantitative or qualitative difference in the information you've evaluated between the water operational scenarios and the conservation measures? Both your letter and your slides suggest that both need work, are currently incomplete according to the public documents, but is there a difference between the two? And you do highlight that one is a regulatory process and the other is a programmatic process in your letter. So,
yeah, I think that there is a difference between the way that the operational proposals or potential operational alternatives are handled versus the conservation measures. Essentially, the way it appears is that the conservation measures are predetermined and have been laid out and are essentially the project, other than Conservation Measure 1, which incorporates the operational regime and the conveyance options. But, besides Conservation Measure 1, all the other conservation measures have been generally defined, and so with respect to various options for the way that those conservation measures are designed and proposed, essentially they have already been maybe vetted earlier. And so looking at options for example, I'll give you an example with respect to the proposed restoration options and restoration areas. There have been certain restoration, habitat restoration proposals that are part of the proposed conservation measures. They include a certain acreage for a particular habitat type. And so the question is, what about considering different ratios of different habitat types to actually address the needs for the species? And so that's one thing that really lends a more flexible evaluation of what are a range of conservation measures that can address the ultimate goals of BDCP, as opposed to relying on a predetermined conservation measure area for a particular habitat. And so that's, I think, an example of that. Another example would be with respect to deep water habitat and shallow water habitat. It's fairly clear that shallow water habitat in terms of restoration areas is likely more beneficial to a lot of the species of concern, and so the mix between shallow and deep water habitat should be explored to determine what's the appropriate mix. So I guess
I think Mr. Nordhoff and I are both struggling with this, but this also goes to the Delta Plan and the NOP we're going to be talking about tomorrow, because we have to talk about alternatives there. Whether it's water supply or ecosystem, tell me if I'm wrong, operational scenarios or conservation measures have to be premised on assumptions, I guess. What water supply reliability level you wish to reach, how often, what aspects of conservation measures can you quantify, like acreage of land protected and category of habitat, either protected or created, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. And the range of options is to allow you, you're not suggesting, I know, that each and every point between a range must be independently analyzed, as Ms. Marcus's point. But the range must be broad enough so that at least you have the range of consideration, even if you only choose to have 3 or 4 options within that entire range.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, I think
I am still troubled, as I was at the first meeting, about the fact that the BDCP process is, in some sense, guaranteed on the water side if a permit is issued, and hopeful on the ecosystem side because there is no comparable guarantee, condition, permit, intermixing. And your slides allude to that, and it still troubles me. I understand why it happened. I don't dispute them choosing that course, but how and where does that come together and match? And when do you think we will know about, what we said in our first scoping letter, the notion, because we are governed by co-equal goals, the notion of comparable, concurrent, and funded as a kind of a rule of thumb. When are we going to know any of that, if ever?
Well, I think once the public viewing document is available, we'll be closer. So what I'm saying is that it's kind of a wait and see to see how it's essentially packaged together as the plan moves forward. But I think it's a very fundamental issue that is going to be problematic, and it's going to continue. It may be a very sore topic, and it may not resolve itself easily. I think it actually the next point that I was going to make, really
and we haven't let you get off your first slide.
Pertains to this. Well, actually, just the first bullet, actually.
And if I may address, Mr. Chair, just for a moment, perhaps to add a degree of complexity on the conservation side, the framework that would give us confidence to move forward in that area is the adaptive management plan and the associated logic chain. And so there is some mechanism moving forward as to be able to judge the efficacy of the proposed conservation measures. On the other hand, in terms of export of water, that potentially is a binary decision. You either are exporting a certain quantity or you're not. And so perhaps the underlying question there really is, what do we mean by reliability? What is the definition of reliability in the case? And at least to date, I haven't seen a definition of what we mean by reliable.
Mr. Nordhoff.
From a very practical consideration, looking at utility, one way this could come out is that the Delta would guarantee a minimum quantity of water, say to Southern California, and say that's it. You will never get less than this. That's reliability, and that's certainty. And when you do economic planning, you want to have some idea of certainty, like Wall Street and all the rest of that. In a good year with a lot of precipitation, we could give you 20% more or 50% more, but this is the bare minimum. But if I could go back in terms of utility, you were talking about whether shallow water or deeper water is better for restoring the ecology of the Delta. What do you do with information like that? If you find out that shallow water is better, what do you do?
You use that information to essentially define and inform the conservation measure itself. In other words, adjust the characteristics of the conservation measure.
Suppose you've got all deep water and no shallow water. Do you fill it in? If
Right.
deep water is better, do you dredge it? Is that really what you're talking about?
Well, either you rely on natural sedimentation, which takes a significant amount of time, or you actively fill it, correct? And that's really what's been done in other large-scale restoration projects.
Wow. Yeah. Mr. Fiorini.
It strikes me as a group of people standing in an automobile construction line, assembly line, and evaluating the potential for a car that's not yet complete. And I think we need to be careful about exerting too many conclusions or digging too deeply into this process that is underway and incomplete at this point. And I think the highest and best use for Arcadis, as far as this council member is concerned, is report to us on where they're at and help us understand where they're going and how long it'll take them to get there. And I don't care about deep water channels or shallow water or any of that. That's for BDCP to decide, and that's why it's taken so long, is because the issues are complex and many. Simplify it for us, give us the facts, and help us to better understand what we can expect within the next 16 to 18 months.
I would agree with that, certainly, but I'd also put in another instruction. If you think that they are missing something or going off in the wrong direction, I think we should know about that as well.
Yeah. Mr. Natoli?
Yeah, just while we're talking about kind of information as either comes available or you're able to get access to it, I guess a couple of things and kind of underlies some of the discussion here is that a couple different places, and both as it pertains to BDCP, but also to the Delta Habitat Conservation and Conveyance Plan, which there's quite a bit of vagueness about that, and certainly as stated even in your comments here. I guess part of my question would go to how do we assist our consultant in getting in one place you say there's not a clear project description, and I don't know that the issues for discussion paper has made it any clearer on the BDCP or DHCCP. And secondly, that you talk about the BDCP process as being an open one, and the other one as being very limited public information. That's part of the feedback I'm getting from members of the public, at least in some limited fashions, that concern about kind of this parallel process that, and then our consultant comes forward and says they can't get access to that information. Now, whether that information is available or not, I don't know. But I guess my question to underlie what I'm saying here is that how do we assist through the council's efforts or otherwise our consultant getting good and timely access to the information? You talk about not being able to public review, then certainly I would think that with some confidence, allowing them to access some of that information would be a good working relationship and allow us to, I think, perform our role here as the council, but also, I think, give our consultants some basis to do some of this work up without having to make comments like this. And so when I saw those two things, they really concerned me because I think they underlie, one, certainly this is an evolving process, but secondly, more so than not, that there's really a lack of information and some clarity, at least as our consultants finding, and I think that access is very, very important. And if they can't get access to it, then I think it's makes their effort even that much more difficult to perform on behalf of this council. So, more comments.
I don't want to belabor the point, but as Mr. Snow pointed out, BDCP has been underway about 4 years, and we've been underway for about 2 months, and we're really trying to get up to speed very quickly.
You have all that knowledge base to work from, so we expect immediate answers.
And to that end, to address Mr. Natoli's comment, one useful or one place where the matrix can be very useful at this point in time is to now open the dialogue with BDCP and say, well, this is the information that we would like to have, and then have BDCP come back to us and say, here it is. You don't really need this, or this request is inappropriate for the following reasons, whatever that comment may be. And I don't want to leave anyone with the impression that we've been frustrated in our attempts. We're just beginning these conversations. And we've essentially identified now what we'd really like to see. And that matrix comes to the council. If you're in general agreement with that and our approach, then with council staff we can make that matrix edited, perhaps as necessary, available to BDCP, and that lines of communication should be.
Well, what we're going to do after we finish your testimony and the questions is we're going to ask for public comment and then circle back around on what we'd like to do on this operation. We've jumped all over your charts.
That's fine.
Why don't you?
Why don't I just jump one more time
Keith would like to.
before we get you started?
Yes, sir.
Who has the relationship with the consulting? Is there a specific member of the council? Because I guess I'm concerned about, a consultant going into somebody else's camp and asking for information and not knowing whether you guys have run amok off the reservation, you're running it on your own, or you're representing people on the council.
We've been using Mr. Fiorini and Mr. Johnston as the people with whom the consultants check on a regular basis, in addition to our staff, because they were part of the selection committee. They had the conversations, did the interviews. And
is that working out?
Yes.
You getting enough FaceTime and all the rest of that?
Very well. And all of our requests and all of our meetings have been in the company of staff. So we're being very careful.
I think the political sensitivities of some of the questions anybody would ask will inevitably lead to a little tension. Understandably so. Randy.
Let me just clarify that we had our first committee meeting with the consultants this morning.
First one? Are you going to regularly meet every 2 months, or is it going to be more frequently than that?
We would hope monthly, at least.
And if anything comes up, ad hoc, you can...
Now, we do regularly, we meet weekly with staff, staff has been very responsive to our requests, and we're being very careful to channel our requests through staff.
It would be our intent, Mr. Nordoff, that we meet monthly or more frequently if necessary with the committee, and that we do it on the 2 weeks in advance of the council meeting, so that we have their input in preparation for the report that we would make at the next council meeting.
Yeah. I mean, the staff's assuming, and I think we ought to assume, that the consultants will be back to us every month until we tell them to stop as we go through the Delta plan. Sometimes it may be a very brief, abbreviated report. Sometimes it may be much longer. And I suspect some of the questions will be focused around what we are doing on the Delta plan and the environmental impact preparation, because we will be talking about some of the same areas of discussion, I think.
Yeah, I guess I would let the issues and the events determine the frequency and the length of the meetings.
Yeah.
But have some also regularly scheduled, but I think you'd have to supplement that.
I want to follow up on Mr. Nordhoff's earlier points on reliability, the water system in particular. DWR puts out I think it's annual State Water Project reliability report. Now, I understand that's been around how long, Joe or Keith?
Since the 60s.
Pardon? Since the 60s. I think the word is undergoing transitional change in the water fraternity. But that may be a source document you'd want to examine in partial answer to Mr. Nordhoff's question on reliability. Now, everyone will instantly tell you, well, that's old information, they're old charts, we're using words differently. But in this business, any information that has some basis from state or federal officials that could be useful would be helpful to us, which leads to the second point. I am increasingly of the mind, whether it's BDCP or the Delta Plan, that the council should not act like the legislature and elected politico types do by making unrealistic promises to anyone. Now, this is just me. I'm not talking for anybody else. And so I have come to think that we have to be fairly candid about water system reliability and ecosystem guarantees. And if you are not candid about both, then we're perpetuating this myth that somehow in the world there's a perfect solution where everybody can get every guaranteed income at no cost to anyone and no variation for time immemorial, world without end. And none of the facts that exist seem to suggest that, let alone Mr. Grindstaff's latest version of the charts we're going to be going through on supply and demand tomorrow. A second version of his presentation.
Mr. Chair, I just want to correct what I said. Kamyar pointed out to me that while Bulletin 132, which is a report on the State Water Project, has been published since the 60s, the reliability report specifically started when the state legislature began requiring water supplies be verifiable before large developments could be built, and that's really since around
A decade,
2000.
maybe.
So about a decade. And one of the key issues, those reports have been going down. The reliability of water supply has been going down over the last few years, and it changes based largely on what's happened with the biological opinions and ultimately with the health of the fish species in the delta. So that's been a key thing that has modified the findings of that report, and it is a very significant issue for some of the parties.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay.
If I could, Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
as we move forward with the points in the report, I think it's important to understand that when they're saying something isn't there, it doesn't mean that it isn't being discussed at the steering committee, that it isn't going to be resolved. This is an evolving process, and it would be wrong to try to judge it as here's a complete BDCP and these things aren't in it. Those kinds of discussions are occurring at the steering committee.
Right, and the point, and the same is true of this issues document, which is why I was trying to get more of a handle on how to use it. It wouldn't make sense to then take the issues document as if it's the draft. So I do think the context of what we're looking at is a really important thing to remember. I don't blame people for having their feelings hurt by your report. I would be too. You could write a report about our Delta plan and say everything's not done in going through the matrix too. So what I think would be helpful is either, being really clear on, okay, this is what we're going to be following and filling in over time, but then highlighting where you see an issue of concern that we should be bothering to pay attention to early because you see that there might be a crash in 11 months, 12 months, or whatever, because it's not our job to micromanage BDCP as much as any of us might want to substitute our judgment. It's this whole issue of we're responsible for trying to get a Delta plan. We need a successful BDCP or BDCP equivalent as part of it, and we should be ringing the bell on things we think are going to make it run off the rails versus substituting our judgment on every decision they make. And I think that's what you seeing in my face of grappling with what is the best use of your time, our time, their time, so that the key issues where we think we're going to run head on, we let them know in advance, which is something you all have done, I thought, quite well in the scoping comments as a responsible agency before I got here. But figuring out when to do that versus something 20 miles long, I think is going to be the trick. And also we'll all live longer if we signpost what it is we're doing.
Also, just keep one thing in mind. If the time deadlines on BDCP are not met, I hope they are, but if they aren't, our problems compound themselves. Doesn't make our life simpler, it makes it much more complex. And I don't want to, I don't think there's any benefit with speculating about that now, but at some point, you can be sure that we're going to turn to you and say, okay, based on what you know now, we got to do a Delta plan and we're not going to have everything. What's there? What's available? What's rational? What ought to be included? What's left out? I mean, that's not, don't assume that's going to happen, but just keep it in the back of your mind, because if that does occur and it's, let's say, the summer of next year, late summer of next year, we're going to be scratching on the plan and the EIR.
I haven't checked the original schedule, but was the schedule modified this morning by Lester?
The schedule now is a draft. They will close as many issues as they can, and there will be a document out in November for review, but both the draft BDCP and the draft EIR are in late spring, early summer.
Was it always that way? Was the draft a draft, is it now a preliminary draft? In other words, have we lost some time?
Well, we haven't lost any time. It's probably fair to say that at an earlier stage of BDC pre-process, the assumption was that the environmental impact report would be issued concurrently with the plan. I'll call it a plan, BDCP report. That is no longer the case. There's nothing new about that. That's been discussed for months and months and months, is my recollection. Now, that disturbs a lot of people, but that's the nature of it. My understanding, it's not illegal to separate them at all. As to what elements are in the plan that will come out in November of this year, we don't know, and they don't know. And could it be a preliminary partial plan? I don't think they know, and we do not know. We are waiting for other things to be done, and we can hope that they make our life easier.
You will have a much better understanding by that November document what issues they've been able to close, what issues remain to be closed, and then it will be an exercise of those issues remaining to be closed, can they be closed between now and June?
I mean, the paper by the Resources Agency and all the, Secretary Snow carefully qualified. It's not the state's proposal, but it's a kind of, what did you call it? A something document. A straw man document. This is really important. You look through, I just skimmed it, but you look through it, and the questions of adaptive management. What do you do with an uncertain future? Uncertain future on climate, on hydrology, on fish species, on water supply, demand, on rates of conservation. Well, this doesn't, in my judgment, answer those questions, wasn't intended to, but it highlights the fact, your point, that you've got to plan for an uncertain future and give as much reliability as you can. And we're going to have to look through this and other things that come out and determine whether this is the approach that does that. It's not easy. It's not easy. It's not as if anybody in the world has ever successfully done something this complex without immense controversy. Anyway, I'm sorry. Why don't you go through the highest of the highlights?
Okay, I'll whiz through these highlights here. This next point is related to the discussion that's been on the table this morning, which is the demonstration of co-equal goals. And so the second point here is that the stated project purpose for BDCP does support full contract delivery for exports, but lacks defined objectives for restoration and species recovery. And so that is a fairly large issue and a fundamental issue, with respect to your question, Ms. Marcos, and that is that...
I love scientists. You just said it's a fairly large issue in a soft voice.
And so what I'd like to say as an add-on to that point is that what really is suggested here is that a better demonstrated balance of co-equal goals is needed, as you've alluded to, Phil.
Well, I just want to make it clear. For me, and I think for the council, the co-equal goals, that's what we're ordered to do, and that's what I want to do, and I think it's a very helpful process. But BDCP started long before co-equal goals were adopted by the legislature and the governor. One of the things I'm going to want to know whether they're reflected in that value. I suspect we'll have a big legal argument from people about whether they should be. That'll be quite interesting to listen to.
Right. So I think the distinction I'm trying to make here is there's a statement of we are supporting co-equal goals and a demonstration of how we are supporting co-equal goals, or demonstrating that we are meeting the co-equal goal requirement. The next point is with respect to the State Water Resources Control Board flow criteria report and now the current Department of Fish and Game flow criteria. That is an issue that will need to be addressed or considered in the final BDCP document, and as of yet, considering it's fairly new, we haven't seen it taken into account, and so that's still something we're waiting on, and we're assuming that is moving forward, and it will be considered in some shape or form in the preliminary draft document. The next point is with respect to one of the goals of the Delta Reform Act was stated as to reduce reliance on the Delta for water exports. And the question is how BDCP addresses that issue, or whether it does, or whether it simply says that is outside of BDCP's purview and is up to other entities to address. And so I think that's another key issue that needs to be wrestled with respect to for example, proposed operations and how proposed operations do consider addressing that issue.
Okay.
The next point is with respect to biological objectives. I think that there has been a comprehensive set of biological objectives that have been put forth as part of the BDCP, but what the independent science advisors and others have asked for is that those biological objectives be more specific and provide a measurable objective so that progress can be evaluated versus those objectives. Currently, the objectives are comprehensive, but are let's say, not specific or difficult to measure. For example, the objectives mimic natural patterns, increase productivity, reduce adverse effects, and those are the goals and objectives. While they are good, and it's going to be difficult to determine whether they have been met because there's no essentially yardstick to compare against.
In your experience, would you expect to have metrics at this stage in the process?
I think that the BDCP has been wrestling with this issue and have proposed a series of potential monitoring metrics. I think I understand that at one point there were 200 metrics or so that were being considered. And while that seems to be excessive, I think that they're wrestling with this issue. It's a very difficult issue, especially with respect to biological populations and also with respect to multiple species. And so it's a challenging question, but it really is an important point, I think, that others have made, and that is if you don't have clear objectives that your plan is based on, then how are you going to determine whether you've succeeded?
I mean, the question is, should there be quantifiable objectives at this point in the process, based on your experience?
I think that at this point in the process, there should be an attempt to quantify biological objectives where possible, and understanding that...
You sound more like a lawyer than a scientist.
So I think that it's very challenging, and so I acknowledge that BDCP is really working hard to address this, but there has been I guess some obstacles to really identify measurable quantitative objectives that everyone can agree on.
Is there just simply a reluctance, or is there getting some economic or biological support for the metrics?
I think that there's reluctance, but there's also challenge with respect to information that's available, and with respect to the science, and with respect to the baseline of information that's out there. I mean, one way to consider is if an objective is quantified, what are you comparing that against? And so you have to have a clear baseline to compare that against.
Yeah, I guess I'm looking at it, and we have a fairly tight timetable on this thing, and there's never going to be enough scientific evidence to totally justify and support and defend the metric. So somebody's going to have to suck it up,
right,
and come up with a plausible case that's defensible to an extent, and
right,
move on. Or this thing is just not going to happen.
Right.
In the
I think the idea
timetable.
is to attempt to develop a quantitative or measurable objective, and then to initiate the adaptive management process, and then over time understand where those objectives really need to be adjusted.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of adaptive management, I think.
Right.
You learn something new and you make a change.
Well, but
you got to start somewhere.
The risk that would make that work, that I think none of the parties are prepared to really engage in, is to say that both the water reliability and the goals or guarantees on species might be adjusted up and down depending on circumstances. Everyone prefers to have the guarantees. You have a water right, or you have a pre-1914 water agreement, or you have a contract that exceeds the amount of water you're currently using, and then you have the legislature would occasionally set a goal of 60,000 salmon smolt passing somewhere at some year, and ironically, none of the guarantees would be met eternally. But saying that and transferring to a Joe Grindstaff, the sole decision-making authority to balance that on a daily, monthly, yearly basis has been nothing anybody has been prepared to do.
I guess what I'm saying is that we got to make some decisions under conditions of incomplete knowledge and uncertainty.
That's right.
And they have to be made. And you
I
have to
agree.
realize as more information becomes available, you can change and modify those.
I agree with that.
The next slide, please. This first point here is with respect to funding. How there have been some.
Roll the slide back. Thank you.
With respect to funding, while there have been some attempts to define the costs of this project with respect to, for example, conveyance alternatives, the cost share arrangements and funding guarantees are essentially not well defined yet, and so this is something that's in progress. But one thing that is worth noting is that the habitat conservation planning process requires that pre-established funding assurances be committed. And so that currently is an issue and certainly worth mentioning. The next point is with respect to the adaptive management plan. And right now, following up to comments that we made during the last meeting, there has been a lot of input with respect to the adaptive management process and recommendations provided by the independent science advisors. And to date, the development of an adequate, or let's say comprehensive prescriptive adaptive management plan for conservation measures and including proposed operations is still unavailable and is in progress. And I assume that we will have something to review along those lines in the near future. The next point is with respect to the anticipated benefits for species-specific versus community or ecosystem level goals are not clearly demonstrated, and I think what's needed is that assumptions for stated benefits should be identified and better identified and be well supported. And so this is, again, a way, what's needed is to anticipate the effects of the proposed actions and convey that information with respect to species-specific benefits as well as community and ecosystem level benefits. The next point is with respect to the BDCP governance structure, operations, and real-time decision-making process. This is information that's in development currently, and I think there has been some recent governance diagrams and descriptions that have been developed that provide more clarity on this, but obviously this is a really important topic that needs additional information. The next point is with respect to the federal agency's white paper on adaptive management, and it's actually entitled White Paper on Application of the 5-Point Policy. Oh, next slide. Which is really focusing on the need for a comprehensive adaptive management plan and on the need for explicit measurable objectives. And so kind of back to some of the points I've already made. The next point relates to the current schedule, and this is a point that I think was clarified by Secretary Snow today, and that our understanding was that the current schedule did not provide for a concurrent release of the draft BDCP document and the EIR-EIS, but according to Secretary Snow, that will be addressed. So I think this comment is should be adjusted. Role and adequacy of the system modeling. This is something that was discussed earlier today. We have not been able to review a comprehensive integrated presentation of the modeling work that is supporting the BDCP development, and I think that is one thing that needs further development and integration with respect to hydrodynamic flood modeling as well as ecological modeling. And I think so far there have been some piecemeal modeling efforts that are useful, but it seems to be constrained, and I think it needs to consider the proposed or anticipated influence of the proposed restoration actions, which I haven't or we haven't seen yet. We have a couple folks that have been looking into this issue, and they have a memo that's been prepared on this that we can share with the council. The last point on this slide is that there is limited information to date with respect to BDCP on flood and risk management and how BDCP intends to address flood and risk management issues. And so that is an area that I think will be further addressed, I assume, in the upcoming draft document, but it's certainly an area that we have not seen much information on.
Okay.
So the next slide is with respect. Next slide.
You're there.
Slide.
Okay,
Question.
Sure. This is an
I have
issue.
a question.
Just a minute.
before you
Ms.
go
Gray.
to the next one. On the flood information, I know the report from Ray Seed, would that become part of your response to that issue?
I
Could that
haven't
be
seen
there?
racing.
We just distributed it this morning. You
Okay,
haven't seen
I
it,
haven't
but
seen it.
yes, we'll give them a
It would
copy.
be.
Yeah,
Okay, great.
I'm sure.
Thank you.
Okay. The next issue is with respect to improved linkages, and this is, again, coming back to the adaptive management plan and the logic chain is needed between stressors, conservation measures, and goals and objectives. And, as we discussed this morning, stressors are a key issue here. And so stressors that will be addressed by BDCP and those stressors that will not be addressed by BDCP need to be clearly stated. And at this point, I haven't seen that clearly stated. The next point is with respect, again, to adaptive management and the integration of the logic chain. This has been acknowledged by many of the independent science advisors and recent recommendations by Denise Reed. And those recommendations need to be addressed and included in the upcoming BDCP plan, and we're anticipating that they will be addressed and look forward to seeing that. And with respect to, again, to adaptive management, decision-making framework with respect to what, how, and on what basis will decisions be made, and essentially identifying decisions beforehand that need to be made should be included in the adaptive management plan. And that's something that should be addressed in the upcoming document. Lastly, I'll just say that the specific program elements, including proposed management of projects on the ground, need to be described, or at least in a general sense, moved forward from the current state of information. And so I think that's it for now.
Doctor, thank you very much. Larry?
I think just to conclude our presentation, I'd like to emphasize the point that Ms. Marcos made earlier, that this list of issues really provides a framework that needs to be built on, fleshed out, and continued to be kept in mind as both the council and your consultant continue to do this review. On our part, we're certainly going to go forward focusing on a number of key issues. I think compliance with the Delta Reform Act, matters of flow and water supply reliability, compliance with HCP and NCCP requirements for overall technical adequacy, and that covers a broad range. And then, importantly, also adaptability to future changing conditions, which may include things like climate change, but also flooding and other risks, including seismic. So, again, we thank you for the opportunity to present these issues to you today, and we appreciate the healthy discussion we've had. We look forward to more questions. In closing, we'd like to point out again the issues for discussion document. I would say, from my perspective, this is an excellent document. It certainly helped frame a wide variety of issues, and I want to, at the risk of repeating myself, having had this document a few weeks ago would have greatly focused our current report to the council, and we'll be certainly moving forward with this in mind. And again, I would ask the question of the council, is there specific actions that the council would
Well,
like us
we're
to
going to, after we hear public testimony, we're going to, if you can stay for another half hour, we're going to circle around and run through the things we'd like to ask you to do. Ms. Gray, did you have a question?
I
now?
did. Just kind of want to clarify the structure. I know the matrix that you have here, these are issues you've identified, and these are your comments. What's the structure for public comment? Is that through the work groups? Is this how you came up with the comments in regards to the issues?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, these are unresolved issues,
Yes.
correct? And your response to the unresolved issues, correct? Where is it where the public makes comments to that you hear that? Is that through the meetings here, or?
Well, I think what you mean is, are you attending these meetings? Are you following these meetings? Do you review the documents we receive, the communications, the emails, and the other stuff? Isn't that?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that your comments reflect the public's or stakeholders.
Well, they've been hired to give us their independent judgments of the BDCP process, but we want to give them all the information we receive that's publicly available for their consideration.
Okay.
They are attending the steering committee meetings, hearing the discussion of the steering committee members and the public. Their comments are reflective of the independent work that they do. The public comments on BDCP will come back in through both the steering committee meetings, which are public, as well as the environmental review when that goes public as well.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gray. Okay, why don't you, can you sit in the audience for a while?
Sure.
We're going to get Mr. Grindstaff and Mr. Stevens back up here. Now, many of you have talked about BDCP before. Naturally, all of you who wish to talk will tell us only new things. Ms. Rogers, we have a list of speakers. Let me get that list, or the blue sheets. By the way, pursuant to our new request to make Ms. Rogers' life, if not easier, at least somewhat more simple, if you would explicate on the blue sheet at least the titles of the subjects you intend to talk about. And the first abuser of that rule is Mr. Bobker. Where's Mr. Bobker? Who wrote instead, request to speak before break for lunch. We're honoring that request, Mr. Bobker, but we're going to return this form to you so you can describe what it is you wish to talk about other than long abused member of BDCP steering committee.
I actually think that we should reflect in the minutes that he was hungry when he spoke, and that's it.
We might be able to do that. Mr. Bobker.
No, it's just that after lunch I'm going to the secret principals group process where I will form the member of the cabal that will decide all. So only new things, huh? Same
well,
as it ever was.
unless you think that we've been paying no attention to you the several times you've spoken before.
Right. In that
well,
case,
you can in fact inform our judge. You're sitting on the advisory committee.
No, I do have some things to say. So
okay.
let me. I'll say them, and you can push back.
I am interested to know how much information you have, whether you can tell me what it is or not, that we don't have, and our consultants are curious about as we are.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think the problem is that Arcadis nailed it on the head. Let me start by saying I think their report to you is just really did identify the major problems. And while I think there's a lot of talent at Arcadis, I don't think it took rocket scientists to figure it out. I think if you're outside the process and you look in and you're not defensive about it, the problems are pretty clear. And in that long list, I would, as you might not be surprised to hear, focus in on the failure to have the clear overarching objectives, the failure to address the nexus between what you're doing in the Delta and how you're going to reduce reliance on the Delta and change your water management behavior outside the Delta, and the failure to sort of develop, or what I would say is the failure to use a logic chain approach, and that's shorthand for a lot, to developing the plan and building a framework that can last and underlay a 50-year permit. And all of those things are really difficult to do, but guess what? If you want a 50-year permit, to use Mr. Nordhoff's term, suck it up. You have to wrestle with those things, and you have to make some decisions that is, in fact, what you are going to do. Frankly, it's a problem that not just BDCP has, but I think you have as well. I mean, the issue of taking co-equal goals and translating them into clear, achievable, and enforceable objectives for ecosystem recovery and for water supply reliability is a task that you have to face as much as BDCP. And at the end of the day, it's extremely difficult for the people who perceive it as a noose around their neck to decide what kind of standards they're going to be held to. That is a task for regulators and planners and decision makers. That is your task, I think, as much, if not more, than the folks who are developing the BDCP plan. It's not your task more than those who ultimately will permit BDCP. But everyone who wants to shape BDCP and ultimately who are going to make decisions about whether it's adequate or not, instead of getting into the weeds of a particular proposal about habitat restoration or whatever, the clarity about what the objectives are. And that's where I'm abusing you. You've heard that from me before, but that is the single most important thing that you guys can focus on. I guess the request that I would give to you is that you take the report and decide whether you agree with the main priorities that the consultant has identified. And I think that, basically I agree with the list that they have. And you decide what you're going to do about it. And I would say, number one, what are you as a council going to do? Are you going to provide some guidance, get out in front, and prioritize the setting of these objectives, as I have said ad nauseum, in your interim plan and full Delta plan activities as one of the most important things you can do on an overarching set of objectives, because you don't need to have an objective for everything. That's number one. Number two is take the list of issues identified by Arcadis and don't just say, gee, these are problems, and write to the BDCP conveners, to Secretary Snow and Mr. Nawi and others, and say, and don't just say, well, do you agree with this? But rather, if you agree that the consultant has nailed this, then say, what is your roadmap for fixing this? These are problems that need to be addressed. How are you going to address them? And then I would say that, I don't know what your resource constraints are, but I think that at the same level as the identification of problems, I would ask this consultant to identify some recommendations for how BDCP can most efficiently address those problems. And again, not to get into the weeds of every single little issue, but the overarching issues. Are there things about applying the logic chain? Are there things about dealing with some of the specific list of issues that they could deal with? Because frankly, BDCP needs some help. In the private sector, this would not have been tolerated for this length of time. And so helping to hold BDCP accountable and giving them some ideas about how to be accountable would be helpful in my view.
Thank you, Mr. Bobger. Before you leave, would you sit down next to Ms. Rogers and complete your blue form in the way? Members, it takes a former city county executive like Mr. Koutras to fill out a form after having listened to this. This is true. This is, members, he's going to speak next, but this is the example, and Mr. Koutras is going to talk 3 comments. Principal group process, clarify snow comment, Ray Delta counties, quote, in the room, and Wolk letter. Mr. Koutras, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to talk about the principals group process, and I want to share and clarify the record for the council. I did share these comments with Mr. Snow in the hallway and his colleague, the federal colleague. Having a private group that is going to make decisions and then rolling it out into a public forum, in my experience in history in local government and in state government, is what used to happen before the Brown Act and Bagley-Keene. Just make that observation. I think it's a process problem, and I think it doesn't bode well for BDCP. With regard to Mr. Snow's comment that everyone is in the room, the Delta counties are not in the room. In fact, one of our counties has signed as a cooperating agency agreement and has been told the cooperating agency meetings have been suspended pending the principals meeting. So I want the council to be aware of that. Lastly, Mr. Snow speaks, in my judgment, somewhat derisively regarding the Senator Wolk letter. And I want the council to be aware that that letter is not Senator Wolk's letter. It is signed by her plus 2 other state senators, including Speaker Pro Tem Steinberg, and 5 members of Congress and 5 members of the State Assembly. It is the Delta delegation, federal and state, who are concerned about the process that's going on. And I think it's important that that be on the record here for the council to consider. Lastly, and I apologize, it's not on my sheet, I want to thank the council for retaining independent consultants to give us a glimpse and a public view of what's transpiring at BDCP. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Koutras, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, Mr. Zlotnick. Mr. Bobker, only 10, 12 words, nothing more.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr. Chairman. Greg Zlotnick with the State and Federal Contractors. I did not put down.
I know, and you're going to sit down next to Ms. Rogers.
I put down
next.
item 10, which I thought was the Arcadis report. I didn't know all this other stuff was going to say. If you want to add just the Arcadis report.
Okay.
First of all, I want to comment that I think that Mr. Fiorini's comment is very pertinent to understand that on the BDCP, and particularly with respect to the Arcadis report, that there's a distinguishing issue here between the BDCP process that the steering committee has underway and BDCP and the EIR-EIS, of which you are a responsible agency for. Obviously, there's relation because the steering committee is putting together or trying to put together a proposed project to feed into that EIR, but this council's role is as a responsible agency with the EIR, and we would be very, we caution, I guess, that this council is not, notwithstanding Mr. Bobker's comments, the place to essentially redo the BDCP. Or try to do that, because what's going on there is deemed unsatisfactory. The issue is, I think, as Ms. Marcus said, and while there are nuggets in the report that get to this idea of ringing the bell or some issues related to your role as a responsible agency, which can go into your next scoping letter, for example, is legitimate. Overall, we don't think the consultants got the nail on the head. We believe it sort of showed a lack of understanding, was misinformed or uninformed, and you've heard today some backpedaling, it seemed to me, from the report itself in response to some of the information that was provided. As I think Ms. Gray was responding to, the language in the report was very conclusory about this wasn't being done or that wasn't being done, when in fact it is in process. They acknowledged that. Mr. Roth did say it was sort of they were in a dark room trying to figure it out, and unfortunately, to be blunt, we think that they kind of were in a dark room and said ready, shoot, aim, and we have some real problems with that. We'll be providing a detailed response. We will try to take into account the information you got today and their acknowledgement that there's process going on that sort of might change some of the wording or some of the conclusions that they had. But I do want to touch on 3 major issues that we think are important. First of all, they talked about in the report a couple of times, and you heard about the state board flow criteria. And in fact, they state that BDCP as yet does not fully apply the state board flow criteria. The implication of that statement is that's what should be done within BDCP. And the fact is those flow criteria for information only, they're being considered within the BDCP as part of the overall discussion and analysis of the operating criteria that are being evaluated, but those criteria themselves are not to have any regulatory bearing at all, as the legislation said. There is no balancing involved. We've been through all that, so that needed some clarification. They talk about that at this time BDCP does not appear to notably reduce reliance on water exports from the Delta. Again, that's not BDCP's job to do that. That was not the intent of BDCP. The intent of BDCP...
That's right. The water contractors do not believe that BDCP process is regulated by the water package of 2009 and specifically the governance bill that establishes co-equal goals and the 8 objectives. Say yes or no to, if you would, please, to that.
Well, as you frame it, I'd say no.
Okay.
But let me...
I believe that's your position,
but
too.
let me-
I don't
but-
think that's right, but I do
Okay,
believe
but let me
it.
give you the reasoning behind that. Section 85020 lays out those 8 goals and the co-equal goals. And those goals include improving water reliability, includes new conveyance and storage, among other things, and promoting statewide water conservation. There's
Right.
no question, and we agree with all of that. And that says at the very top, in relation to managing the delta. The next section, 80021, which is a separate section, which again, the consultants did not include the language, and we continue to not have the language, says to reduce reliance on the delta to meet future water supply needs for the state of California through a statewide investment strategy. We do not believe that BDCP is, or frankly this council is the place where a statewide investment strategy and reduced reliance needs to be laid out in detail. The issue is to promote conservation as a way to deal with issues in the Delta. We think that is happening. Again, it's not necessarily BDCP's obligation to do that. It's within the whole context of what's going on in water policy. But there is a difference there. They're in 2 different sections, and there's a reason for that, we believe. And again, it's the ocean of the future, whereas BDCP is designed to recover supplies that were lost to meet current demands. And in terms of the criteria that are being looked at, for example, whether there should be a no export or reduced export alternative, the fact is that from both the standpoint of facilities, you can either decide there is a facility or not. Those are options that are in the alternatives. And within the facilities themselves, there is a range from 3,000 to 15,000, 15,000 being the current pumping capacity. It doesn't make sense to go above that. You're not going to build new pumps. All the way down to 3,000 plus no alternative altogether. That seems to be a reasonable range. In terms of operations, you're dealing with modeling that is looking at continuums of operations with the fish agencies, with the NGOs, and you're not picking out specific things. You could do an infinite number. And so they're trying to get down to what makes sense for analysis. So again, that'll be in the EIR process feeding into that, which is, again, I think appropriate, and we think appropriate for the council in their scoping letters to raise these issues, or are they being handled adequately within the EIR process. And then finally, since it was raised again, and it sort of alludes to this last issue, the purpose and need and the full contract amount, up to the full contract amount being raised, and whether or not an analysis of ecosystem benefits that may be gained from reduced exports, it's our belief and why we're doing this BDCP, which is a comprehensive approach, multi-species, including facilities and the whole bit, is we believe that if we invest in going after the other stressors, if we invest in improved flexibility and management of the system with new infrastructure, then we can actually recover that water supply and improve the ecosystem at the same time, meeting those co-equal goals. And, yeah, we don't know for sure, but we know what's been happening hasn't been meeting the co-equal goals, and we think this is another way to approach that. So, again, we'll provide a more detailed written response to the report, but wanted to get those issues out on the table.
And I'd like your written response to my query of whether you believe BDCP is governed in any way by the co-equal goals and the legislative objectives. You don't have to do it now, but a written response sometime would be very good.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Zlotnick, would you sit down next to Mr. Rogers, please? Thank you. Mr. Rosecrans. There you are.
Thank you. I'm going to be really quick.
Identify yourself for the record,
Spreck Rosecrans Environmental Defense Fund also did not fill out the subject area in the blue card.
Don't
We'll
worry,
sit
there's
down
a seat waiting for you.
directly after my opportunity to speak and complete the assignment. Page 16 of the not state proposal document refers to near-term operations. In other words, if a group signed this agreement and adopted this as a BDCP tomorrow, what it would fundamentally do is reassess and, I would argue, undermine the biological opinions that have been vetted by the Fish and Wildlife agencies that have been through the process in federal court and operate the system to provide less protection for fisheries and provide then more water supply. It's a good public question. How do you achieve that balance? It's appropriate to address that question, but it's been addressed speaking for EDF, we look at this as the BDCP having another bite at the apple. If the BDCP provides habitat, provides new science, provides evidence, provides something that changes and then allows for more exports, then while also protecting fisheries equivalently or hopefully better, then we support that. But absent doing something for the fisheries, we don't support the BDCP just changing the biological opinions. You're all entitled to your own opinion on the science, on the BDCP, on the relative merits, but we want you to be aware that that is how we read that document and how many people in the environmental community read that document. Thank you.
Ms. Marcus.
A question, because this has puzzled me as well. How does near-term operations get into judgment of a plan and whether it meets NCCP? Right, because if they're trying to do something that meets the NCCP, it's got to show that it's going to restore the species. Which means something's got to happen that's better. But those things aren't going to happen the instant the thing is signed. So what's the linkage, the legal linkage that they're using?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure how a regulatory agency could approve it. That's what I'm confused about.
Well, we would hope they would not, but it's a concern of ours that it's in the document.
One of the questions to add to our list of legal issues, Mr. Stevens, that we may want to think about and report at other meetings, and Mr. Rosecrans, as with all of the others who speak, we would welcome written responses to this question if you and the lawyers back at EDF can figure out what might be appropriate to say.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sit down next to Ms. Rogers, if you would, please. Ms. Rogers, do we have any more requests? No. Okay. Aqua? Did he fill out the form in the correct fashion, Ms. Rogers?
Mark Rentz, Association of California Water Agencies. Good afternoon, everybody. I just want to, it is a new item in the sense that your consultants provided information today, and I just will be very brief. I think the operative word that I saw at the top of every one of the slides in the PowerPoint presentation was the word unresolved. I think it's very clear for everybody that's listening in or in the audience today to understand they haven't been resolved. That does not mean they have not been addressed to some degree or another during the deliberations of the BDCP. The challenges when you're doing an issue, I think we all know, is as complicated and as complex as this is. As you do more analysis, it raises more questions that you need to address. As you raise more questions, you're less likely to resolve issues. So I just wanted to bring that point forward because I'm afraid some people may interpret it as being these issues haven't been addressed, when in fact we've been monitoring the BDCP. We've had a staff person at every one of the meetings, and I feel fairly confident that the vast majority of the issues raised by your consultants legitimately have not been resolved but have been addressed in part during the deliberations. So I think it's very important to keep in mind we're in the midstream of deliberations on this whole complicated package, and that these issues, yes, they still need to be resolved, but they are being addressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rentz. Okay, is there anyone else who'd like to speak to us on this issue? All right. Mr. Fiorini has been making notes. We're subpoenaing all of his notebooks for public posterity and entering them into the record. Mr. Fiorini, some suggestions you had on instructions to the consultants and where to proceed from this point on.
Okay. Let me find that area in the notes here. The comments that we received from Secretary Snow requested a few things from the council to improve our communication. One was that a staff member attend the BDCP steering committee meetings. So we need to figure out a way how to cover that. And it seems to me we need to have a designee and an alternate should we have a conflict in that.
Mr. Grindstaff.
We have Keith Coolidge as our principal representative and Kayvon Samsam as our alternate representative.
Great. Then the second item was to identify a point person for the purpose of handing off communication back and forth. I assume that would be the same person.
Yes.
They've asked that we identify the information that we are requesting, and it seems to me now that we have this issues, I forget the exact name of it, the report that's received all the
Commotion.
issue for discussion. Now that we have that, and our consultants have indicated that it sheds some light on some of the information requests that they have made, it seems like it would be a good time to update the matrix that the consultant has provided to identify the unresolved issues. I think we ought to create another category within that matrix for resolved issues, and so that we can keep track of those that have been at some point unresolved that are now resolved, and to add to that matrix a little more specificity as to when information is unavailable, what the information is that they're requesting, and what the response from BDCP is as to what that information will be and when it will arrive. So improving our matrix to give us better information and to clarify for BDCP what it is that our consultants are asking for. I think that concludes all of the items that I have.
And I agree. I think we can make those changes to the matrix and improve
Let's
that.
see for other suggestions from the council on this. I have two suggestions. I think we also should request that our consultants give us a written critique of the reflections document. You said do it in the matrix, but a written narrative is often a better way to approach it, and then they can take their conclusions or observations and build it into the matrix. And the second is we'd already asked them to prepare with our staff our next scoping comment as a responsible agency under CEQA for our next meeting. And my instinct is we ought to at least assume that we're going to do a scoping letter every month until we decide to stop, because everything's moving so fast that we've got to get this stuff done. We can choose not to, but Mr. Grindstaff, my thought would be the direction for the October meeting just ought to be kind of automatically carried forward, and then if there's not enough material in the consultant's view to warrant it, or if the council doesn't want to do it, we won't do it. But I don't know how to move this into a more proper form of identifying those questions and issues that have to be identified than to do that.
Can I recommend that we do the scoping letter and that we use the, what's it called, the draft document that the Resources Agency did to help inform us.
Issues for discussion.
Issues for discussion document to help us do that, but that we not, because that document is not intended as a document that takes a position, that we not spend the time to try and identify all of the flaws in that document.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. When I said consultants just make an observation, I just want somebody to tell me what's in it, what are the issues, what are the questions. I'm sure in the next few weeks we'll get all kinds of advocacy groups doing critiques, but I'd like to have our independent consultants
kind of a summary of.
Yeah,
okay.
but the scoping letter is a responsible agency scoping letter to the BDC process, and it's going to have a whole bunch of things that follow up from your letter, Mr. Grindstaff, from our first scoping letter, and we need to get moving on, particularly on the ecosystem stuff and what we need to anticipate for the Delta Plain.
Okay.
All right.
That makes sense.
Okay. Members, anything else? All right. Oh, sorry, Ms. Marcus.
I just want to put another cautionary note on that amplifies what Joe just said. I mean, I think it's important to look at the issues document to be able to flag concerns in there and better hone the issues. I think we should take the Secretary at his word that that's not the state proposal, and it's for the purpose of discussion that's going to be happening over the next month or so. I mean, the real deal will be what they put out even as an advisory in November, even though that's not the plan. I mean, it's this funny dance of figuring out how to highlight those key issues where we need to ring the bell because we have a significant concern that we're going to have a train wreck, as opposed to a litany of things that might be wrong. Right. And so I'm just looking for that efficiency of the consultant's time and our dollars and our time going through. I know we need the matrix, but I'd really like a little bit of discernment, which should be easier if we actually have a contact person at BDCP who's also, or one of the agencies, who's in charge of answering all our questions. I think that other half of the thing that Secretary Snow suggested is equally important to us, having identified our people, because it's kind of ridiculous that this situation has occurred among adults. So I'm hoping that that will now be resolved, and we'll just be dealing with actual information and back and forth, as opposed to what we've had to deal with.
And I should point out, we did have a meeting with parties from BDCP that we brought them together with our consultants, made all of the introductions. They intend to cooperate. One of the challenges that BDCP has is at that point they were preparing for this principles process. They were doing this issues document, and they were under some confidentiality restrictions, and they were under great time pressures. So they were working nights and weekends to get stuff done to prepare for this process. And what they basically said is, we can maybe spare an hour to walk through some of these issues with you, but to do the kind of detailed analysis and explanations that you need, this last month was probably not the best month, and I suspect that will be true this coming month, because they're in the midst of a really intense process. We may still have some of those challenges just getting all of the data, because there are only a few key players that really understand the issues, and those are the people that our consultants need to talk to. So I'm certain that they want to cooperate. I am also certain that those people have challenges, and we'll be able to find somebody and identify them. But I don't know that that solves the problem entirely because of the short-term time constraints.
Understood. I guess the more important point that I would want to make is that judgment and discernment and prioritization of which are the ones we really ought to be concerned about now, and which ones might resolve in the future with an indication that that'll be decided at a certain time, so that we're not always looking at the entire list of issues, because that'll eat us alive when we need to be doing our own plan. So the issue is, where are the key points of conflict that we need to flag?
Well,
agreed.
Patrick?
Because it was raised in two of the comments, but with different points of view, I value Arcadis to ask BDCP and everybody else for information, to analyze it and to advise us, but I don't want them to be the coach for BDCP. I don't think that's a good place for them to either spend their time, or is it their job. They can analyze and point out what needs to be done, but BDCP is responsible for its work product.
I agree with that. Okay, Mr. Fiorini suggested the staff assigned people to cover, watch, observe BDCP, Mr. Coolidge, Mr. Harder, I guess. Oh, sorry. Okay. That you were also the contact persons, that we're going to give, we're going to ask the consultants and the staff, when you make requests of information from BDCP, let's do the damn thing in writing. Send it off to the party, name the person, name the date requested, the information requested, make a copy. You can include it in the BDC report at the next meeting. And also, if you go back and pick up any past information requests from the consultants from Arcadis, that would be appreciated. If the consultants would give us their reflections on the resources document as mentioned, subject to all the conditions, don't do their work for them, just, the highlight issues, the flag issues for us. And then we're going to continue the decision we made last month, that we'll have a draft scoping letter before us that will go to Department of Water Resources, of course, on BDCP. Next thing. All right. Council members, any discussion on that? Okay. Any objection? Any objection? Okay, without objection, everyone's okay on that. Mr. Grindstaff. Okay, we're going to take a break to lunch to 2 o'clock. Let me tell you what we're going to do at 2 o'clock exactly, since in spite of our optimistic staff's view of how fast things happen, we are behind time. At 2 o'clock, we are going to start with the science team report, the lead scientist report. Cliff is in Japan presenting a paper at a big international conference. Could not be here. That'll be brief, right, Ms. Hastings? Got it. Mr. Harder, that's right. It'll be brief. Then we are going to the administrative procedure stuff. We have now discussed and debated. This will be the 4th month. And we are going to get to us, and if people want to talk to us about it, that's fine. You will only say things that are new. I'm not looking at anybody in particular, Mr. Zlotnick. I'm looking at everyone in particular. And then we'll go from there. Then, as Mr. Grindstaff noted, his slide presentation for this afternoon will be put over until Friday. We will then hear from the Delta Protection Commission, the new Chief Executive Officer, Mike Machado, former state senator, former assembly member, and prominent farmer from down in San Joaquin County, is sitting back there looking deceptively innocent at the present time. And he will present the status report. Then we're going to the flood safe presentation, and we get kicked out of this room at 4:30 exactly, and they're deadly serious about it. Okay? Meeting is recessed, 2 o'clock exactly. Science report. Ms. Hastings, that's you. Members, this is file item number 7. File item number 7. Ms. Hastings.
Well, I am here just briefly to introduce one of my staff. One of the things that we want to do that Cliff has recommended that we do is to give our staff opportunities to present to the council and interact with council members. So today's lead scientist presentation will be given by Sam Harrider, one of our program managers. And so I think we'll just go ahead and get started.
Oh, there I am.
Here's your...
Cool. Thank you. Well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Well, I'm filling in for Cliff. As you know, he's in Japan, in Sapporo, Japan. I think it's probably nighttime there right now. And he's speaking at the Ecology and Civil Engineering Society of Japan. We wouldn't normally put those two things together, but they do.
And I'm sure he's having a terrible time not being here.
I think so, yes.
Right.
Let's see, I'll go through this pretty quickly. First of all, there's a couple of reminders. The next week is Science Week for the Bay Delta. We start out with the Bay Delta Science Conference starting on Monday at 9, and the chair.
Some of us are going to be there. I think Mr. Fiorini's in and out all day on Monday at the Science Conference. I think that's right. Yep. And I'll be there in the morning.
So, yeah, we have...
Mr. Natoli will be there Thursday.
Okay. Yeah, we have, you're speaking in the plenary session Monday morning, Cliff Donaldson.
What am I saying?
Well...
All right.
It's a good question. You're probably not the only one preparing their talks. Right?
I'm sure that's true.
Okay. Also speaking in that plenary session are a couple of members of our independent science board, Vince Resch. And,
which has its first meeting next week also.
Next week, yes. That starts Thursday, right after the science conference, the day after the science conference. John Weens is speaking in that plenary session, as well as Ann Castle from the Department of the Interior. So it should be a good morning session.
Sam, just lift that mic just a little bit.
A little bit?
Yeah.
Okay.
There we go.
Let's see. ISB meeting starts on Thursday. Chair Eisenberg and Joe Grindstaff will be giving a talk about the council to the...
And that's a public meeting, correct?
That is a public meeting.
Okay.
That's at 650 Capitol Mall. That's in the Delta Room. That's actually our last meeting in the old quarters, I think. Also at that meeting, the BDCP, there will be a BDCP panel talking about that process, and representative of the NRC Delta panel will be calling in to talk about the NRC process and their efforts. The agenda for that meeting is posted on the website, as is the full conference program for the science conference. The next item in the lead scientist report was to go back and revisit the State Water Board's flow criteria and the science process that led up to the development of this flow criteria. The last council meeting, the Water Board presented those criteria to the council, and we thought it would be helpful to go back and talk a little bit more about the Delta Science Program's involvement with that process and how the science was brought into that from the beginning. And I think one of the key points was in the State Board kind of recognizing the short time frame that they had to develop those criteria. They, I think, came up with a pretty good approach, and that's to convene a panel of scientific experts as the best way to get the most up-to-date science into the process quickly. So they did that starting in January of last year. They pulled the panel together, say 10 or 11 lead scientists in the Delta, and got them into a room together and kind of laid out the basis for what the State Water Board had to do and what they were looking for, and said, tell us what you know. And they met weekly or a little bi-weekly through March. And the key product from those meetings was there are 5 key points, and they were presented in a paper to the State Board. They're also posted on our website in that section on Delta flow criteria. And if you haven't looked at that, I think those are really important points and important topics, and kind of created the framework for the State Board's work. Also in that group of papers was a paper that talked about an approach for developing flow criteria and kind of a methodology paper. One of the really good papers in that collection is the paper on the historic ecology of the Delta. If you haven't read that, that's well worth reading. So I won't go through those 5 key points. Those are in the report. They're also in that 5 key points paper. I think one of the key points that I took away, I was involved with that process in the beginning in support of Cliff in those meetings. And I'd say one of the key points is that the work of that science group was truly independent. They were set up, started, and given freedom to do things the way they saw fit and present their findings to the State Board. I think the other key finding in that process is that the State Board used that work extensively in their report. It's reflected throughout their report, and I think it helped move their process forward. And our take from the science program in that report, it has a real strong scientific foundation and was well done considering the time frames you had to do it in. The
Ms.
latest
Marcus had a question?
No, I said cool.
Okay.
The latest edition of our Science News was just posted this morning, I think, and it also has an article in it about the State Water Board's flow criteria process. We'll take a look at that. And with that, I'd be happy to answer your questions.
Okay. Mr. Nordhoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know you don't want to discuss the 5 points, so you said you didn't have time for it, but number 5 is kind of compelling. Recent Delta environmental flows are insufficient to support native Delta fishes for today's habitats. Recent is over what time period?
I think they were looking maybe the last 10 or 20 years. The key point there.
That's hardly recent.
Well, I think the key point there was they were looking at the interplay between flows and the physical habitat. That's
well, but it was after they were looking at a period of time after completion of both the federal and the state water projects. Right. Because if you look prior to that, of course, there were no exports directly from the Delta. So that would take us to maybe the 1970s at the earliest.
One of the main things that they were looking at was this, and it's been talked about a lot, was this interplay between flow and habitat, and the the way that the delta channels have been changed and the separation between, loss of wetlands, loss of this making these hard boundaries between land area and the channels. And that the point of that one is that if you want to get improvement in the delta, improvement in the ecosystem, you need to improve both of those simultaneously. You need to have better flow regime, and you have to have the appropriate habitats to interact with those flow regimes. So it's the combination of the two things is really what I think they were getting at, as well as some of the other changes. One of the key things that they pointed out in all of this is that there are a whole list of stressors and changes that have taken place in the delta, and they're all going to have to be addressed, that it's not going to be just one.
Yeah, I guess I'm struck by this. I mean, it's a striking statement. Normally, things are couched in caveats, and there are a lot of weasel words being used, but this comes right out.
Yeah, I think they took their charge seriously and did make some pretty bold statements and moved that discussion forward.
Yeah, in spite of the fact they're good scientists saying all these things, there are other people who will disagree with it, and perhaps other scientists who will disagree with it, and it doesn't make a complex and difficult political decision any easier. May inform your judgment, but it doesn't make the making of the decision.
So there are people who would disagree with that statement.
Oh,
Scientists.
there are people who believe the sun does not rise every day, I'm sure. Somewhere.
Creditable people.
Yes.
Right. I would point out one other thing. During that State Water Board's hearing process, they had a panel on other stressors and discussed that for about a half of a day. So we have the DVDs of that proceeding if anybody wants to see what was discussed during that part of the proceeding.
Do you recall what day that is?
I have it marked in my copy of the DVDs. I think it was the last day. It was
in March,
third day in March.
Okay.
We'll look it up. We can find
Okay,
out.
good. Any other questions? Thank you very much. Thanks, Sam.
Thanks.
Tell Cliff to get back home soon. Okay, members, go to file item number 8. File item number 8, Administrative Procedures Governing Appeals. Mr. Stevens, I see you and the Attorney General's office are here.
Thank you.
Let's
Very
see, we'll
much.
need another, do we have another chair to grab for the AG's office?
Our technical advisors / experts, right. Dan Siegel and Christy Henke-Vosberg.
You're not close enough to your microphone to be heard.
How's that? Is that better?
Better.
Dan Siegel and Christy Henke-Vosberg from the Attorney General's office, who have been acting as our technical advisors on these fascinating subjects dealing with appeals procedures and standards of review. So we're preparing wherever.
Mr. Chair, I told Chris he only had 15 minutes.
That's right.
I am done, by the way.
Actually, we had talked about an hour maximum, but then Joe and I had agreed that after 15 minutes, not only will your eyes glaze over, but we will be so obsessed with the nuances that we will.
Your introductory time is up, Mr.
Okay.
Stevens.
With that, I would recommend a vote on one of many options.
Well, why don't you do
presented.
this? Take a look at the material you provided us, and as we requested last time, you asked us to prepare some alternatives to examine, which is, I believe, they appear on attachment 1 to file item 8.
Right.
So why don't you run through those rapidly, please?
Okay, and let me just make one or two introductory points before I run rapidly through those. The first is, as you point out, the statute requires us to adopt procedures governing appeals. That's important. Also, it gives us an exemption from the State Administrative Procedures Act, which is the normal state rulemaking process. What you have before you now is the fourth draft of a document that includes the appeals procedures, also includes some other independent but similar parts that you looked at last time. But the encouraging and somewhat ironic part of this is that you're now seeing a fourth draft, so even though it is exempt from the normal APA rulemaking process, you've probably got more public transparency and comment on this draft than you normally would. So I
So
applaud
much for
you.
expeditious processing.
Exactly. So I think that we will come out with a product that at least some will think is a good product, given the level of scrutiny, public scrutiny, this having been your fourth time you've seen it. If you remember back at our previous meeting, we focused primarily on covered actions, or at least in the introductory part, appeals regarding covered actions. Following the discussion, I went back and made revisions that you'll see in green line, I guess, as attachment 3 to agenda number item 8. The revisions were directed by you. In addition, we've had subsequent comments on some of the technical parts of the covered actions, and I appreciate all the comment letters. They've been fantastically intriguing and thorough, and we do read them all. Some are snickering in the audience, I know, but on the covered actions, for instance, I'll point out one letter that I thought was very thoughtful. Mr. Becerra sent in a letter dealing with the timing of the filing of the administrative record upon appeal, and he pointed out that the timing may not work. He also had recommended that we impose some extra burdens on the appellant. And I think that they're potentially valid points, but I would raise for your purposes here that we did discuss some of those timing issues with the 5 Delta County, the county coalition, and I think that we recognized that what we came up with was, at least at this point, something we all thought would be workable. But we did make a commitment to revisit if we need to. If the process doesn't work, I'm the first one that will bring those issues to your attention and say, hey, we got to relook at the timing and the burden on appellants. There isn't one right now. All they have to do is file an appeal. But I guess the point is that I appreciate the comment letters. We are taking them under advisement. But I think for the covered actions portion, we did find, I think, a range of provisions that would be workable, at least from the get-go. With regard to BDCP, that there were two portions of the appeals procedures. The BDCP, we had a great discussion. You had asked our staff, me, and our technical advisors to come back with a range of so-called intermediate options for your consideration. And I'd like to make a couple points right off the bat. The first, I think, is important fundamentally in that there is a standard of review that's set out for covered actions in the statute. It's express. It talks about substantial evidence based on the record. That same express provision is not included with regard to BDCP, and that suggests that something otherwise was intended by the legislature. I had proposed originally a de novo standard of review with regard to the BDCP determination. De novo was a fresh look standard. It no deference necessarily to Department of Fish and Game. However, I want to make it clear that that isn't the only standard. We're not required to go with de novo. What I think the important point is that I didn't support, and I still don't recommend, as do I think our technical advisors don't recommend, a full-blown substantial evidence standard for BDCP, based primarily on the fact that that is the standard that the legislature picked for covered actions, and they left that out in the BDCP section. So I had recommended de novo originally. That is one option. I've presented some intermediate options, and I would recommend either of those intermediate options as being justifiable in this case. But I think the point is that there's a range. I wouldn't necessarily recommend substantial evidence, but I think that ultimately it's a policy call now. We're trying to find something that's workable, where we add value, where we're not a super regulatory agency. I'll say that again. The decision on BDCP is one that was set up by and required by the Delta Reform Act. It's the NCCP determination as a regulatory determination by Fish and Game under that body of law. We're not revoking the permit, but there are obviously crossover issues. The ultimate issue for you as a body is set out in the Delta Reform Act. Number one, the BDCP is not eligible for inclusion in the Delta Plan. You're the keeper of the Delta Plan, not eligible for inclusion in the Delta Plan, and potentially public funding, state funding for public benefits, unless it meets statutory criteria set out in the Delta Plan. Also in the Delta Reform Act, Also in the Delta Reform Act, it says that a determination by the Department of Fish and Game that the BDCP has met those statutory criteria may be appealed to this body. So that implies most prominently that the Department of Fish and Game must make a determination that the BDCP has met those statutory criteria. Once it makes the determination, it comes potentially to you on appeal. The question on appeal is not whether or not you're going to revoke permits, not whether you're going to revoke a CEQA determination. It's whether or not the BDCP meets those statutory criteria. It's perhaps a subtle nuance to some, but at least to the technical advisors with whom I've consulted, we were driven by statute here. The decision was made by the legislature. So with that, I turn to the chair for any introductory questions or comments.
No, we're going to get questions to the three of you from council members on this issue. Let's first of all, we may talk about other elements of the administrative rules, but most of the attention and interest has been on the appeal rules relating to BDCP. So let's just go to those. We've got the attachment A, which are the alternatives. Let me just ask the Attorney General's office, Mr. Siegel, Ms. Henke-Wolfsberg, anything you'd like to add to Mr. Stevens' comments?
No, I think that really summarizes it very well.
Are all of these options, are any of these options, there are four of them, two under the preponderance of the evidence rule, are any of these options of questionable compliance with the statute? In your judgment, and I understand this is a judgment, not, conclusive.
There are definite issues with the last one, the third one, the use of substantial evidence based upon the record.
Get a little closer to the mic. It's hard to hear you.
There is a concern about, well, we have a concern at the staff level with the third option, which is the substantial evidence based upon the record below, and that's basically based upon court decisions talking about statutory construction, which hold that where there's a single statutory scheme and there are two parts of that scheme covering the same issue, and in one area they use one phrase, and in another they use a different terminology, that creates a presumption that was intentional and the legislature intended something to be different. The courts also, and it's basically from U.S. Supreme Court decisions that I'm basing the statement on. The courts also say, however, that the difference doesn't necessarily tell you what the intention is. So we know it seems pretty clear that the substantial evidence based upon the record below, which is the standard for covered action, pretty clearly was not intended to apply here. But we don't know what was intended to apply. So I think that leaves it. That leaves a policy question for the council as to what level there is, and there is a range, which you're presented with here. I think you have the option to go with any.
Mr. Fiorini, then Ms. Gray.
Can you explain, just in simple terms, the difference between option A, 2A, and 2B? What does that mean effectively for us?
It's somewhat subtle, but consideration the case law in this area, I have to tell you, is confusing. In fact, very confusing. And the three of us have been struggling with this for quite a while. And there are law review articles saying the courts aren't really sure what they mean and what these different terms mean and so on. So I need to preface anything I say with that. That said, the word consideration conveys to us somewhat less deference than the word weight. So we see option 2B as giving a little more consideration, if you will, to what the Fish and Game determination then would be given in 2A. It's relatively subtle, but that's the intention there between 2A and 2B. So these are intended to be in a hierarchy, with the first one being giving the least deference, 1, 3 the most. 2A would be, giving the next to least amount of deference, and then so on.
Ms. Gray.
Yeah, just a question. There was some new language that was provided to Mr. Ryan's staff, I believe, and I just want to make sure that it was from the Metropolitan Water District, that you in fact looked at that new language under option 3 to see whether or not, to get your perspective on that. Are you aware of the new language, additional?
We did discuss it. It looked pretty much like number 3. It was worded slightly differently, but it looked like it essentially was option number 3. At least that was our interpretation.
Yeah.
Mr. Stevens?
Yeah, I think that it was a different standard of review. It was abuse of discretion. As Dan points out, there are many different standards of review, and all courts and law review articles have a difficult time trying to differentiate. But I think that in our opinion, when it comes down to it, the legal import or practical effect would be the same as the most deferential to Department of Fish and Game, in that you would be required to only look at the record before Fish and Game, and you would have to pretty much accept their finding if it was based on substantial evidence. And again, substantial evidence is a relatively low standard. It's, for instance, if there was evidence that a reasonable person could have come to that conclusion, but not necessarily the conclusion that this counsel thought was the correct conclusion, or that a court, for that matter, thought was the correct conclusion, you would have to go with that. So I think what Dan's saying is correct. We did look at the language. I also want to acknowledge not only Metropolitan submission, state and federal water contractors, Joint Powers Authority sent in actually 2 letters in the last week and a half that were, great letters, well thought out, very intriguing. I don't necessarily agree with all the points, but I do appreciate you raising those issues. Again, I think when it comes down to it, there are subtle nuances. This is an important, an obviously important issue before you, but I think that there's enough leeway that it really does come down to a policy choice right now. We think that there is statutory authority for a standard of review ranging from de novo, but we think that as you get down towards the substantial evidence, the most deferential, you run the risk of being vulnerable, given the fact that, as Dan points out, the statutory construct is a bit different.
I could add, we tried to keep it as simple as possible. For example, the term abuse of discretion, when you go to the statutes, they, particularly this one statute, 1094.5 of the Code of Civil Procedure, when you look at the statutes, they actually go on to the statutes define abuse of discretion. And they say sometimes it's independent judgment, sometimes it's substantial evidence. So abuse of discretion actually doesn't answer the question. So we try to make this as clean as we could to give you to leave the policy choice to you with reasonably clear language.
Thank you.
Supervisor.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question for Chris or Dan. The list of choices, Dan, you've come back, as you stated, with kind of a range here, but is it still your view, again, recognizing the policy choice here, that de novo one would give the council, I guess, the broadest discretion relative to independent and full review? Is that an accurate portrayal?
Yes.
Okay. I see Chris shaking his head, too. Yeah. And I guess the other question I wanted to ask, then, is that in the subsequent 23.5, it it's in the green section. And this may apply in all 4 of the options that are listed, the 1, 2A, B, and 3, but 23.5 in subparagraph A, and this talks a little more about the hearing concerning the BDCP and how you conduct a hearing, but in there, it would seem to me that it most closely aligns with the de novo approach, maybe with 2A as well, but and with a view towards securing all relevant information and material necessary to render a decision without unreasonable delay. And it would seem to me that with a de novo process, you're able not only to gather relevant information, but to make that independent review and to have the fullest and broadest approach to that. And I don't know if that's inconsistent, that language, with any of the other options that are listed, but it would seem to me if it's substantial evidence, then the relevant facts is just, it kind of goes to this point you were talking about a minute ago, some abuse of discretion. So maybe you can help enlighten me a little bit on how that would be applied.
Yeah, let me see if I can clarify it. The intent of 23.5 is essentially to allow you to go beyond the record and to hear additional evidence. Now, what you do once you hear that additional evidence varies under these different options. Under de novo independent review, you just look at that evidence and you can ignore what the Department of Fish and Game did. You do not need to give any discretion to their determination. Under option 2A or 2B, you still would have all that evidence. So you'd still be following these procedures for receiving new evidence. But you would either give consideration, when you actually make a decision, you'd give consideration or you'd give weight to the department's determination.
So and you're required to do that, or it would seem you take that into account. You would take that into account anyway, either de novo or
under independent judgment, there's no obligation to take that into account. You may decide that you want to take it into account, but there's your procedures would not require you to take that into account. That would be optional. You can take it into account or not.
So that's a major distinction in between 1 and 2A or 2B?
Yes.
Okay. But would it still be council's opinion, though, that which you brought to us a month ago, de novo, if you were recommending to council to give us the broadest authority? I mean, you're leaving for a policy decision, but if you had to make a recommendation to us today, which one would you recommend to us?
I'll turn to your counsel.
Okay.
And I'm not to put you in a sidewinder between council members here, Chris.
No,
you just respond
not
to me
at
as a
all.
council member.
Well, let me say first, I would not have recommended de novo had I thought that we didn't have a statutory basis for that. I can support 1, 2A, or 2B, and I would recommend your consideration
that's
of
the
those.
range. Okay. But you believe there's statutory basis?
Or something similar. I wouldn't
Yeah.
recommend necessarily. And again, as Dan pointed out, we tried to draft 2A and 2B to be as simple as possible so it can be understood not only by people like us who are completely frustrated with standards of review now, but members of the public, and most importantly, you who have to make the ultimate decision.
Okay.
Mr. Grindstaff. Can we get some sound on the mic, please?
Not being an attorney, I get the opportunity sometimes to opine on things I don't totally understand. I want to say that from my perspective, I believe that alternative 2B is an appropriate alternative. It does give weight to the Department of Fish and Game. So they are going to go through a process. They're going to evaluate the evidence. They're going to make a decision. And it says that the council will give weight to what they do. I think that's an appropriate thing. It also preserves the ability for the council to say, based on the preponderance of evidence, this is the right decision. So if you're asking from a non-attorney, but somebody who's looked at all of these issues a lot and thought about this a lot, my recommendation would be that you go with 2B as something that meets the legal test and also, I think, meets the moral test of what's the right thing to do.
Mr. Fiorini, then Ms. Gray.
I support that recommendation for all those reasons, and I'm prepared to offer that in the form of a motion at the appropriate time, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right, Ms. Gray.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
If we do not approve the language today, because there is quite a difference in terms of the perspective, what does that mean if we deferred it again?
Well, let's just, if we deferred it again, it means all the interest groups get to lobby us repeatedly day after day. That may be the worst possible consequence. You have to talk to the same people all over again about the things you've already talked to them about. That's number one. Number two, as we approach whenever a potential appeal occurs, and that depends on when BDCP is completed and whether there is a finding by the Department of Fish and Game after it is completed that it meets the requirements of law. If we approach that date without having adopted rules, I would assume we have full statutory duty, which means we can do whatever in the hell we want to. The reason the legislature mandated we adopt rules and gave us an exemption from the normal complicated process, and Mr. Stevens recommended we get an early start on it, is so we don't get up to the day of the hearing battling about the process we're going to use, which creates the most commotion and leads to possible challenges to whatever process we decide at that time, leading to a lawsuit that will stop the process. So there's a practical reason and there is a legal reason to proceed. I just suggest to you, in the 15 months we have to go, by 2 months from now, this will seem to be so minor an issue compared to what we are really dealing with that we're going to be laughing at each other privately, because the really tough decisions are the policy decisions to come. This is a matter of politics, in my judgment. Your view of the statute, what the legislature meant by creating us, your view of the BDC process, and whether you believe the council should exercise authority in the appeal situation the legislature calls for. That's it. So I would urge us to make a decision. We naturally want to hear last-minute, brand-new public testimony, but I would urge us to make a decision and adopt rules and move on. We got a lot of hard stuff coming. Okay, Ms. Rogers, do we have correctly filled out blue forms from people wishing to speak? A couple. Okay, if any of them are not correctly filled out, you're going to prepare a seat right next to you, and I'm going to have them sit down next to you.
Mr. Chairman, while we're getting the
Yes,
people
sir.
in order, and I'm not a lawyer, as you well know, if the plan is overall pretty well done, yet there's one aspect of it that is egregiously wrong, and we apply standard 2B, would we have a cause to take an action or not?
Let me defer that to Mr. Stevens and the Attorney General's office for a better answer.
Again, I think that the way that we're interpreting this is that the BDCP has to meet all of the statutory requirements that are set out in the Delta Reform Act. So that we're going to be driven by that game plan. I mean, we're going to have the statutory requirements set out, and we're going to have a BDCP and a determination by the Department of Fish and Game. And if they meet the requirements, then the appeal will fail. If nobody appeals, it'll get in automatically. But I think hypothetically it's hard to answer, because I'm not sure, the level to which an alleged inconsistency could rise to. It's tough to right now answer that, but I think that generally it has to meet all the requirements, and the requirements are set out in statute. Is that?
Mr. Becerra, Mr. Zlotnick, and Mr. Rentz,
Let me
I'm
just
going to
try it a
let you
different
guys
way.
write on your blue forms how you want your testimony to be described, and Ms. Rogers has your form to fill out. Okay.
Before we get into the
Yes,
blue
sir.
forms, just one more attempt. The statutory requirements are not the biological requirements, or are they?
Well, the statutory requirements have to do with compliance with different other bodies of law. So compliance with the NCCP Act and with CEQA Enhanced, as I call it, CEQA Plus. Built into that are...
Would you stop whispering and get closer to the microphone, Mr. Stevens?
I think that built into those other bodies of law are biologics and factual findings and reasoning. And I think that with the options that we've presented here, we've given you at least two. One, you would take into consideration, or you would alternatively give weight to those biologics or facts or reasoning of the Department of Fish and Game. And that's the Department of Fish and Game with regard to the NCCPA. Keep in mind that the CEQA, even though Fish and Game is a responsible agency, as are we for CEQA, for BDCP, the Department of Water Resources is really the lead agency on the environmental document. So, differing jurisdictions, but biologics, facts, and reasoning are built into those other bodies of law. But I think that the point that we're trying to make is, in the end, our task here, in the end, the BDCP has to meet those requirements to get into the plan that you are the stewards of, the Delta Plan.
Okay, I'll go back to what you said earlier. It's a hypothetical, and a very, very low probability of that hypothetical actually occurring. That overall it would be pretty good, but there wouldn't be one aspect of it that would be so far out of line.
Well, it actually is. It's difficult to answer in the abstract. To give you an example, under CEQA, a document can be a phenomenally great document. 99% of the document can be great, but frankly, defending a CEQA lawsuit right now against the state, I'm acutely and painfully aware of this. But there may be one small aspect, such as the analysis of vibration, that was not adequately done. A judge can throw out the CEQA document. So it's hard to answer, and has against a client of ours. So it's hard to answer in the abstract whether if only one little piece that we, for example, see as less than 1/10 of 1% of the analysis is faulty, whether the document is still okay. It very well may fall based upon something that's very small. That may be easily correctable, but still, on the first appeal, the determination may have to be this is not an adequate document.
Mr. Grindstaff's going to not practice some more.
Well, I want to add one more thing. This process is set up with the council as a responsible agency. And when the draft EIR, EIS comes out, we will have one of, I think, our most important responsibilities to comment on that. And I would hope that we do a really thorough job so that any concerns that we might have about anything that might make something fail is addressed in our comments. That way, the Department of Fish and Game and Department of Water Resources know what the issues are. They can address those so that when the time comes, they're successful. And I think actually that was really wise on the legislature's part. It gives the council the opportunity to make sure our concerns are addressed in a proactive way rather than just being after the fact an appellate body. So I think that actually mitigates that risk.
And also, just to add on to that, the other role that I think was touched upon earlier by Secretary Snow asking for a staff contact is the statute calls for us, at least in a staff capacity, to play in a consultative role in the development of the plan itself. So, to the extent that, as Joe says, the comments on the draft EIR are important, all of the comments are important. The comments that we get from our hired guns, our independent consultants that help us in a consultative role as well are important. And I think the key is here to add value by avoiding a train wreck. And I think that's what we're all trying to do.
Mr. Johnson?
Just to see if I understand. Joe, your point was that we have an obligation and we're going to formally comment, therefore give advice to BDCP, which then at a later stage we're going to stand in judgment if somebody appeals, right?
That's exactly
the BDCP. Right. So BDCP will be fully aware of what our view of compliance with the law looks like, correct?
That's what
we will have identified anything that we're concerned about that might be out of compliance.
That's exactly
with
right.
State and federal law. So that's telegraphing to BDCP and everyone else what we're likely to do should an issue arise and be brought to us for appeal.
Exactly. And I think that's why this issue, while it appears really big now, why the chair is correct when he says a year and a half from now, probably it won't be anywhere near the biggest issue we've dealt with.
Well, that is because in the intervening time, as we construct our scoping letters, all of the same voices will tell us we shouldn't say in the scoping letter what they'd prefer not to hear because, gosh, they don't like it. And that'll come from all sides of the issues on various points we raise. And if we should, the worst of my position is we treat the scoping letters as only delivering nice news in spite of problems or concerns. We would not be fulfilling the statute. And if we did that and then took the greatest deference to a fish and game determination, we have essentially relinquished any position we have under the statute or any responsibility. And I think the caution is one we want to remember, because if the defense to an alternative version of the de novo rule is we're going to raise all of our comments in the scoping letters, I just want to make sure everybody remembers that when the scoping letters come around and people don't want us to say something. That's all. Yes, Ms. Marcus.
I would just say, I mean, hopefully if this works, we're giving our comments all along, but I like that in the options that you all drafted, you spelled out that we could go back to Fish and Game and let them cure. So it's iterative to the end without relinquishing the authority that we clearly have under the statute. And obviously I have the rubber stamp, the potted plant versus de novo thing. I really appreciate the thinking you've done. It's a hard issue, and I hadn't thought about the construction issue on the substantial evidence, but I can understand that now that you explain it. So it's a tough needle to thread, but I think in theory, I do think we should go at least with the more deferential one, the B, to honor the fact that they do have expertise, in particular on the NCCP part of it and the intent of the statute. Without it leaves us a flexibility to be reasonable with it without substituting our judgment. Because when it comes to meeting the constructs of the law, I don't think we should be as deferential, because in that case, it's our duty to enforce the law. So it would be an odd thing to say we could completely disagree with a decision somebody made and therefore are not doing our duty as we see. I mean, it's a funny construct to be in. So I just want to thank you for actually trying to navigate it for us. It's actually been much more interesting than I would have thought. It's a good final exam question.
God, I hope not.
It's a take-home test.
Okay, let's get the public testimony. Mr. Koutras, once again, you have managed to fill out this form with accuracy. Would you be willing to give an instruction class to the next parties who haven't quite learned it the first time around?
No, thank you.
Okay, all right. I can understand why. Thank Mr. Koutras.
Pete Koutras, Delta Counties Coalition. I wanted to make 4 points in support of the de novo review. First, and I won't repeat them, given that it's supposed to be new, but please look at the reasoning and the logic in our letters to you of August 17th and September 15th. We spent considerable time as counties looking at this issue, and we think it's important that the de novo be the standard. Second, customarily in other state commissions, the Delta Protection Commission uses de novo as their standard for review of actions before them. Their statute is silent like yours is on this issue, and the determination was made that the de novo, because of the discretion of the Delta Protection Commission, should be the standard. You've already heard from your counsel about the issue already in your statute describing a standard of review for covered actions. It's silent on this, and we urge you to use de novo. The third point I want to make is what we went through on item 10 today. Without your efforts, without your hiring of an independent review of the BDCP process, we would not have heard what we heard from Secretary Snow this morning. It's your independence that we're counting on when you look at the BDCP plan when it comes forward. You are the final arbiter, and that's my final point, and that is in our letters to you. You are the independent body that has to look and make a review. The de novo review does not, by definition, throw out anything Fish and Game has done. In fact, one would argue if you were to do that, you would abuse your discretion as a body. You do have to consider what's there, but to hamstring you and say that you have to give some level of weight, I think degrades your independence. We need you to keep that independence that the statute envisioned, and we'd urge you to adopt the de novo standard. Those are my comments.
Question.
In practice, the Delta County supervisors at the Delta Protection Commission have frequently said that the commission should defer to a county's determination of land use issues because of its experience, its process, its expertise. And in fact, I think the commission did give weight to a county's evaluation and decision making process and conclusions. So while this argument, seems to be desirable from the supervisor's point of view for this body, in other settings, they clearly don't view it that way.
Through the chair, Member Johnson, Commissioner Johnson, the Delta Protection Commission standard is de novo review. That may be in the debate that takes place at the commission over issues that an argument is made that weight should be given, just as I'm sure when you debate the BDCP, even under a de novo standard, members of this commission and others in public testimony will argue you should give great weight. I think there's a difference in argument and debate. My issue and the Delta County's coalition's issue is that you give yourself that opportunity. You retain that independence. You decide how much weight you'll give it. And that's what we're arguing here.
Right. I guess I'm suggesting in practice there's not a lot of difference, that reasonable people give weight to those who have responsibilities and have looked and made decisions in the public interest. That's what supervisors expect of others, and I'm sure that's what they expect of us. So whatever we decide, my expectation is we will this will not divide us.
Mr. Fiorini, did you have a? No. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kutras.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Zlotnick?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Greg Zlotnick with State and Federal Contractors. I try not to repeat what we've sent in the 3 letters, 2 most recently. I had a process question in terms of Council's discussion of statutory construction and indicating that because it was listed in the one section, which is in a different part of the legislation than what we're talking about BDCP, which sort of begs the question since they're in different parts of the legislation even. You indicated that essentially what's been said is that when it doesn't say something, it doesn't give you guidance either, I believe, was along the lines of what you said. It doesn't necessarily tell you what it should be either when it doesn't say anything. And yet you've described being troubled, I think was the word, if the council chose alternative 3, that there wouldn't be a statutory basis for that. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that's kind of what I heard, that you would be troubled by that based on statutory construction, and yet you said under statutory construction there really is no guidance. So the question is really, because of that, isn't the council able to choose any of its options as a policy question, which you put out, without being concerned about statutory construction, so to speak?
Gentlemen?
I was saying something a little different.
Okay.
Which is the difference in the term. The courts have said that where there is a different terminology used in the same statutory scheme, there is a very high presumption that the legislature intended that difference to be meaningful. And since there is substantial evidence on the record below review required in one part of the statutory scheme and not in the other, that lack of reference to substantial evidence based on the record below is presumably intentional. So that would be a troubling interpretation of the silence to say that substantial evidence based upon the record below was intended by the legislature. That said, we don't know what other options the legislature might have intended because the statute is silent. So it does, the fact we know that it's not substantial evidence based upon the record below. That we know. But the cases also say that doesn't give you the answer of what was intended. In this case, since it's left silent, what was intended could be independent review or it could be something more deferential than independent review, just not substantial evidence based upon the record below.
So you think
that's what the U.S. Supreme Court interpretive cases say.
You're saying it precludes that policy choice?
There's a good legal argument that it precludes it.
Okay, and related to that, what's also interesting, because again, they're in different sections and parts of the Act, covered actions, which does have the substantial deference, specifically exempt state regulatory actions, which the NCCP determination would be. So it's kind of interesting that you're exempting that decision from the whole discussion of what would be looked at under covered actions, and yet it's sort of just put out there as you don't have to, provide, So anyway, that's a concern, and I just wanted to clarify that. The other thing is the notion, again, sort of that this is part of a whole, the scheme, so to speak, as the chairman and others have talked about. We know this legislation, as it was put together, is not a thoroughbred but a camel. And so, to sort of say that
as is every statute.
Yeah, but this one in particular, as Ms. Marcus knows, was sort of cobbled together. So not sure that case, that argument holds a lot of water. The other issue, of course, as Mr. Stevens has pointed out a couple of times, is that you're not talking about repealing the permits necessarily. It's just whether it can be part of the Delta plan. Well, again, that seems to be a distinction without much difference, because if the BDCP is not part of the Delta plan and the Delta plan is what's there, then what the BDCP is likely to not, necessarily make it. And so that's why I think, again, the legislation says it shall be part of the Delta plan if this is done.
The legislation says it shall be part of the Delta plan if it meets the conditions, and if it is not incorporated, shall not be eligible for state funding. And that is really the reason you're here having this discussion.
No, it's not.
Trust me, it is.
Mr. Chairman, trust me, state funding obviously is an issue because there are things involved with BDCP that go beyond the mitigation requirements of the projects, which we do think is appropriate public investment. But it's really about getting a uniform plan in place and incorporating the BDCP, like the legislature said. That was the idea. So trying to protect that. So obviously, we would urge item 3, but adding the language that Ms. Marcus raised that she liked in number 2 about getting consultation with Fish and Game. There's that sentence about the council may seek clarification. We think that would be a good addition to 3. Just a couple other issues, because there's more to this than just this issue. We still remain concerned, and we haven't heard any discussion. I don't know if your council want to address it, but that the council can self-appeal, basically. That's in paragraph 18, that allows for any member of the council or the executive officer to appeal to themselves, which is sort of an interesting construct that as a judge you get to appeal something to yourself. We just don't think that has the appropriate detachment that is appropriate. Depending upon what you do here, I think it would behoove you, not necessarily for debate, because I think this is the center of the debate, but all of the issues under paragraph 23.5 should be looked at for whatever standard you come up with. And then we were surprised to see the new paragraph 19C, which essentially, granted it's at discretion, but allows you to combine the 2 hearings, the one required of you if the BDCP is approved, you have to hold one public hearing on how to incorporate that into the Delta plan, and then also the appeal of that certification. To us, those are very different things. One is how would you meld the BDCP into your Delta plan, which is sort of a planning function, so to speak, and then the other, in terms of judging an appeal of the DFG certification, is a quasi-judicial function, in essence, that and we just think they're very different, and I don't know how you'd hold them at the same time, in essence, and frankly would probably give short shrift to the very complicated issue of how would you meld the BDCP into the Delta plan, which is why the legislation had it. So,
Can we talk about that one?
Yes, go ahead.
Because it's an intriguing nuance that,
frankly, that was the word I was.
Frankly, we hadn't, and we were talking about this earlier today. But you're right. The statute does say that if the Department of Fish and Game determines that the BDCP or approves the BDCP as a natural community conservation plan pursuant to the appropriate sections, the council shall have at least one public hearing, and here are the words, concerning the incorporation of the BDCP into the Delta plan. So at our last meeting, we had a discussion about how that might mesh or what its relationship would be with an appeal. And you're right to point out that the appeal is based upon the determination by the Department of Fish and Game. It's a quasi-judicial, perhaps, determination, and it's focused specifically on that issue. And the question is it appropriate to perhaps combine those two, the public hearing that's required under statute with a potential appeal? And I think it was Mr. Fiorini had suggested, and I think the argument was, let's make this as expeditious as possible, and I think that it's in everyone's interest, including the water interest, to resolve all these issues. You don't want to hold one or more public hearings and then hold separate appeals.
And it says it's at your discretion. I understand that, but I just wanted to raise
Ms. Marcus.
Well, but I think it's an appropriate question. The way that we had thought about it, and we were trying to obviously interpret legislative language that isn't perhaps as clear as it could be, the requirement for a hearing would be perhaps the first public vetting of the fact that the Department of Fish and Game has actually made the determination that it's an NCCP. So it would come to this body to discuss what the implications of that determination were. For instance, if Fish and Game said, yes, it is an NCCP, what are the components of the NCCP? What does that mean for incorporation of the Delta plan? Obviously, if there's no appeal, potentially it goes automatically into the Delta plan. What does that mean for the other components of the Delta plan? And so that would be perhaps the first public vetting of those kinds of issues. The appeal, the way that we had thought about it, would perhaps trail that the public would not know exactly what was going on. Obviously, they have a right to appeal based on the statutory criteria. So we saw those perhaps as being sequenced. But then we thought, well, what happens if somebody appeals first? As Randy pointed out, isn't there a possibility to compress the time frame, expedite the process, resolve the issues that need to be resolved? So,
well, one of the interesting things I think the legislation, I'm pretty sure, is silent on, if you will, the statute of limitations on the appeal. Does it say anything about, so theoretically, I know, so theoretically, I mean, because we have such a tight legislative construct here, supposedly, right. You could go through and have that hearing that's required, which we know is required once the certification decision is done by Fish and Game. You have to hold a hearing to how to incorporate. You could be 3 months down the road of how to incorporate, and all of a sudden someone decides to appeal. Well, and then what? And it just sort of raises an issue of the subject matter is different, it seems, and frankly, I think the amount of information on both questions that would come before you, I mean, you could have one hearing, but it might be 3 days.
I guess the point, Greg, was the subject matter may be different. We're not quite sure. Okay. It could be, and when we were looking at the language, as you rightfully pointed out, it said at our discretion. Right. So what I was going to recommend to the council was perhaps to leave the language as drafted, but to revisit again. If they are apples and oranges, obviously it wouldn't be appropriate to combine. But if there would be a possibility to combine and save time, I think it's in the water user's interest, sure, and as well as everybody
having
else's.
At discretion is there. Just wanted to highlight the issue.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Becerra?
Thank you, Chairman Eisenberg. Ryan Becerra from Barkowitz, Chronic, and Shanahan. We represent a number of upstream agencies, and I don't want to talk to you about anything having to do with BDCP. What I'd like to talk to you about is the portion of the proposed procedures regarding other covered actions. In particular,
Which numbered section are you talking about?
4B and 4C primarily. And if you take a look at 4B, what it says is that if there is an appeal, the agency whose action is appealed has to produce its record to you within 10 days of getting a notice of the appeal. And as someone who works on mandate cases occasionally, I can tell you it occasionally takes months to put together the record on appeal, and in particular to organize it and prepare a table of contents. You can imagine if you have a project that has a full EIR, CEQA has a laundry list of things that are mandatory to be contained in a record. And so the concept that you would have to put together your record within 10 days of notice that someone's appealing, and then under 4C that if you fail to meet that 10 days, that's it, your action is inconsistent with the Delta plan, that doesn't set up a process that's particularly workable. I understand you have tight and statutory timeframes to hear and rule on appeals. It seems to me you could construct an alternative process, and I provided some red line comments on these sections that suggested how you might get to that. But what 4B and C set up is a system where you will encourage masses of appeals on the mere hopes that the agency can't make its 10-day deadline to produce a record, and that its action will be kicked back as inconsistent. If you want to have a process where you have a real consideration of consistency of covered actions with the Delta plan, this process isn't going to work for you. And like Mr. Stevens mentioned earlier, that I suggested that you might have the appellants have a requirement to produce a certain amount of documentation with their appeal, and it seems to me that's possible partly because appellants can get at state and local documents via the Public Records Act. They can get in and take a look and even ask for copies, and you have pretty tight time frames to respond to Public Record Act requirements.
10 days.
So you could construct effectively a mini record, a small record that deals only with the consistency with the Delta plan relatively quickly.
Mr. Stevens, Mr. Siegel, you want to respond to this?
Well, I'm going to turn to Dan, but being an experienced Public Records Act responder, I don't know about the expedited time frame. There is a 10-day requirement to respond, but thereafter it's a reasonable amount of time to produce the records. And so I think that the concern that I had, I think it, again, going back to the word intriguing, I think it's an interesting recommendation, but placing a burden on the appellant to have to go out and find records through the Public Records Act, at least in my view, isn't appropriate. But I think Dan's going to speak to the kind of the timing.
Yeah, the council's in a real tough spot because the statute mandates that they hold a hearing within 60 days of the appeal. So they've got to get a record really quickly. And, Chris Stevens met with representatives of 5 different counties who had very serious concerns with prior language which we had, which was submit the record along with the certification of consistency.
Yes.
And the counties recommended that instead there be this provision that there currently is. So this was a attempt to work in a very difficult situation, to work with the counties in a very difficult situation. I guess your firm represents special districts and other similar kinds of entities, which would have the same problem, the concerns that the counties would have. But one thing I should point out, and this is really important because it doesn't jump out at you looking at the Act, you actually have a lot of control over this. As counsel for a special district, if you have an issue that you think is controversial and there's a fair chance that you're going to have to scramble and put together a record, hold off in filing the certificate of consistency with the commission, or with the council, because the time to appeal doesn't start to run. No one can appeal until you file that document. So you actually have you're the only one, really, that has some kind of control over this process. The council, unfortunately, once the appeal's filed, they've got to run.
And the concern is that if you had, as a local agency, a process where you have an EIR, you would not want to have a situation where you are certifying an EIR and your consistency with the Delta plan separately, because now you're having multiple bites at the apple before you on your project approval. And so it strikes me that that would set up a process where it gets very cumbersome at the local agency level, and I think also at the state agency level. The thing that jumps to my mind when I read this is DWR approving any given year's drought water bank, that they would have to assemble just a mass of documents in order to meet your 10-day deadline. I can't imagine how they could possibly do it, along with the CEQA work they'd have to do. And so you'd run into this thing where you would be encouraging anybody who has any problem with a project to file an appeal just hoping that they can't put together the record, which would be a pretty good bet. And it seems to me the way to get at it is to require not that the whole record be filed with you, but rather that there be some selection of excerpts of the record that deal just with Delta plan consistency, which is pretty consistent with the way the courts sometimes handle matters. For instance, I think the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, they only want excerpts of your record. They don't want you dumping whole boxes of paper that are irrelevant in front of them. And I know from having just litigated a CEQA case where we were dealing with a claim that we needed to do a supplemental environmental impact report, we slimmed down a record that had 16 volumes into a binder this big, because we only dealt with the little bit of the record that had to deal with our issues. And it seems to me that your regs should focus on the pieces that only deal with the Delta plan as opposed to the whole record that's in front of the action agency.
Mr. Stevens.
Well, I was just going to respond. I think it's suggested in your last comment, but the record here is not necessarily the CEQA record. So, and we made that clear in our discussions, I think before, but definitely with the Delta counties, that what we tried to do was defer to them as much as we could without defining the contents of what the administrative record would be for these purposes. But they raised the similar issues that, the CEQA administrative record can be completely burdensome and that it wouldn't be practical. And I think that we came to a workable, at least in our minds from this, at this point in time, a workable scheme. And again, we had committed to revisit if it turned out it wasn't workable. Right, and if people are gaming the system, I'll be the first to say, we've got to change it. But as Dan points out, and as we know, I think the deal was already made in the legislature. They've given you a tight deadline to make these decisions. And again, they've expressly limited you to record evidence. So we need the record. So the question, is if somebody was giving us abstracts, is that a good enough abstract? Who decides that that's a good enough abstract? We need the record. We came to an arrangement where we weren't going to require it before the appeal, but within at least a certain amount of time that would allow us to get what we need.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Becerra.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see, Mr. Rentz.
Mark Rentz, Aqua. I'll be pretty quick because I know you want to move on to other things. Just three quick things. Number one, and I know paragraph 23 is going to be the big one, but paragraph number 2, I appreciate the language in that one that addressed our concern that we discussed last time, so wanted to step forward to the mic and say thank you and say we support that, of course, change. I also noted in my notes, and Mr. Slotnick beat me to it, but I do think you need to discuss amongst yourselves before you adopt this how you're going to handle paragraph 18. It seems to me if one of you all file an appeal or your executive officer files an appeal, are you the right body to hear that appeal? Or do you need to actually recuse yourself, hire an administrative judge or otherwise, So I just throw that out there because I could see that being a very big procedural issue.
I might be sympathetic to that if the council were taking a de novo position and exercising full authority on the grounds that it is fully judicial.
Well,
But since much of the discussion has been that the water community does not wish to have that standard applied, the argument that you do not wish to have this language here, which does apply to other state agencies, as you're well, Coastal Commission.
I'm not aware of any agency, and I can stand corrected because I don't go before, have not been before all of them.
Yeah.
I'm not aware of any agency that can file an appeal on a decision and then stand in judgment of their own appeal. I'm not aware of that, but that may be the case. And that's the way I read that language being, and I can stand corrected if I'm reading it wrong. Mr. Siegel, it looks like he's ready to correct me, so that's fine.
As the chair mentioned, under the California Coastal Act, 2 members of the Coastal Commission may file an appeal, and then they sit as the appellate body hearing the appeal. On the Delta Protection Commission Act, that was under a recent amendment, the commission as a whole can decide to appeal
appeal to themselves?
To appeal to themselves, and then they hear
okay,
it.
well then I will stand corrected.
And this is done at the local level as well. And there are court decisions, break zone billiard being one of them, that say that this does not violate due process rights.
Okay. Well, then I stand corrected on that. I was not aware of those situations. I will pass one final thought on that. I do think it has a perception challenge to you all a little bit, so I will throw that there. It's not a big issue to us. I just would hate to see it get...
Countered by the fact that it's entirely unlikely, because it's almost, I can't imagine that someone won't appeal. So,
yeah. Okay.
But, fair point.
Well, I'll move on to 23 because that's the big one. I just wanted to bring that up, and I thank you, Mr. Siegel, for bringing that to my attention. I appreciate that. On 23, I think your staff has done a great job of laying out the options. I, again, will bring back, and this is not new, but I think it's worth reiterating, the question that I raised to the council the last time. I think you need to spend some time asking yourself, what is going to be our role as an appellate body? Are you going to be a factual fact finder? In other words, is everybody going to roll in their arguments, their reports, everything to discuss a factual issue that Fish and Game and its expertise ruled on? Or are you going to be like most appellate bodies that look at the procedural aspect? In other words, did Fish and Game act in an appropriate manner? And I think that's why the 2 words that are on all the options, or the option 2A, 2B, and 3 are critical to understand is correctly determined. What do you mean by correctly determined? Did they act in an arbitrary and capricious manner, abuse their discretion? That's a procedural question. Or are you prepared to stand as a body and go through substantive review of things where they had the technical expertise when they made a decision that was in conformance with the various laws based on their technical expertise? So I just wanted to throw that out there because it was an issue we raised before, and I think it'll be very important because I anticipate that somebody will probably file an appeal with you at some point, and I think it's good for you to know ahead of the game. I do, in final comment, I do agree with you completely, Mr. Eisenberg, that it's good to everybody know the rules of the game before you enter into the process than defining it the day of the process. Thank you very much.
Okay, Ms. Rogers, anybody else? No. Anyone else like to talk to us on this? Hasn't filled out a form. Okay. Let's get a motion, then we'll have council discussion. Mr. Fiorini.
I would move adoption of the appeals, applicable, the appeals document utilizing the
full document.
The full document and utilizing option 2B as the preponderance of evidence.
Okay, let's get a second on that. Second? Patrick. Okay. All right. Discussion.
Well, I do have one comment. The issue that Mr. Becerra brings before us sounds reasonable, that there may be additional time required to prepare some documents, and there was no discussion given to that. It was either 10 days or else. Is 20 days enough to be sensitive to the concerns that they have? Does it make any difference? Does it require 30 days? Why did you Why did you come up with 10 days as opposed to any other number?
Because the statute says the appeal shall be heard by the council within 60 days of the date of filing of the appeal. And
yeah.
the longer you give the applicant to put together the record, the shorter the time to review the record, and the statute obligates us to judge on the record.
Very well.
I mean, it's not a perfect, I think, Mr. Stevens, it's not a perfect solution, but given the statutory deadline, I don't know how to, I just don't know how to do anything else.
Mr. Chair, if I could,
Mr. Natoli.
because I wanted to ask about that one too before we got into discussion about paragraph 23, is there, it just says 10 days, I assume it's just 10 calendar days, even 10 working days. I mean, it would seem to me that a little leeway in the time. I recognize, obviously you've conferred with the, representatives with the counties, but I think that there are other entities that could be likewise affected. May not even have the same resources that might be available to a jurisdiction such as a county or a city, for example. And it would seem to me at least working days gives people, that's 14 calendar days typically. It doesn't confine us that much more. It may not go to the essence of what the concern that Mr. Becerra put up in behalf of some of his folks he represents, but it would seem to me that a little more time to allow them to get information that's going to be very important not only to the record for the review of the council, but for all parties involved. And so, again, I don't know, not to quibble about the number of days, but certainly, 10 working days or 14 calendar days, something like that, at least you give people 2 weeks to scramble around and do what they can to put the, all the information together.
Let me make a suggestion on that. It may be best to simply flag this as one of the issues. Covered actions don't start until after we adopt the Delta plan.
Okay.
So for all practical purposes, this is after January 1st, 2012, and we have no idea when that will come up. I think we're probably going to want to review a bunch of things, not just procedural rules, but staffing status and assignments and all of those things after the Delta plan is done. And mentally, I kind of think that in that first 90 days after the plan is done, maybe we take a look at the rules and procedures, accumulate some thoughts. But you're right, Mr. Natoli, we won't have had an experience until probably after the first 90 days. That's my hunch.
Okay. Well, again, we can flag it, and we're going to go cover a lot of ground before we, get to that point. But I do think it's a relevant one, I guess, and we'll know how it works if it doesn't work, and if it does, we'll know that too, I guess. So.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay. Any comments? Other comments by council members
on the motion?
On the motion.
If I could, Mr. Chair, I'd like to speak to the motion. First, I want to thank our staff, both legal as well as support staff, for I think giving a good deal of thought to the council comments that were brought forward at the last meeting, as well as comments from the audience. I want to thank folks as well, because I think as Mr. Stevens pointed out, some both thoughtful information brought forward, but I think people iterated their concerns. It would, from my view, though, that and even with the recommendation that Mr. Grindstaff offers, and there's been some mid-range options here that. And I appreciated Councilmember Johnston's point, because he and I both sat on the commission in prior days as it related to appeal heard before the Delta Protection Commission. But I'm going to go back to what was initially brought before us, and I think that the words about full and independent review and certainly exercising discretion at the council level is important in giving deference to all of the information, and certainly if there's been a great body of information brought forward, whether in this case on the BDCP by DFG or other parties, that if you're going to give a full, fair hearing, that you're going to take those things into account. I understand that you begin to ratchet that down relative to, I guess, more clearly stating you're going to take those into account or give them weight, but again, I put faith and trust certainly in the members of this council, whoever they might be, current or future representatives, and for that reason, and I think in order to maintain that full and independent and broad review authority as it relates to the Delta plan and the incorporation or not of the BDCP and any appeal that might come to us, I'm again not unappreciative of this mid-range, but I'm supportive of using the de novo approach and would support option one, and so therefore will not support the motion as it's currently constructed.
Okay. All right. Other questions, comments? All right. Yes, Ms. Marcus.
A quick one. I mean, I can see wanting to pick which one feels right. I think that 2B gives us the ability to look at everything, but it also honors the words of the statute that say that there is obviously some deference intended because of the words shall and if it meets, and yet we need to review it because there's an appeal. I think I could probably live with substantial evidence too, I think, but I'm mindful of what counsel have said because I do remember that the words of the statute are all taken to mean something. And I remember having been a legislative aide and then going to law school, I laughed really hard when I heard that. But it is, in fact, the way we're supposed to do it. So, even if I wanted de novo, I couldn't support it.
Okay. All right, further questions? Okay, the motion is Mr. Fiorini's motion to adopt the package of administrative provisions and procedures governing appeals and the subsidiary issues contained therein. And part of that will be under the standard of review, option 2B. Option 2B. Okay?
So you're doing the full package, so a no vote is
Yep.
going to be against the entire package of administrative appeals, or are you just taking paragraph 23?
You want to separate the question?
If that would make it a motion, I can live with that.
Does the author agree to separate the motion?
No, that's fine.
Okay, let's separate the question. All right, on the box of appeal regulations and related matters before us, excluding the standard of proof for this moment, let's have a roll call vote. The motion is to approve. Mr. Fiorini, second. This is not the standard of proof. This is all the rest. Then we're going to do a second motion. This is calling for a division of the question.
Oh, but we're doing a new motion, so you're calling for me to second this one?
Yes, if you would, yeah. Mr. Fiorini, well, because this splits the question and puts before us the entire package, save the standard of proof, which we'll vote on separately, unless you want me to reverse the order.
Okay, sure, second.
Okay, second.
Sorry.
All right, let's call the roll. Mr. Natoli.
Sorry.
Natoli, aye.
Aye.
Eisenberg, aye.
Fiorini, aye.
Gray, aye.
Okay, on the standard of proof, which is option, the motion is by Mr. Fiorini, seconded by Mr. Johnson, to adopt option 2B under standard of review. 2B, let's call the roll on that. Mr. Natoli.
Natoli, no.
Okay.
Marcus, yes.
Eisenberg, aye.
Fiorini, aye.
Gray, aye.
All right. 6-1 vote on that. Thank you very much. By the way, we got through a division of the question, which usually, in my experience, the first time anybody does it, takes 7 hours. Thank you very much. I would also like to thank the folks from the Attorney General's office. It's very helpful to us. Your counsel and advice is always useful, and we will be relying on you and Mr. Stevens much in the months to come.
I want to know if I get CLE credit.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd also like to echo that. I mean, they did fantastic work. I'd also ask for
you got to move fast.
The council's permission to make non-substantive technical changes. There are a few that were raised. Grammatical, spelling, clarifications of a non-substantive nature.
That's fine.
Thank you.
That's fine. Okay, without objection. Okay. All right. Mr. Machado, I apologize. We're 27 minutes late on the presentation. Mr. Grindstaff, would you like to lead off on file item number 11? This is the status report from the Delta Protection Commission and its new executive director. Are you official yet?
Yes.
He is?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Machado.
Senator Machado and I have had a long relationship, and he's probably had a long relationship with many of you.
With almost everyone. Ms. Marcus says he's always official.
And I'll ask him, would you like to sit at the table or stand at the podium?
Podium's fine.
Okay.
No, we don't have handouts, although, and that was our, well, at least maybe we have them now, that was our Christmas present to the newly installed chair, not requiring the submission of material in advance. But now that he's newly installed as executive director, he's held to the same standard on production of material.
I do want to point out, Mr. Chair, that we have one other item after this.
I know that.
And we
So reduce the frivolity, get to business, and wind this up fast.
Yes.
That's what Mr. Grindstaff meant to say.
Mr. Chairman, I just could too that at the last meeting, we did hand out the resource management plan.
Oh, yes, we did at the last meeting.
We didn't bring second copies, so I apologize. We should have maybe get a highlight to bring your copy.
I think
somehow. Okay.
Mr. Nordhoff may or may not have gotten his copy, the resources management plan. We'll make sure that the staff provides that by email to you, Mr. Nordhoff. Okay. All right. Mr. Machado.
Thank you very much, Chairman Eisenberg and Council, for the opportunity to update you on some of the DPC activities. As you know, the Delta Reform Act brings us together in a variety of ways for consideration to the extent of actions that the Commission takes as to whether or not they're consistent and feasible with respect to the Delta Plan. In particular, the Delta Reform Act directed the Commission to develop an economic sustainability plan for the Delta and to review the primary zone as to whether there should be any changes from the original designation as to its whether or not also to conduct a feasibility study as to having the Delta designated as a national heritage area. The economic sustainability plan, I think, goes to the cohesiveness between the vision plan and the Reform Act, in that it also addresses Goal 2 of the Delta Vision Strategic Plan. And the legislation charged that the Commission create a regional economic development plan that recognizes and enhances the unique cultural, recreation, and agricultural values of the Delta as an evolving place. The development of this plan consists of two phases. The first phase is to identify factors that affect economic sustainability, and that is to be completed by year end. And the second phase is to develop a plan around those factors, and that was to be completed by July of 2011. 5 community meetings have been conducted, and there's been some interesting emerging themes, although I don't think we'll find them surprising. The importance of water supply, water quality, and a healthy ecosystem to maintaining and enhancing agricultural, recreation, especially the recreational boating and fishing industry, and tourism. And these sectors are viewed to be the foundation to the economic vitality of the Delta legacy cities, the Delta, and the immediate region outside of the Delta. Businesses affected include restaurants, lodging, service industries, agricultural support industries in the region and adjacent to the Delta. They are all dependent upon water supply and water quality. Also of note was the impact to local governments. Local governments are dependent upon the sales and property tax base created by these economic activities. And there is concern that conversion of private lands to public uses would threaten that tax base. Water supply, indeed, is the foundation to the Delta economy that includes not only sufficient flows to support the ecosystem, but also water diversion and rights for maintaining and enhancing agricultural production. And adequate freshwater flows are also important in meeting in-Delta domestic water needs. And lastly, a well-maintained levee infrastructure is important not only to the local economy, but also for safeguarding an economic infrastructure of statewide significance, including through Delta conveyance, aqueducts, petroleum pipelines, electrical transmission lines, transportation network of highways and railroads, shipping channels, and flood protection of urbanized areas both in and adjacent to the Delta. To complete the study, there are still focus groups and direct interviews to be conducted, and at the conclusion, these factors identified as important to economic sustainability will be the basis for developing the plan. Supporting documents for funding and based on zero-based budgeting have been submitted to Finance and the Governor's Office in order to be able to complete the plan. The review of the primary zone is part of Goal 6 of the Delta Vision's plan to evaluate land uses in the Delta. And the Commission has been directed to make recommendations regarding expansion of or changes to the primary zone, and specific areas called out for study include Rio Vista, Isleton, Bethel Island, Brannan, Andrus Island, Consumnes McCollum floodway, and the San Joaquin South Delta lowlands. A primary zone study committee, a subcommittee of the Commission, adopted with public input study area boundary maps, and an analysis matrix was adopted to review study areas using the key objectives of protecting agriculture, recreation, wildlife, economic sustainability, and the Delta as a place as a basis for determining whether the primary or secondary zone boundary lines should be adjusted. And having been on the end of the establishment of the Delta Protection Act and knowing full well the discussions that took place to establish both the primary and the secondary zone then, this is something that some have commented to me, it's good to look at, but difficult to change. The draft primary zone study will be completed in October with respect to the study areas mentioned above. And then
That's October of this year.
That's
next
correct.
month, yeah.
And a final report will be adopted by the Commission in December. The last area, the feasibility study for the National Heritage Designation of the Delta, which was part of Goal 2 of the strategic plan and directed by the Delta Reform Act. The National Heritage Designation is one in which the National Park Service recommends, and if approved by Congress, becomes essentially a branding of an area, driven by local interest to recognize a historical landscape of national stature as a place. And a National Heritage Designation can be a source of economic benefits from increased tourism that is attracted by the designation of national significance. The feasibility plan is developed in 2 stages. The first one has been completed, and it consists of public meetings to introduce the concept and address concerns that were raised. And some of the concerns raised, as you can imagine, would be, would this designation affect property use? Does the designation expand federal government influence over the Delta? What determines if an area is to be included or not included in the designation? But I think it's important to note that the designation is nothing more than the branding, and it is a source of signage and directions to indicating points of significant interest within that designated area. The second phase is to be conducted in October and seeks public input as to themes that would make the Delta a significant landscape. And a preliminary report is expected in December, and a completed feasibility plan to be in March of the new year. Quick comment too.
When you say feasibility plan, do you mean the economic sustainability
No,
plan?
Feasibility plan of the
Natural Heritage Area. Okay, all right.
And the process, which is contrary to what is being proposed in the Senate in Washington, is that you develop a feasibility plan, the National Park Service evaluates that against their criteria, then makes a recommendation to Congress for adoption. The proposal that's been talked about in Washington has been one to bypass the criteria part of it and just go through and have the designation become a point of consideration by Congress.
Members, in case you don't understand that allusion, Senator Feinstein has circulated draft proposals to create natural heritage designation. It's gone through 8,976 iterations, and the Delta Protection Commission, and among others, is still wrestling with the idea.
Yes, as well as the Delta counties. I think what is interesting is the Reform Act calls for a very interesting collaboration between the Commission and the Council, as well as the Conservancy. And recognizing the schedule of the Council in completing the Delta Plan, and for a variety of reasons that the completed studies, especially the economic sustainability study, may not be in sync. I would like to ask for, in order for there to be a timely consideration of the factors that are being surfaced through that, is to offer to share with the Council the results of the first phase and to give updates as we start feeding into the ultimate plan so that we can have a sense of cooperation and communications so that when we find that it's a test of consistency, we may very well have addressed that in the process.
Just a couple of things on that, Mike. Ms. McCauley we've got this coordinating meetings with state agencies. We have coordinating meetings pending, more difficult to put together with federal agencies. And we're starting to work out relationships with hopefully the Delta Protection Commission, as well as the 5 counties coalition that's so ably represented by Mr. Koutras. And I don't know how we formalize them, but it may be that staff working groups are a necessary supplement to just reporting to us periodically. For example, I think that's Miss Otto out there, although I can't tell in this light. Kristen Otto is a former Economic Development Director of the City of Sacramento, and I conned her into giving us 20 hours a week free time to work on relationships with local governments, among others, for which, and she's not spoken to me. She said yes for reasons that are clear and obvious, but she and Joe and others are working on this kind of stuff. It may be that the staff regular discussions, which you ought to be engaged in, I would hope, is the best way rather than wait to come to the council. I would urge your consideration of that.
That would be very acceptable and I think easy to do. And Ms. McCauley had included me in the last interagency meeting on that.
Pat?
Yeah, congratulations, Mike. The commission made a good choice. Based on what you said and what Phil said, I think as Don has noted and I have, that it's important that we coordinate and eliminate as far as possible any friction that might occur in the future as the commission discharges its responsibilities, for instance, on reporting to the legislature on potential changes in the primary zone or in the economic sustainability study, and then followed by the Delta plan. So we want these to be in concert as much as possible. And in fact, with the land use and resource management plan, mostly no disputes, but on a few things we know that there are things that state agencies have concerns about, but they're not numerous. One thing, looking at your time letter that Don gave the letter, the update shared with us at the end of August on the primary zone study, right, and the schedule that you essentially laid out in your remarks, it looks to me, members, that this study that the commission is doing tonight, at your meeting tonight, you're going to look at the data that you have collected, right, to evaluate whether to make changes in the primary zone. Isn't that right?
There'll be a report to that, and what we
preliminary data collection results, an analysis matrix conclusions.
It's going to be more of the structure to be followed over the next month than it is going to be an excellent.
They're still assembling the matrix. Pat.
Right. So, but my thought here is that you have a very tight time frame to get through by December 16th to a final vote
Right.
on recommendations that you're then going to make to the legislature. I think that's too late for us to consider it, because in the worst case, you've made recommendations that we get around to looking at and say, well, we disagree with you, and then we're giving contrary advice to the legislature, in effect. So my suggestion, if Don, because you chair one body and Phil the other, if you might consider specifically assigning a staff member or two, like Mike and Joe or whoever Joe would designate, and maybe a member of each body to meet in these couple of weeks before you end up publishing a document that you're then going to have a lot of public meetings, and whatever you publish, it's going to end up looking like the template that everybody's going to work off of. And to the extent that you might feel comfortable talking through where you're headed with staff and one of our council members, for instance, or two, whatever you decide, it might help better ensure we get to a place in December where your recommendations are compatible with the council's responsibilities, which aren't going to really be articulated until we do a Delta plan. And it seems to me if that process works, then the next one teed up would be the economic sustainability. So don't try and do them all at once. We tackle this one and then that one. And if you're talking to the 5 counties, you're talking to the commission and vice versa.
I believe that to be true, but there's also a useful fiction that they are separate entities, even if many of the same people are involved. And certainly the governments or the 5 counties are identical. But yes, I get your point. Mike, I just had one suggestion in supplement to Pat's thing. One of the things that I think you ought to think about in structuring the primary zone stuff, which is the first study work since the law has been passed that the Delta Protection Commission is going to do, you and Don ought to think about this, is how you talk about the co-equal goals and the objectives in that report and the subsequent reports. Because, you know, we're asked to consider these for reflection in the Delta Plan, albeit the zoning is a legislative action because it's a statutory. But just as a suggestion, that would be a useful process. I understand it might be a painful process.
On both accounts, I probably
On both accounts, that's correct. But it's, you know, the DPC is a state agency. It's composed predominantly of local officials, but it's a state agency. And so, you know, the state policy arguably applies to the actions, although you're certainly free with a majority vote to recommend anybody do something different from statute. And I don't mean to try to interfere with that. But it helps all of us if we're analyzing from the basic policy of the co-equal values and the objectives, I believe. I
think there's benefit on that in those kind of conversations, because one of the things that I think the Commission is going to bring because of the extensive public outreach it's doing is going to be able to bring other voices into the discussion, at least in an informative basis. If we do it on a staff-to-staff basis, that can be helpful in perhaps realizing some issues that may not have been realized and addressing others that have.
Mr. Chair, if I might just to Pat's suggestion, I think that, and certainly he and I have conversed about this over the course of a couple of different times over the last several months. I think it would be useful, and particularly as we've completed, once we've completed the public outreach portion of it and begin to put together matrices and so forth and look at the elements not only of the primary zone, but I think as it relates to the resource management plan, that it might be again, not to burden the council with anything further, but certainly I would be more than happy to act as one of the bridges, certainly between the commission and this council, but I think maybe having another member of the council, if you want to have a subcommittee of the council, that as we begin to working with our executive director and certainly staff of the council, before, as I think you go hard and fast on something that then becomes, it doesn't mean that there's always going to be, consensus on all items, but I do think that there, I think with the common theme of, of the Delta being the focus here, that and co-equal goals and all the other things in the mix, that there's probably a lot of value to, I think, solidifying that bridge between the council and the commission where appropriate, but also with some of the work products, and whether those differences will stand the test in whatever venue that they're presented in. But I think that there's a value to doing that, and I think with sort of Mike's leadership, and we're very thinly staffed. You've got Mike and two support staff. That's what the commission operates out of, and they keep the office going and all the other things. So, but we're hopeful that will change over time. So I don't know, Mr. Chair, if we want to do it in this forum, but again, I think the suggestion, and Pat and I've talked about this, would be a good one, working down to staff level, but I think there's going to come a point where, maybe from a policy perspective, as it relates to the two bodies, that there might be some value before.
You ever been to a meeting with Mike Machado? First of all, you go to lunch with him, he looks at you and he smiles early, and then 5 minutes into it, he's frowning. And then at the end of it, he's picked you up by your feet and he's shaking you hard to get you to agree.
Well, I was trying to get you to understand the issues.
Yes, I look forward to it. It's a pleasure, Michael, it's a pleasure to have you on board doing this stuff.
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Mike.
Okay. Terry, we're leaving with you and Joe the working out of mechanics of collaborative consultative process on that. Mr. Grindstaff, our apologies, we're 17 minutes late on flood safe, or more precisely 2 months and 17 minutes late.
Chris took too long on that regulatory package. But
lawyers.
I guess I should introduce Dale Hoffman-Florkey. Come on up, Dale. Dale's actually one of the best public servants I've dealt with since I've been in Sacramento, and I can't think of a better way.
Can you tell us stories about Joe Grindstaff he would not like to have made public?
So with that, I'll turn it over to her.
Members, this is the briefing that we were supposed to have a couple of months ago. This is on flood safe, and it's a densely complex, very important subject.
And Dale is a deputy director at the
Yep.
Department of Water Resources.
Yep. And knows all.
Not quite. Thank you, Joe. Okay. As already mentioned, my name is Dale Hoffman-Florkey. I'm a Deputy Director at DWR for Integrated Water Management, and I'm here today to present our slideshow. There should be a PowerPoint presentation. There it is. Overview of DWR's flood management activities related to the Delta. Before I get started, I'd like to introduce two folks that I brought along with me. To my far right is Gary Bardini. He's our Chief of the Division of Flood Management, very heavily involved in these activities. And then to his left is Ken Kirby. He's our Executive Advisor to DWR on flood safe matters and other things as well. So I'm going to go through about 16 slides. You have those, hopefully you'll have
We
those.
do. We have them in our packet.
Excellent. And then in addition to that, we have two documents that we provided this time around. I think we provided you some additional materials
We've got
last time.
the December '09 achievements
Excellent.
document.
That's this document
That-
here?
yes, ma'am. We
Okay.
got
And then
that, and,
a single double-sided page that
Yes,
is,
that is part of our packet. That is part of our
Okay.
packet.
So you have everything that I have. So here we go. Today, we're here to inform the council members and staff of work we're doing that can help you prepare for the Delta Plan. That's our main goal today. We hope to share information about the larger flood management context that we believe is important to consider when contemplating changes in the Delta. Next slide. Do I have that myself? Okay, maybe, all right, it looks like that. Okay, so the purpose of the presentation, today I want to emphasize that we're not covering all of the flood-safe activities during this presentation. That would take like several days, I think. But we have provided the flood-safe fact sheet and the flood-safe achievements documents that we just identified, and a more general background and orientation on flood-safe are contained in those documents. What we have focused on, or what we will focus on, is what we think would be most helpful for the council members now, and we will take requests for additional information if you would like things that we don't end up covering today. So keep that in mind. Here we go. So we think of flood management within the broader context of integrated water management. All of our programs and projects need to collectively provide a broad public benefits for the goals of improving flood protection, water supply, and ecosystem health. Water quality is an important consideration for all three of those goals. It's important to remember that any changes to the system for one goal can have a positive or negative effect on other water management related goals within the system. No matter which goal is the primary one, each project must be evaluated from the perspectives of all other goals, and remembering that local changes can affect other parts of the system. Sorry. This slide looks very complicated. It's simply a timeline that's been chopped in two to fit it all on one page. But the main point that I want to make here is that the flood management system is extremely complex, and it's evolved over many decades. You can see our timeline starts around 1850. That would be right around the gold rush, and as a result, actually, of some of our activities that were going on related to gold rush, that precipitated the need for some of our flood management activities in the early 1860s. So not only did it take decades to get to this point, but it's also going to take several decades to make the kind of improvements that we would like to do. We've made a lot of critical repairs, especially in the last 2 or 3 years, and we are continuing to fund no regrets projects as we speak. Our planning effort needs to take a long-term perspective and help put in place the necessary elements to make incremental actions in ways that support overall system sustainability as well as resiliency. Okay, this slide looks a little bit more complicated than it actually is. It really, what we're trying to point out here is that there's a number of different entities involved in flood management within the state. Flood management responsibilities and authorities are complicated. I'd like to emphasize that the Corps owns much of the flood management system along the Sacramento and San Joaquin rivers. We call that the Central Valley, or the project. It's usually referred to as the project. We cannot change it without their approval, and modifying it, changing it, amending it can in some cases require an act of Congress. It's very complicated. We want to also acknowledge that levee maintaining agencies, that's the LMAs, that's in the lower left-hand part of the slide, they can have, they're not all the same. They can be made up of a number of different types of agencies. Some of those LMAs own and maintain levees that are not part of the state-federal system. We call those non-project levees. Others maintain levees that are part of the state and federal system, and frequently DWR plays this role for part of that system. And then LMAs can have differing types of authority based on how they were established and include reclamation districts, flood control districts, and other types of organizations. Finally, the state is involved in flood management throughout California, but in varying ways in different locations. The state has varying responsibilities due to statute and agreements that are in place now. Okay. DWR is doing a lot of work with a lot of interagency and public interaction that we think can be helpful to this council. The table that you see in front of you summarizes some of the requirements of the Delta Plan content and lists work DWR is doing that we think can be helpful for you, or to be useful for you. We're presenting information about the timing of these efforts in later slides, except for the Delta Emergency Preparedness and Response Plan. It's currently being developed now, and we expect to have a good draft in the spring of next year, 2011. This particular water code section was, we found it just a little bit interesting, maybe unusual is a good word. We think that the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation needs to be part of this, and it's not identified in the statute or in the legislation. So it was a little confusing. I think the Corps of Engineers is identified in there as well as others. So what we do want to say is that we are actually working on a system reoperation study based on other legislation, the legislation that's listed in the table on the right-hand side. We expect a final feasibility report on this system reoperation study not until mid-2013. So it's a ways away. We're probably not going to meet the time schedule that was identified in the Delta Plan. We hope to get to 2013. We are taking a preliminary look at potential for flood benefits through reoperation as part of the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. But if we want to make changes to storage allocations, this takes a long time, and this, in fact, also requires, in some cases, an act of Congress when we're considering changing a federal project. So this is a very time-consuming and long, drawn-out process, just to be aware. Okay. As mentioned before, we believe the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan and the information we've gathered as we prepare it can be very useful for the Council. We've been engaged in an intensive and extensive collaborative process with a broad array of stakeholders for about the last 2 years. The 2012 version of the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan will not be a feasibility level study. That will not be a feasibility level study that leads to direct construction. This is going to be more of like a programmatic type of document. It will define a broadly supported vision for how to pay for and implement system improvements over time through incremental projects. This map you have in front of you. The orange area, so it's pretty much the central part of the map, represents those lands that receive protection from the state plan of flood control. Again, that's that state-federal project. Some of these areas can experience deep flooding of between 5 and 30 feet deep, pretty significant. The system-wide planning area, which is the extensive green area on either end and somewhat in the middle, includes the associated areas that affect the performance of the state plan of flood control, mostly upstream multipurpose reservoirs, or are affected by the operation of the state plan of flood control, like the areas in the delta without project levees. Again, the non-project levee areas. Okay.
Can I just ask you a question on the map? I believe, but I can't be sure from both these maps, does the planning area, which are the non-project levy federal participation areas, does it also include the full boundaries of the Suisun Marsh? Or do you know?
The planning area for
Yeah.
the state plan of flood control does not include the Suisun Marsh.
Does not, okay.
Does not
Just a
include
flag, Terry, Mr. Grindstaff, that we, as we do our things, our statutory scope includes that. Somehow we've got to figure out how to adjust whatever we're doing to take that into account. Okay, my apologies.
No problem. Okay. In addition to the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan, we're developing two other companion documents. One is the State Plan of Flood Control descriptive document, and it's currently available. We're in the process of finalizing.
Is it currently available?
It's currently available for your use.
Can we get a copy?
Of finalizing it, but you can have it now, or you can wait until it is actually finalized.
If you don't think there are many changes, we'd love to get a hold of it now, just to start digesting it.
We can make that available
on the
to
state
you.
level. That would be very, very good.
We'll get that to you. The other document, a little bit more significant, is the Flood Control System Status Report. It's how the state plan of flood control facilities perform according to modern safety standards when conveying their authorized flow capacities. We don't think that the document, we're working on the document now, but it's not likely to be available before the end of the year. We're hopeful it'll be by the end of the year. It might be a little later.
So January, December, January.
I think that's a reasonable time frame.
Great.
Okay.
But could you just describe the scope of that report?
Sure.
The system status?
System status report is how the state plan of flood control facilities perform according to modern safety standards when conveying their authorized flow capacities.
And is it includes the state and federal sponsored flood system. How much of the delta, if any, would be included in that report?
Likely only the project levees.
So those are the ones mostly Sacramento River plus some of the eastern levees, is my recollection.
Yes, not a huge amount.
Okay. Most in the secondary zone, except for the Sacramento River.
Correct.
Right. Okay.
And Little San Joaquin.
Yeah. Okay. Next slide. Okay. We are not covering all flood management needs in the Delta within the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. I think we've pretty much established that. The non-project levees in the tidal estuary are being evaluated through other programs, and you've heard from some of those earlier, like our Delta Levees program is dealing with a lot of those areas. Okay. In addition to the Central Valley Flood Protection Planning activity, we have a statewide flood management planning that's going on right now. We're working, the statewide flood management planning program, working closely with one of our divisions, our Flood Safe Environmental Stewardship and Statewide Resources Office. They are currently synthesizing information from a variety of existing sources into a clear context white paper that will then create policy recommendations for state investments for flood management in the Delta. This will focus on Delta levee subventions and special projects and set goals and strategies for other types of investment not covered by the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan.
Is all of this kind of, we've kind of exhausted our bonds, the money is tight, got to do a reevaluation of priorities?
I think that's a good
Is that
way
an
of
unfair
summary.
description
No,
of that?
I think that's probably pretty close.
Do you have guidance or kind of rules of thumb that you're applying in that area where you'd say, is there a priority system already
I
established,
think
or is that what the study is?
That's what we're trying to develop in this study. So we don't have that yet. We don't have anything yet to share with you, but that's really what we're trying to get at. Want to comment on that?
Yeah, it's not that we're out of bonds.
Could you use a microphone?
Yeah. Oh, Ken was commenting that it's not that we're out of bond funds. We do have money
I
left, but
understand.
it's not an endless supply of bond funds.
I am fully aware of that.
We want to make sure that monies that we are investing are being invested wisely. Okay. Okay. The statewide flood planning program will deliver the recommendations report to help describe recommended state and federal involvement in flood management throughout California. That's what the content of this document. And I think that might be it. In a nutshell, that's our program. There's a lot of information that's available on our website, and as I indicated earlier in the presentation, if there are items or documents or information you think we have, we'll be happy to provide that to you if you give us enough lead time and allow us time to put that information together. So I'm prepared to answer questions, and the hard ones will be answered by Gary and Ken.
What would the department like us to include in our emergency response flood management portion of the Delta plan?
I'll let
Yeah, let
Gary
me.
answer
So
that.
Gary Bardini, Division Chief Flood Management. I think there's a number of documents that have already been currently prepared. Sometime around 2006, we did an initial interim Delta Emergency Operation Plan, which laid out essentially cut sheets of different types of emergency management actions we would take. And so there's already currently...
This is by specific problem area?
It's almost like if you have a wave wash type of incident.
On Highway 160, 475 feet from...
It's more generic than
yeah.
that. So wherever the location is, you could say, here's the right cut sheet, here's the types of actions you would take. So we did is what we call almost like a toolkit. So the toolkit, so we went through that process. Now, where we're at now, so that information is currently available right now.
And that's a toolkit designed both for local response agencies, for state emergency planning, disaster, and DWR?
And federal.
Okay,
And
so
technical.
it's the, have you already submitted that to the feds for their information? or-
This is one that we've been coordinating with. Again, we've had that ongoing relationship with the Corps on doing emergency preparedness, and so right now that's something we've been doing for the last 2 or 3 years, I would say.
Does FEMA get involved much in that stage?
Not at this stage. Typically where FEMA comes in, they're good on the preparedness side, and then they come in actually in the mitigation side after
The
after
response
event.
stuff?
Right, the cleanup, so to speak.
Is that, what did you call this again? Not tear sheets, but...
Well, cut sheets is kind of what we got
Cut
to...
sheets.
Yeah, so
Is that the equivalent of a system-wide plan, or is it kind of targeted high-threat areas in what you do?
yeah, what the initial, what we did is when, early on, when there was, obviously, with the work that was done under the original dreams and again, the heightened awareness of the risk in the Delta, so what we were able to do is go back and look at management actions that we've done in the Delta during emergencies over the last 30, 40 years. We looked at those, we looked at the current threats, we looked at some of the new technologies and came up with a list of toolbox actions you could take, individuals. And the question is when you have an event, then you look at what's in the toolbox and go, these set of toolkits or actions or cut sheets that show you how to do it, we would then be able to apply it on a case-by-case basis during real time.
Does this document cover any substantial area outside the joint federal-state flood control areas?
It's one that's it's Delta-wide. It's not just...
Delta-wide, okay.
Delta-wide.
Including Suisun Marsh or not?
It didn't really look as much on Suisun. Obviously, the same types of actions could apply there.
Right.
And then what we did is we looked at, there are a number of different types of threats that are unique. If you looked at the North Delta versus the Central, the North, and the South. So we kind of looked at those and said, geez, what would be the kind of likely actions we would take? But it's a very kind of higher level generic look at those basic regions with the whole aspects of toolkits. And what we're hoping to do then is taking that body is now starting to actually look at it more in a system and how we would try to apply that into a different number of event scenarios. That's the body of work that we're currently working on. Okay. So we can get a couple, how do we actually apply it on a couple types of events?
Let me ask our staff who's responsible for all this. Mr. Nickel, you're sitting out there looking innocent. Are you familiar with this document yet? Okay. You may or may not have met Eric Nickel, but he'll be in touch with you to review this document to see how it fits in. What other documents do you suggest we utilize for the Delta plan? At some point we have to get what's the state's current take, nothing's perfect. I know you're always studying everything, but we got a deadline. Give us the document that makes the most sense.
Correct.
First, from the cosmic spatial scheme of things.
Well, I think the other one Dale touched on, which is the flood system status report. There will be a number of levee evaluation information, mainly on the federal project areas. So we'll have additional geotech and flood risk information. In
Well,
terms of
I want to run you higher than that. Your timeline reported, I thought, correctly, the 2005 white paper by the Department of Water Resources on flood emergency response, which I think I told members before is one of the toughest statements of public policy on flood control. Is that the best generic overview? It's not a mechanical detail. I know it got some of the sharp edges that people didn't like got sandpapered in the 2007 version, but it was a pretty impressive document.
Well, certainly that's a good one to feed in with the white paper, which really set the beginning of essentially the flood safe initiative. Obviously, probably the other parts that I think would be important is to recognize some of the important flood legislation of 2007. That was fairly sweeping. A lot of that was based on that white paper itself.
No, I understand.
That you're describing.
I understand. How about, well, I'm sorry, I'm jumping ahead, but in terms of the progress reports that are coming from the Central Valley study, this interim report, the status report that was on the slide, when's it going to be available, and what do you think it's going to include that might be useful to us?
Mr. Chairman, it's Ken Kirby. We've published a few reports already. There's something called the Regional Conditions Report that was developed in conjunction with our collaboration efforts in Phase 1. It's a very extensive document that lays out the problems, the challenges, the opportunities throughout the Sacramento-San Joaquin Valley, including the Delta. We highly recommend that your staff be familiar with that information. We also published an interim progress summary number 1 that's currently available that lays out our process and describes how we're going to reach completion of the plan. We're now in what's called Phase 2 of the development of the plan, and we soon will be demonstrating all of the management actions that are available throughout the system, including the Delta, and how they apply from an urban standpoint, from a non-urban standpoint, from small community standpoint. Again, very collaborative. We have draft documents and meeting summaries that are currently available, and all that's online. And we'll be publishing a summary document in November or December of this year for that.
Okay.
We also are starting to lay out the analysis framework for how we'll be looking throughout the system and setting up a set of solution sets from a regional and system-wide perspective. We're currently in discussions with our stakeholders on that as well, and we'd be happy to share that information as it comes forward.
To what extent is the Central Valley process going to get a body of data about, to the extent you can, about the level of safety of the levees within the Delta? Okay, and, you know, everyone keeps telling DWR to do set standards and all of that, and then everybody says we've got to have a study first to see what's there. What's the next iteration of that? How thorough is it likely to be? When would it be available? What do you think we should do with it?
Well, I think that what Ken says is really good information. The one last thing we'll have is a progress report that we're required by legislation to have at the end of the year. So there'll be another doc related to the plan. The flood system status report, which will encompass a lot of our levee evaluation work that we've been doing the last couple of years, will cover elements of the Delta, not the complete, but there will be a lot. And it will touch on some of the issues you're talking about over levee safety and risk in there.
I can't remember where, but in the last week I read a note that said some of the aerial photographic surveillance of levees was almost completed, but since I wasn't aware it was going on, the whole thing just struck me as some interest. Could you explain that? And
sure.
I know that, and tell us whether the aerial survey is an adequate substitute for ground surveys. I understand there's a certain minor level of dispute having DWR going on property these days for other reasons than flood control.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I want to add on something else in addition to the report, but on the aerial survey, we have a program called the Central Valley CV-FED, Floodplain Evaluation and Delineation Program. And so we've done aerial photography and what's called LiDAR surveys. And the LiDAR surveys, once they're post-processed, give us a 1-foot resolution of topography. And so we are now processing all of the levee profiles for the state-federal system and the associated non-project levees. That doesn't go through all of the estuarian levees in the delta, but it covers a fairly significant portion of the secondary zone, certainly any of the levees associated with the state-federal system. And those will be very good resolution. In fact, the team that's been putting together the flood control system status report, and that's the one that we're hoping to have done at the end of this year, they've been used by the experts to check the levees against the criteria according to their authorized profile or heights and other things. So they're very good resolution. We have that data. It can be used by staff. We still are working out some security concerns about broad distribution of that data because it's so detailed. But that information is available for use by our partner agencies. The flood control system status report does lay out, according to a set approach, a consistent approach throughout the system, the risk of levee failure at a fairly high level. So we're using a high, medium, and low ranking of the risk of failure for those levees. And it does include all of the project levees into the delta. Now we also have the Delta Risk Management Strategy, the DREAM study that's been done, and some ongoing work that goes beyond the Phase 1 report that does a pretty good job of characterizing the risk of failure of those non-project levees in the delta, and that information is currently available as well.
A lot of the commotion around the studies of levees and floods has always been focused really on who pays for what level of flood protection, and I'm sure that hasn't disappeared from consideration. Do you see a clear, precise, crystalline, understandable state position to cover all circumstances coming out anytime soon on who pays and how much?
I can tell you that we've been working on a cost-sharing proposal that was required by legislation to use the bond money, and I believe those drafts have been released for public comment just within the last few weeks. So we have
some of that was subvention money. Others, I'm trying to remember the categories of spending for that bond money.
This is specifically for the Proposition 1E, I believe, Section 5821. I may not get the section quite right, but it's the ones dedicated for the project use on project levies.
Project levies only. Okay.
Levies. Yes.
All right. Do you have any recommendations for us on non-project levies?
And that's the one that Dale mentioned in her presentation. We are working as part of the statewide flood planning effort to develop a strategy, a recommendation for state investment for non-project levies in the Delta. This is something that we're working closely with the Flood Safe Environmental Stewardship and State Resources Office to do, and that includes the Delta levy subventions and Delta special projects. So we hope to come to you with a proposal in December
Great.
For cost-sharing strategies and other things.
Okay. All right. Excuse me. Mr. Fiorini.
Will all of this lead to a Delta levy plan?
I'm not quite sure what you would include in a Delta levies plan, so please say more.
Identifying on a map the levies of highest priority, second priority, third priority, fourth priority as a result of the evaluation of their importance and their integrity?
The one thing that we're focusing on right now in conversations with our Delta stakeholders is that we believe it makes sense to set some levels of protection goals for the Delta, and they're called things like HMP or PL 8499, and so
we've seen those standards.
Yes. So we're focusing on that, and have, in fact, the DWR has in their recent guidelines and project solicitations to try and help get to that first level of attainment, which is HMP, which qualifies us for some federal money under some of the FEMA programs. We're not targeting specific levies on a map per se, except to try and get to these levels of protection.
So is that the priority system now, to bring the lowest quality levies up to a minimum standard first? What's the prioritization of the money spent right now?
Yes, those goals were set forth in the guidelines that guided the project solicitation proposals that were used in this last round of grant funding. And this effort that I mentioned that we'd like to bring to you in December that we're now starting, we want to formalize that and make it a little more clear in terms of a longer-term perspective. But yes, we are acting from that perspective right now to try and qualify for a minimum level of federal funding first, so that if something were to happen, we could take advantage of those resources and then look to increase beyond that where it makes sense in the Delta.
Does this approach leave vulnerable some areas that some areas with levees that aren't getting consideration because they may be built to a higher standard, but may be more vulnerable to some sort of a catastrophic failure?
I don't think so. The way that the grant program is operating right now, it's based on local proposals, and the guidelines are not written to the exclusion. They're not only for HMP work. They are for things that are deemed to be important that meet the other objectives. So we're not excluding repairs in areas that may be beyond HMP if it makes sense. But we are encouraging, because we understand many of the islands are not at HMP now, and with a fairly small amount of work, we could get them there.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your answer to Randy's question about where you're going to start. How are you going to determine which levees to do preventive maintenance on or to repair?
Right now, the way the department is doing that work, it's based on local initiative. So the local levee maintaining agencies file an application for grant assistance according to our guidelines and project solicitation, and the department then decides where to use the available money for that year based on those proposals.
But the department doesn't make its own determination of whether it's important and the degree of risk that levee represents. You're just responding to local activity?
This is a subvention program, not exclusively, perhaps not even primarily, but substantially recognizing the potential paternal liability for the state of California if it assumes a dominant role and concurrently and consequently the courts determine a dominant responsibility should levee fails in areas that are currently unprotected. And I just say that, we've had this conversation a lot, and it is one. Well, I don't know what the right policy answer is, but hiding behind all of this discussion for the non-project levies is the fact the legislature has always wanted to help people in need, but everyone's been very careful to put it into subvention categories or other categories that don't become the equivalent of entitlement programs for fear of the liability.
So we don't have any responsibility on the project levies? That's
Oh, no,
the federal government?
No,
Well,
project levies are many ways
So
joint.
this is a complicated topic and question. I'd like to address your comment. First, I don't think it's either or. I don't think it would be fair to say that the department is not involved in the process of prioritizing levies for investment, because we have people that are very involved in the Delta and working with the local maintainers, encouraging them to apply for funds as appropriate.
But you're not initiating anything that's not initiated by the local people.
For the levy subventions program, that's true, but we also have a Delta Special Projects where we sometimes do both. We'll ask for grant solicitations, and we can do directed actions. This is one of the things that we're trying to look at more specifically and lay out a clearer strategy in the work that I've talked to you about that we'd like to bring to you in December.
How much funding do you have available to do this levee work?
I don't recall the exact numbers, and it's varied by year, but it's in the range of $80 to $100 million a year for the next several years, according to our available bond funds right now.
Is that considered adequate? Do you consider that adequate?
The limiting factor has been the ability of the locals to cost share. So that's been our understanding. And many of them would say, and I think it's fair, that they can't count on receiving the money. They get paid in arrears after the work has been done, and our cash flow has been so unpredictable that that's caused a great amount of delay in the programs in the Delta recently.
So obviously if they don't think they'll be reimbursed, they're not going to start it.
That's right.
I read a very interesting and kind of a disturbing piece done by the PPIC about 2 years ago talking about what we were trying to do is prioritize the levee repair structure based on economics. You know, what's it going to take? What's the value of the land, of the cash flow, if you will, the crops you're protecting, as well as life and all the rest of that. And their basic conclusion was that it doesn't make a lot of sense to go ahead and repair levees because the repairs have shown they don't work. And that eventually the whole region is going to become a series of mini lakes. Because as subsidence continues, and I guess it's continuing, as the water level rises, these are not levees, they're really dikes. And they're under pressure all the time, and that pressure is only going to increase. And there's something like 3.4 billion cubic yards of space between the bottom of the islands and the surface of the water. And ultimately that's going to be filled in. So it's kind of depressing. And this was done by the PPIC, and I guess with a lot of support from University of California, Davis. Right, and you're obviously familiar with it.
Yes, we are.
Can one lend a certain amount of credence to it, to their conclusion?
I would say they would. You know, we did a parallel effort in some ways with the Dreams work, which talked about the risks to that area. And obviously, one of the bigger concerns that came out, not only the high water events, we have a history of levee and failures over a course of history. But then the big thing that came up has been the seismic risks, and if we have the large seismic risks,
the liquefaction,
and that's been the real issue that's really allowed us to go further, I think, in thinking what would be, and of course our emergency operations, which we talked about earlier. But I think there is that threat, as described in the PPIC. There's some validity to some of those concerns, but I think the Dreams work is where the department has gone on this, and that information is available.
Just one further comment, and I'll turn it over to Gloria. I read Phil Seed's paper on flood control, in response to it. I think it's brilliant, number one, and he points out the importance of training. Not just the training to tell people where they go to high ground and all the rest of that, but if there could be some sort of training to try to mobilize the people who are in the Delta to avoid at all costs the sort of situation at Katrina, where people really had no place to go. They were all herded in one place, and they just sat there and waited for somebody to take care of them. I don't know if you can teach a feeling of self-reliance, but I think you can probably train people to respond in ways that we will avoid have a total absence of concern that we're going to have a repeat of the Katrina fiasco.
Right.
Is that something that you're responsible for, the training?
Yes.
Okay.
So part of it is we're working again with the 5 counties in the Delta region with their emergency operation work and planning. So we've been ongoing. To go further is we do a number of floodlight training with local communities. So we have floodlight specialists that go and train.
You go to schools, school children?
Well, we do a little bit of education too, but we actually, with a lot of the flood fighting or municipalities and LDs or local maintaining agencies, we'll actually go through flood fighting techniques, how to do the visqueening, how to do the sandbagging, how to do these different techniques. So it's one that we've been continuing to improve on over the last few years and continue to hope to do more of it. There's a big interest right now, again, in the Delta. I think one thing we're added at next year in May, we'll hold a Golden Guardian exercise, do a full functional exercise. It'll be one that will be a flood event and one that will include the Delta. So again, it's not only training to do it, but actually practicing and doing it in an exercise is actually critical.
We got Mr. Natoli, Ms. Gray, Mr. Grindstaff.
I didn't know if you had something relevant to this point, because I was going to weigh in on something.
I was going to point out that the legislation requires that we prioritize levee maintenance, repair, and construction as part of the Delta Plan. So we're going to need to work with you in order to meet our obligation to do that.
Mr. Chair, and maybe just to Hank's last question, I think Gary certainly addressed it, and Gary and I were appeared before a Senate panel here a few weeks ago, and they were giving the update, not unlike what they offered today, but I think one of the things that I think is very, very important, and it never gets accounted for in the modeling, is the ability to flood fight. All the models that look at, levee stability and seepage and so forth, that, again, take into account concerns about seismic activity and climate change, But the flood fight piece of it, which people do know how to do, and there's certainly training involved, there's the rescue, but there's the flood fight, and people, it can be seen from even the high water events of recent years, in both 86 and again in 97, 98, that folks know how to flood fight. And again, that doesn't mean that they're always going to prevail in those situations, but that doesn't, and again, you folks can confirm this, doesn't get accounted for when they do the modeling. They model that all the levees are going to hold, that you're going to have the highest body of water, that people wouldn't take actions that would save lives and or property as a relief, even if it was an effort that might result in some flooding somewhere. And I think that that's one of the, again, models are as good as the information that goes into them. But the reality is that people do know how to flood fight. They've been doing it for generations, and it's not to ignore the risk nor underestimate it. But I think, as you know, again, having exercises and the capability to do that, people have been able to do that for better part of 100 years. I wanted to point out too that one of the things that concerns me, and again, this came out at the hearing a few weeks ago, is that, and I think it's very important from a local perspective, because FEMA, even though they're an emergency management agency, they map those areas, and we have areas that would come under the criteria of the project levies that are going to be decertified, where there's been a 100-year protection, now going towards this 200-year protection, but they're going to decertify them, and in essence, is going to take areas that have enjoyed at least a higher level of protection because they've either had enjoyed either state or federal participation on their levies, or have been able to do it through some of the local efforts to meet those standards, and certainly the standards have evolved. But it's certainly going to put great pressure not only on legacy communities for having to try to figure out how they're going to get those levies certified, if ever again. And secondly, as I understand it, with some of the flood planning efforts with this plan, is that one of the requirements after 2012 is you're going to require integration of the regulations into local general plans and into community planning efforts and so forth, and it will come down to the level of even local entitlements of parcel divisions, of building permit issuance and so forth. And Gary, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but there's going to be a level of detail, and with the FEMA restrictions coming in place, the 200-year standard, and if there's not only for the urban standard levies, but for rural communities and for legacy communities, and again, maybe having to prioritize some additional dollars, but also the local cost participation is just a killer. I mean, we heard that in the presentation before this council a couple months ago. The state could have billions of dollars, but if you haven't got the local match to do the 25% or 20 or 30% match, whatever it is, then you can't do those projects. And so, I mean, there's a compounding number of things here, but I will tell you that for all the good things that may come out of this effort, that FEMA's coming in on the other end. They're going to decertify even project levies in the Delta for upper portions of certainly Sacramento County and portions of Yolo County. And, you know, those areas have enjoyed pretty good level of protection. It's going to require any new building to go 18, 20 feet into the air, even for an addition on a house. And it will, from an economic sustainability standpoint, let alone any risk that may be taken into account, it's going to just freeze a lot of these communities in place if we aren't able to, I think, find some coordinated approaches. Again, it's not to diminish the effort here, but I want to point those things out because there's a lot of things here that are in play, and the status of the levies is important. But if there isn't some standards that allow beyond this urban application and having to be kind of in the system, if you're in a private, in the private part of this, not in the project part of it, in non-project levies, it's going to be very, very difficult for these communities to maintain and survive and prosper.
Yeah. Somebody just to add, the main thing that came out after Katrina, and one thing the department and the state was out ahead with the white paper, as you described. As the Katrina hit, then that took a lot of activism by the Corps on scrutinizing levee safety, and then FEMA particularly. And then after that, there was a memo called Memo 34 that essentially says, if you got a grandfathered levee, we're going to re-examine now, where instead of saying you're grandfathered, and as I call it, you're now guilty until proven innocent. And so there's been a process, and mapping is reflecting that process of, if you have the information, then they'll review it to go back to your accreditation. If you don't, then you're going to be mapped into the floodplain, and that process has been making its way through many communities throughout the entire state, not just, this goes all the way from Southern California up to Northern California.
Ms. Gray?
Thank you. I think the subject flood protection is very important. I think it's as important as our co-equal goals, because if we have a Katrina incident, it impacts our co-equal goals. Hank mentioned something that I think is very important, and this is one of the issues in New Orleans, was the way in which the levees were repaired. Is that an issue? Is that part of a discussion, whether or not they're being repaired the right way? And going back to Don's point about the level of protection, I mean, is that an issue that you guys are talking about, the method by which you repair the levees?
Well, in the Delta particularly, as you kind of talked at the dike, more than a levee, that has unique challenges in a repair. And in fact, after the repair we did on Jones Track, we had to drop big rock in, and then we've had to address many seepage issues related to that levee. So it has unique challenges in repair when you actually do have a break. And so we're still resolving and working with the folks there about trying to get that system back up to snuff. But and that then was actually part of a little bit of our prioritization of state resources under special projects to actually do that, because we knew the risk was high by continuing to have that kind of seepage. So it is an issue there, and there's a lot of proposals about how best can we do it. One thing that we recognize when we do have a break is how quick do you cap the end so you don't have the problem expand even further. Another problem that we have when it occurs in the Delta is if it gets into the island, the next thing we're doing flood fight around the entire perimeter. And so back in 2006 or 4, we had to mobilize huge resources out, and we literally had to armor around the interior of the levees so it didn't actually degrade the rest of the system. So it's a huge challenge, and it's a huge challenge to repair them.
And in addition to the estuarian levees or the Delta Islands, as part of the legislation in 2007 that set the urban level of flood protection requirement, we are establishing criteria for urban areas to build their new levees or the 200-year level of protection to a higher standard than has ever been done before. So we have been working collaboratively with the experts in the region, including the Corps, to establish interim levee design criteria for those 200-year level of protection for the urban and urbanizing areas.
And in spite of all that work, these are still flood-threatened areas, and we've stopped, except occasionally, giving speeches promising to solve the problem for all time, so floods will never occur. Engineers don't say that anymore for pretty good reason. Pretty good reason.
Yeah, and I think just to kind of state that is, it took, as Dale reflected on the slide, the ability to go and implement and address just the technical parts of this. It's very detailed, and it's very expensive. It takes a lot of funding. It takes a lot of working through so many jurisdictions to make it occur. So it has to work at the grassroots, at the local agency level, up to the state, the feds. It takes a lot of finesse. Typically, as Dale says, in some cases you really got congressional activity involved to actually progress some major parts of the flood project. This system is made up of thousands of elements of projects that are included and strapped together over a long period. I think the one thing to note also is that not well known is that flood is actually, and it's like I said in the hearing, it's 50% of all emergency declarations in the state of California are flood related. Most loss of life flood, most property damage flood. If you look at it on the national level, it's the same. If you look at it on an international level, it's the same as we saw just in Pakistan. It's a significant issue. It's one that, it only occurs when it occurs, you go, where was everybody at and why didn't we do something about this? So anyway, it's something that we have to do a constant vigil on.
Okay. Good. Thank you very much. All right. Let's see, Ms. Rogers, we have someone who wishes to testify on this, please. Ms. Rogers got a blue form. If you put on the blue form the topic of what you want to talk about, then our minutes will reflect that in the next report, and we're giving everyone the kind of instruction and prod to do this. Ms. Baker, Brett Baker on levee maintenance. Remember, Mr. Baker spoke to us in Cortland. Clarksburg.
No, I just wanted to make a quick comment on the Dreams report. I would urge you to read the Army Corps of Engineers report. Comments on that. There was some feeling that perhaps some of the figures and projections in the report were a bit over-exaggerated, and as well, it is kind of astounding, Hank, to realize that there's the that local agencies are responsible for determining where these projects take place, and there isn't a cohesive plan as to which levees deserve and should be repaired in a a reasonable fashion, and as well on the funding side of things. I think that not knowing whether you're going to get a return on your investment, it's hard for a reclamation district that has a couple dollar per acre assessment on a couple thousand acres, has to go do a $20 million project and not know whether they're going to be reimbursed for that. I have difficulty understanding it myself. So, and as far as Katrina in the Delta, I don't see that is a likely possibility. You Mr. Cowan, you mentioned that yes, there have been historically. Sorry.
I got promoted.
Got promoted.
Sorry, and apologies. No, historically, yes, there have been floods in the Delta. The trends, if you look at them, have gone down in recent years. A lot of those floods that are on your map there, the dates are back in the 1800s or very, very early 1900s. And none of those, to my recollection, were the result of an earthquake or seismic activity. Mm-hmm. When you talk about vulnerability to seismic problems, I think I would be more concerned about a rigid 400-mile cement line canal running down a fault line the length of the state, as opposed to levees that were built and have settled for hundreds of years now. And that's the end of my comments.
Good.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you, sir. Okay. Mr. Rogers, is that it? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to recess and get out of here before we get shot by the building managers. May I thank you very much. It's very useful. We're going to be back to you for reports, recommendations, advice, structures, matrix, figures, and then go from there.
We look forward to working with you.
Thank you. Appreciate it a great deal. Okay, 9 o'clock promptly tomorrow morning. 9 o'clock promptly. Meeting adjourned.
Thanks, Gary.